Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it.
They're going to toss it. They haven't got it.
He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly, Miller's still start trouble. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry! Good morning and welcome to the Platinum Endurance League Round 2 live from Road America. I am James Parfitt, going to be here bringing you all the action with the JPB broadcasting team of Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweeney and Dean Biggles and Daan Pepels all jumping into the booth as the day goes on. Welcome in if you are here for the first time. Subscribe, turn on the bells, give the video a big old thumbs up. That would be absolutely amazing. We are just coming to the right near the end of practice before we go into the 60 minutes quali. Let's bring Ewan O'Leary into the booth. Good morning, Ewan.
Yeah, good morning. It's not often I say that, but yes, very pleased to be here. Looking forward to it. Endurance League's my favourite, to be honest, on iRacing or anywhere. So yeah, very much looking forward to this, and with the new GTP on the grid, it's going to be a good 6 hours of racing, hopefully.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I'm really looking forward to this. Le Mans was an absolute classic there last time out as well. So I'm expecting this to be the same. Different track to Le Mans, this one, isn't it? It's a lot more narrow, not so many fast straights. The drivers are going to have to be careful.
Yeah, it is one of those circuits that really doesn't have any room for error, really. It's not got very much runoff on the exits of corners. The gravel making a reappearance as well, which you don't see very often anymore in modern motorsport. So it is probably different to what I think should happen, but we'll get to that. First of all, I think, yeah, it is going to be important to, if I was in this race anyway, I would look to sit back a little bit, just wait a little bit, and as you said, let the race come to you a little bit in this one. It might be better off that way for everybody in terms of staying out of incidents, and also in terms of just getting a better race result that way as well. But I think we're going to see pandemonium to start with, to be honest, and a lot of people maybe being a bit over-eager on the start, because it is difficult. These are all racing drivers at the end of the day, and when they're bearing down towards turn one with a possible lead to dive in there for, then things happen, and that might well be what happens rather than maybe not what should happen. But I can see that happening anyway.
Yeah, we've just gone into the 60-minute qualifying, guys, as well. We've got the GT3s out on track first. They will do their qualifying, then the LMP2s, and then the LMDHs will finish off at the end there as well. So it's something really to look forward to in this different format in the qualifying itself here. GT3s out on track. It's a tough one with the GT3s. They've all been involved in the BOP, the tyre updates, the whole thing. BMW's a lot on the track at the moment. Are we expecting the BMW to be the strongest car, we think?
I've got no idea, to be honest. Certainly last season or a couple of seasons ago, the BMW would have been absolutely the car to pick, because it was just unbeatable, really, over any sort of distance, whether it be a long race or a short one. It was just very, very difficult to beat. But now we've seen that things change. The Ferrari especially is a little bit stronger than it was last season, and in previous seasons it's strongest it's been for a very long time in iRacing. So that will be making a reappearance. Excuse me. That will be making a reappearance. But the thing you've got to remember with endurance racing, of course, is it's not really about which car is fastest. It's about who's most comfortable in their respective car, and that will be the race winner, because you are going to be driving for a very long time. If you're quick but not comfortable, that's not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the things they've got to be looking out for, is how comfortable they will be in the car. So from their point of view, it's going to be interesting to see how this one works out and see how they get on here. In qualifying, though, you know, it's trying to find space, isn't it? There isn't a lot of space currently at the moment, and they've just got to try and find it.
Absolutely. It's the problem really with this type of session. It's an open session, not solo qualifying like you see a lot of places in sim racing, especially for shorter races. But this is a nice format, I think. Not too complicated. They'll have about 15 minutes at least to get out there on the circuit and then complete their current laps. So they'll have 15 minutes of qualifying here, and then they will have to. Well, that'll be it for GT3s, then the LMP2s, then the GTPs will be out there a little bit later. I like it done this way because it's a little bit more like you'd see in real life. I think the solo qualifying when you're on your own track, on your own, is a bit unrealistic, really. So it's nice to have everybody out there together.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and hopefully be good to go from there and see how we get on. You know, should be an interesting one. I'm really looking forward to this as well, and seeing how they all get on and how they all cope with this specific form of racing. I think these drivers are all experienced and should be all you know, good to go. I think that's going to be one of the things. It is 6 hours. It's a long old time. So you know, from that point of view, they've got time, haven't they? They don't have to rush everything. They don't have to rush the start. They don't have to rush the beginning. They've got plenty of time here to make this any gaps up, haven't they?
Well, this is the point, yeah. This is what I would say anyway, especially as if I was on a team. You know, we've got time here. Let's not dive in towards turn 1 and turn 3 and especially turn 5 on lap 1, you know, going as if this is a 15-minute race because it's 6 hours long and, you know, you can take your time. But the opposite side to that, sometimes on lap 1, logic is not the thing that drives actions, unfortunately. And so it's... Yeah, we could well see incidents, but I agree. It is going to be one of those where you do have to sit back a little bit and wait for the race to come to you. Whether that will actually happen or not, as I say, is well, something we're going to have to find out.
Well, yeah, I think that's the thing. That's like, you know, racing drivers tell them to be patient is very hit and miss about the fact on whether or not they're going to be, aren't they? You know, at the end of the day, it's not something that we often hear in racing drivers, is it? Be patient.
No, no, unfortunately not. So it is, yeah. Well, they're going to have to really in this type of racing, and I think especially here as well. It's not quite like some of the other circuits on this calendar. It's you know, a little bit tighter, a little bit more difficult than that. But I don't think that's the case really for the GT3s. For these guys who are all out here currently, it's about staying out of trouble and staying out of other people's way as much as it is on the prototype to make your way through. The GT3s also have to watch their mirrors really almost religiously in this race, because while the prototype will get a penalty if there's an incident and it's their fault, it doesn't really matter to the GT3 team if they're down the order and out the race.
Yeah, what are they... The problem I find with this is the poor LMP2s are kind of the car in the middle, aren't they? They've got to look behind for the, you know, the LMDHs, and then they've got to look in front for the GT3s. It's going to be a difficult one, isn't it, altogether, really? Because this whole scenario of endurance racing brings a different perspective to drivers, doesn't it? It's not a 40-minute sprint. It's not an hour's race. You know, they've got to be thinking constantly, and as you say, got to be looking in the mirrors behind and in front all the time. Absolutely,
it's very, very different indeed. So it's about dealing with that, and the most experienced will often come to the fore in a longer race, especially at the final round. Excuse me again. Especially at that 12-hour final round. That's where, you know, there's going to be a lot of experience shining through there, and the most experienced will probably come out on top there. And of course, that's the championship finale as well. So maybe that will play a role in the championship fight. But yeah, even in a race like this, even 6 hours long, which is probably the shortest you can really call an endurance race at 6 hours. Experience is going to count for a lot, and the only way to gain experience, of course, in this type of racing is to do endurance multi-class racing. So that will be the aim, simply, for a lot of these teams. Get to the end and gain the experience that this race will give to you.
Yeah, I think that's one of the important things. Is they basically want to aim to finish at the end of the day through all of this. They don't really want to be stacking their race or finishing their race early on because, as you say, it gives them nothing. You know, it's going to be tough for these teams overall in general. The circuit is tough. The amount of cars that we've got on track, you know, there's 50 cars on track currently, you know, registered in this race. So there's a lot to take into account. And I think from their point of view, it's going to be really interesting to see how they manage all of this traffic and how they manage everything. As we see, Lorenzo Castellini has got some purples on the board currently as well for the currently in the Leo Racing team, car 208. So let's see how he gets on and see how he goes here. But it's going to be definitely an interesting one overall as he goes into pole position of the GT3 Pros in the BMW. It is a mixed field: BMWs, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Audis as well, and a Mercedes of Davide De Marcos from the CMXX MSI team here as well. They're one of two, of course. Roberto Frieza from the Cabano Esports team is another driver in the big Gruffalo Merc here. It's a good mix of cars here today, Ewan. I think that's the interesting thing about the GT3s. There's so many variations of cars that they can pick, you know, the Mercedes, the BMW, the Porsches, the Lambos, the Audis. There's so much choice there. And I think that's what really mixes up the GT3 scene in iRacing.
Absolutely. It does have good variety these days. I mean, the times of iRacing's GT3 races being exclusively almost between Mercedes and Audi when those two cars came out in about 2016. Those days are long gone now. And yeah, we were using the outdated BMW Z4 and the McLaren 12C, I think, not even the... well, that is still used, to be fair. But yeah, those days are long gone. We've even got the updated version of that Mercedes that came out all those years ago now. This is on your screen right now, the Evo version of this car. We've got Lamborghini coming to the fray for the first time. BMW have really got a lot of cars on iRacing now, including the new GT3, even before it had a run out in real life. And of course the GTP also before it had a run out in real life. So they've got a great relationship with iRacing, and it's good to see that. Porsche are obviously here as well, although not so strong this season, I've got to say. In Season 2 of 2023, the Porsche has been horrible, and not many people have picked it, purely because it's never been a great car to drive, if I'm totally honest, and the only thing that made it bearable before was the fact that it was actually quite quick, but now that it's not quick or nice to drive, I don't think anyone's enjoying it.
No, Justin Cold here from Team Upstate GT3 is the only one in the Porsche by what I can see in the field currently. As you say, I think the saying goes is it just does Porsche things. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean we know what he's going to do. I don't even think the driver at times knows what he's going to do in the Porsche, to be honest. And I'm recently speaking to a driver from another series. He just says it just does things. If you can get it right, you can get it right. But if you get it wrong, it'll just go completely wrong on its own, without any rhyme or reason to it.
Oh yeah, this is the problem really, and I would particularly hate driving it because I don't really like a loose rear end, to be honest. If you can deal with that kind of thing, then it was very quick previously, but now it does seem to be really horrible, to be honest. And I'm not surprised to see that it's not particularly well represented anymore. I think this is the best placed of them in the AM category, down in 7th place, sorry, right now, the 393. Although I could be wrong, but yeah, it's just not that nice of a car to drive anymore. And when you don't have that, you know, the thing that makes it bearable, the fact that it's quick, when you don't have that anymore, it really turns people away from it. But the thing about this season you've got to remember is that, or this championship, you've got to remember it's taking place over the course of a number of iRacing seasons. So these guys will have selected their car based on probably Season 1 of 2023, based on the memory of that, because it was only about a month ago now. But we'll be racing through a couple of races through Season 2, into Season 3 as well. I don't think we'll quite touch Season 4. I think we'll be done by then in iRacing terms. But even so, it's multiple seasons, and that can change the GT3 category more than any.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. There's so many BOPs that come out over that period of time. You know, there's so many changes that can make. The team that you know, the car that you pick at the beginning may not be the same car that you're driving at the end. And I think that's one of the things that they've all had to take into consideration. You know, from our perspective on it, the BMW has always been the most sturdiest car. It's always been the one that's basically been the right choice, the right selection, the more stable of the two. Is that some of the teams thinking in the BMW? It does change, but never really that much.
Yeah, it has been strong in previous seasons as well, so that will certainly help. But I think it is one of the more stable cars really to drive. And just look how big it is. Pretty hard to to disrupt, or pretty hard to get out of shape, to be honest, because it's huge. And so you do get that stability, and as I said earlier, that's really going to be important in this season. It's more about stability really than outright speed. So I think that's why it's been so popular here in this championship, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. It is always a stable car, and it's one of the ones that will be constantly, used religiously. I think people seem to love the BMW in general, and really sort of, well, they just enjoy it. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's just a car that people enjoy driving, and one that, as you say, never really gets much changes to it at all. So I think from their point of view, it's going to be an interesting season how they all get on in the car that generally doesn't change. I think that's the thing. And with the BMW, we've got up top, we've got 3 BMWs in the top 4 currently. If we go to the top 10, we're looking at precisely 7 BMWs in the top 10.
Yes, absolutely. As I say, not surprised particularly. I think that's partly down to the amount of numbers of BMWs that we've actually got. But yeah, once again, it's such a strong car that I'm not particularly surprised. I'm slightly surprised to see a Mercedes so far up there in GT3 AM right now. That's not, and in GT3 Pro actually, up there on the front row. So that's a little bit of a change from previous. When as new cars tend to, when it came out, it was really, really quick, the Mercedes, but then it went through a bit of a dip really, and now maybe it's on the up once again, because it's a good qualifying performance from them so far.
Yeah, I drove the Mercedes in the Sebring 12 hours, and don't get me wrong, my first stint was absolutely terrible. But then I managed to go 2 hours without an incident point.
Exactly.
Which is great for me, Great
for anyone, that.
Yeah, that's why I sit up in the booth most of the time, because obviously my driving ability is lacking. But he's so it was a good achievement. The Mercedes isn't too bad. Don't get me wrong, the rear end, as it always is, and is a little bit loose in general. But I think once you can control the throttle input on that, I think the car itself is a nice car to drive. And I'm not surprised the likes of Roberto Freezer has got it currently in second place, and the CMX MSI Gaming are again there as well. So I think it's definitely an interesting one, and one that we'll see develop over the whole season, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the first penalty of the day, just being handed out there to the 399. Well, it's not the 399 in the order, and that's the problem. They've joined with the incorrect team number. I'm not sure what team number they've gone for, but it's not the correct one. So they've got a drive-through penalty early on. It's one of those admin things that you've just got to get right at the start of one of these endurance leagues, endurance races, because it messes with everybody. Including us, so you've got to do it right, otherwise you're getting a drive-through, and that's not a great way to start such a long race. There's a long way to recover, but even so, you can't be starting a race like that.
Yeah, definitely not. It's not one that you want to be in that position. So let's see. Hopefully they will resurrect resolve the issue, but at the end of the day, penalties are penalties, and it is what it is so early on, unfortunately. That's part of all being careful here as well. So from their perspective, they've just got to be a little bit more careful next time, I guess.
Yes, and you just got to get the admin right. But it seems to be a recurring theme in sim racing, a recurring problem that nobody can input their team name and their number all correctly. With all the correct drivers as well. It's just a bit too much, unfortunately. So I don't know why, but there we are. It seems to be a problem for multiple. I'm not calling out anybody in here, by the way. It's a problem everywhere, and it happens almost every endurance league I've ever commentated on. So there we are. I'm not particularly surprised, but thankfully there's only one, we believe, that has fallen afoul of that. Of course, we will get race control notifications as and when they come through with regards to incidents and other things that they're looking at.
Yeah, as well. So let's see how they get on. You will see them pop up on the bottom of your screen, of course, there as well. But the GT3's qualifying is done. Leo Racing will be in first place. Cabano Esports second. Sim Vision in third in the pros. In the AMS, Peaky Drivers, TR Geeks Energy, Trackside Esports in third place there as well. So all them are done and dusted. And next will be the LMP2. So we're looking forward to that one. And hopefully it should be a good one. It's really difficult because normally when we're looking at a sprint or a 20-minute race, pole is important, but it's just not here, is it, in an endurance race? It's great being on pole, but it's just not as important as you would be for an hour or a 20-minute sprint race.
No, absolutely. It's not going to win you the race by any means, but it is going to put you in a good way for the start of this one. So, and I think the best teams will generally find their way towards the front anyway. Admittedly, the pole sitters in the 737 on the last race were quite far down, in fact, at the end of that race. What were they? 11th place? They weren't even inside the top 10. And in GT3 Pro, where were Leo Racing Team? They were the winners. So, yeah. The best teams will generally find their way towards the front. I do agree that pole position is not the be-all and end-all, and we all know that, of course, in an endurance race. It is such a long race. But I think it is important to be up towards the front, or inside the top 5 or so, because you've got a lot of work to do. Let's just look at, interestingly, Daan Pepels, who will be in the booth later, has qualified last in GT3 Pro. Not calling him out or anything. But he's got a lot of work to do from there. 17th place. And I mean, even no matter what race you're in, you're already starting with a big disadvantage. That's nearly 10 car lengths before you've even started. When you filter through lap 1, it's probably approaching 10 seconds, maybe more, by the end of lap 1. And then you've got to overtake 16 drivers to get towards the front. So it's just going to cost you a lot of time. And unless you're in a real 24-hour race, I think it does matter being up towards the front.
Exactly, and I think they've got to be top 5 though. I don't think they need to pole or anything like that. I can't see being as important. Maybe I'm being a skeptic. I'm not sure, but I don't see pole as important as an endurance race. Maybe in the LMDHs, because obviously they're at the front and the LMP2s might want to get away. But I just think with the time that we've got of 6 hours, the GT3s don't really have to worry. They could, be in the top 5 and they can move forward as it goes. So, let's see how it goes on here as the LMP2s, the 15 minutes qualifying for the LMP2s is open. So we start seeing them rushing out, no doubt, onto the track very, very shortly. And there they are already out as well with the MLP by Fields Academy car. They're on their outlaps, What do we think? 6 hours, lots of things can happen, says Zeta in YouTube chat. And that's exactly right. A lot of things can happen, can't it?
Absolutely. That is the point, and something we are going to repeat, and people will get tired of us repeating probably over the course of the race. So yeah, I agree that it's they're not going to be worried. Oh dear, well they might be. Whoever that is, spun in the middle of the road at turn 6. Sorry, but yeah, generally, these teams are not going to be worried about where they qualify. But I do think that, because you look at the Leo Racing team at the front of GT3 Pro, they've got the best time up there. They've got the fastest driver by the looks of things. Couple of tenths of a second over a very close field, it has to be said. So it's difficult to, if you're going to try and race them and compete with them, you can't be starting car lengths behind them before you've even turned a wheel just yet. You've got to be up there and challenging, because as we saw at the first round, they're going to be, they're going to be the team to beat by winning that first round. So, I do think you need to be up there, if not on pole.
Yeah, I think you've got to, be near or near about the winners. I think that's the thing. Whenever you're a winner of the the round before, there's a target on your back, isn't there? There's something there that tells everybody, we're the team to beat. You've got to come after us and you've got to try and beat us. But that can lead into mistakes for everybody else in the process, can't it? Because obviously they're trying so hard to try and beat somebody that they might make mistakes themselves.
Yeah, you can't really think like that as a race team. If you see the race winners and think, oh, we really want to beat them, I don't think they'll be thinking like that. Really, you've really got to focus on yourself a lot more, and that's a lot more effective way to do things. If you're focusing on your race and the things that are in your control, then the things will come to you. So you've got to think like that, in my opinion, really. Although I do agree, a lot of teams will have been eyeing up Leia Racing Team after that first round, having won in GT3 Pro and in LMP2 as well. Taking 2 wins in one day is not to be sniffed at. So I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that some of the teams really targeted just beating them today, or at least staying up there with them, staying up there in terms of pace, knowing that you can compete with them would be an achievement for the other teams as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They've got to be, looking out for. I do wonder how much interest, though, apart from the team that's in front, obviously the Leo Racing Team, how much interest the teams are going to give to other teams here. That's the thing with endurance. Yes, you are battling away with other people, but it's more of a look after yourself situation, isn't it?
It is. You do very much look after yourself first. In these races, and as I said, that's the way I think it should be, really, because I think you get the best results that way. If you're just keeping calm, looking after yourself, looking after your own car, concentrating on your own race, you're not going to get caught up in these early incidents. You're not going to get caught up in incidents at all, unless there's bad luck not on your side. So, I think it is all about that. And we'll see who can manage that. Once again, it comes back to that experience thing that we were talking about. It's really important in these longer races.
Yeah, we've got the Leo Racing Team, as expected, on pole position. MRP in second, XPD in third there from the Emeralds. The team are coming in, the times are coming in quick and fast here at the moment as well. We've got 3 teams that have not set times, and we've got 9 that have, so that will be changing over the next few minutes at the same time. Like last race, got taken out in the first lap, but ended up on P5. There you go. Point proven, really, isn't it? Anything can happen.
Yeah, it is. And I think even more around here, to be honest. I think that the margin for error is even smaller here than what we saw last round. Because, as I mentioned, I'm not saying Road America's harder, because that would be, I think, ludicrous. But it's the grass lines the circuit around here. There's not many places, really only down at Canada Corner, do you get a bit of tarmac runoff on the exit, and maybe at turn 5 as well when you've come down the hill in that braking zone there. They're the only places really where there's tarmac to collect you if indeed things go wrong. Everywhere else, there is grass everywhere. So, and then walls not too far away either. The kink, especially there at turn 11, is going to be a real heads-up moment for everybody. So they'll all be watching out for that. But I think even more around here, staying out of trouble, staying out of the walls, and staying out of the grass is going to be more important than ever at this round.
Yeah, definitely. It is definitely something that they're going to have to do. We know the grass in iRacing is literally like ice. There is no grip whatsoever. Once you hit that grass, you can run for as far as you want, and the car will slow down probably about 150 metres after you went off. And by that point, you're generally in a wall. So let's see what happens here as well. They've got to be careful. I do feel sorry for the LMP2s. The fact that they've got the very fast LMDH in front of them, they got the slower GT3s behind them, and in the meantime, they've got to try and watch them all at the same time. So it's always going to be tough for the LMP2s here. I think it's definitely a different mindset of driver compared to everybody else. LMDHs or GTPs, whichever way you want to put them, they've got to watch the traffic. They've got to get through the traffic. The GT3s have got to look for the fast cars in front of them, the LMP2s and the LMDHs. LMP2s have got the LMDHs in front of them and the GT3s behind them. It's so tough, I think, from this perspective. And I think as a driver's point of view, it's going to play a massive part. I don't think we can quite emphasize enough, guys, what sort of traffic management they've got to do at a circuit like Road America. It's not like Le Mans. They haven't got the long straights to deal with. They haven't got that amount of time. And if you get all cars in the track at the same time, Ewan, it could just be pandemonium because nobody's going to know where to go.
It's going to be the first run through traffic that's going to be really key. We've often seen this in the past about quite the pandemonium, as you say, that can happen on that first run through traffic. So yeah, it is going to be, especially for the LMP2s, a bit of an issue, overtaking all the GT3s and being overtaken by the GTPs as well. But I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things that's maybe overrated a little bit in terms of looking back and also looking forward and all of that. It's one of those things, once you get into the rhythm of the race a little bit, I feel like it becomes a little bit more naturally, and we talk about it a little bit more than maybe even the drivers think about it sometimes. Because when you're in the rhythm, it's fine, I think, but getting into that rhythm sometimes can be pretty difficult. So I don't know. It's certainly a new challenge for LMP2 and iRacing, because for maybe a year or maybe a bit more than that now, the LMP1's not really used anymore, because that category is becoming quite a long time ago, and the GTPs have been a long time coming. So for some time, the religious LMP2 drivers have been the top class in this type of series.
They have, but not anymore. With the BMW, of course, coming into iRacing as well. There was talk of a new car being launched the other day. Some are saying it's an LMP3. What do we think, Ewan, overall?
I think the rumours are true. If I'm honest, I think it's pretty much a confirmation from iRacing, to be honest, that an LMP3 is coming. I don't know if it's quite going to be met with open arms by the endurance racing community that the GTP certainly was. I don't know. I think that people are going to be a little bit sceptical of it. I mean, first of all, it's kind of notorious for being a little bit weird to drive in real life, but also in any sim that's tried to replicate it as well. I know from R-Factor 2, it didn't last very long when it was released there, because it was just a bit weird. And they are weird cars in a sense. They're sort of a cross between a GT3 and a low-level prototype, which makes it really weird. It's almost, sometimes it feels like they've taken the worst of both worlds from those two categories and sort of mashed it together in one big mess sometimes. But we'll see how it drives in iRacing first, and then see if it really gets taken up by the endurance racing community. But there's a lot of abuse towards the LMP3 category when people are watching endurance races in real life, because of mainly because of the drivers who drive it and the incidents that are caused as a result. So I don't know whether it's going to be taken up quite so readily as the GTP was. It certainly.
Yeah, for me, I think I don't know. I would have preferred another GTP on the track. I think having that series where you've gone from the Porsche and the Audi, and now you've gone down to just one car. It doesn't need another LMP3. It needs another couple of GTPs in there to mix it up. There's so many good ones that they could have brought in, and they bring in an LMP3 which just doesn't really fit anywhere. And I think, I don't know, another GTP would have been, I would have preferred that, to be fair.
I think that would be more excuse me, I'm having a terrible time. That could be more work, though, to be honest, to get in contact with the manufacturer. And let's not forget, in GTP, these things are kind of kept under wraps for quite some time, and they're quite kind of quite secretive about it, because it's one of those categories where everybody's sort of competing together. It's not a BOP category like GT3s, where it doesn't really matter who gets access to the information. In GTP it certainly does. So I'm not particularly surprised that it's not another GTP. There are rumours of there being another one, but to be honest, I can't see that coming in 2023.
Oh, doused my dreams of another GTP in iRacing. I think that would have been amazing. As I say, there is some really nice ones out there that they could pick, to be fair, and something that I think would be just completely, absolutely amazing to see. Two cars that you've got a choice of picking rather than just the one BMW. But as we say, it is what it is. It's all down to secrecy and confidential information and making sure other teams don't look at your car and get an advantage and all the other gabble that comes with it. So unfortunately, not going to see that anytime soon. In the LMP2s, however, we do have Leo Racing still sitting out on pole position. MRP by Fields Academy in second. XPD in third. Platinum Racing Team Blue fourth. Piggy Drivers in fifth. Bazinga Motorsport sixth. Riga Corsa in seventh. Scorpion Racing Esport Team Purple in eighth. And 505 Endurance ninth. And then Platinum Racing Team Black rounds out the top 10 before we go into the GTPs a little bit, well, not very long at all, to be fair, before they're out on track as well. So we will see them all currently at the moment. Vicente Lara from Cabano Esports Black here has got a couple of greens and unfortunately 3, oranges under his name, which obviously if you're not familiar what that situation is, purple, fastest man on track. Green, they're improving their own time. Orange, there's no improvements. And as you can see, Hugo Gonzalez Aranda from the XPD Emerald here is currently purple in Sector 2 there, Ewan.
Yeah, going well here, and you don't often see this towards the end of a session. These guys are so good and so high quality that they tend to reach a limit. Even in a 15-minute session like this, they tend to reach their own ceiling in terms of their own talent. And, you know, it's not a case of all of these guys are, you know, roughly the same quality, especially at the front end of these categories. But it's just a case of how quickly can you get up to that speed in a qualifying session sometimes. And, well, Leo Racing Team currently have just got that little bit of an edge. They've got about 4 tenths over this car, which does have a purple sector right now, but unfortunately not improving in Sector 3. Does improve on its personal best in Sector 4, though, so maybe there will be an improvement. There's also a purple Sector 3 coming in from one of the other LMP2s in there as well. That is the Leo Racing Team, Michele Sangali, who's currently in the pole-sitting car. So we could well see some late improvements here in this session as the time is about to run out.
Yeah, let's see how we get on here with the XPD. Of course, Hugo Rada goes across the line. Does he make an improvement?
Yes, but no positions.
Yeah. Yes, there is an improvement, but no positions there as well. 2 purples for Sangali. How is he going to get on? Is he going to improve as well? Oh, purple in the last one. He should improve as well on that one. 151.026. Yes, he did. So there they go. Impressive so far times. Judging by them, though, being that we've only got a second gap between first and at least 7th place here, the LMP2 category could be spicy.
It could be, and it will be. I'm going to guess throughout this category, this race. I mean, once again, it's Leo Racing Team who are taking charge of this championship, and they're really going to start to get some people eyeing them up in this season, because they're getting off to a fantastic start. But it is very close, and I'm just looking at the man in 7th place right now, Patrick Skilvassi, currently down there for Origa Corsa in that car right now. I do know him from other leagues, and he is a strong driver. So to see him down in 7th, and you know, I don't want to say struggling down there, but you know, just not quite on the pace maybe of some of the others, which I think is fair to say. You know, that's well, it shows a lot about this league and just how fast everyone is.
Definitely does. There are some top class drivers in this league currently. We can bring you up the strength of fields there. You can see we've got 3.5k is the average in the LMP2s, 3.8 in GT3 Pros, GT3 AMS is 2.2, and in the GTPs it's 3.5. Nothing to be sniffed at, Ewan, is it? You know what I mean, when you look at them like that?
Well, yeah, it's very, very strong in terms of how good these drivers are. I mean, we always speak about, sometimes speak about how accurate it is to look at someone's iRating to figure out how good they are. But it is a pretty good show of what you can see, and yeah, it's certainly not bad at all. So yeah, a lot to look forward to really. And as I mentioned, a really strong in terms of talent field as well. Although I think that will be the improvements for the session. These are the final 2 cars to come over the line, and maybe there is time for one more improvement from the 12th place team at the moment. Nick Guyan at the moment, he doesn't have to improve very much to get himself off the bottom of the standings, and he does do that up to 11th place right at the end.
And there's the grass.
Yes,
and he just about stops. So there we go. You know, as we wait for the LMVHs to come on to the grid. So let's see how they all get on here. And it should be another exciting one, I think, as well. One that, again, this is going to be tricky, I think, because Altitude Esports last time out dominated this, and I think from Magic Arrow's point of view, they've got to give it their all this time around and go for it as much as they can. But it's always tough when you've got a team like Altitude in front of you.
Yeah, it is. I don't think we can criticise the other teams for not trying hard enough. It's just sometimes you are beaten by a better team, and there's just not a lot you can do about it. So once again, it is going to be very much them who have got the pressure on them, I guess, to repeat that. But it's so early on in the season. I'm not sure really how much we can read into some of these results so far, and how much we can read into just one race, really, because you can have a bad race, you can have a good race that's maybe off. I mean, I can remember plenty of races where I've outperformed myself, and if you'd only watched me for that one race, you'd probably think I'm a better driver than I am. And that's probably the case for maybe some of the teams from the previous rounds, but there's also some teams from last round who had an absolute terrible time, and we could maybe be marking them down and saying they're a worse team than they should be, or their talent suggests they are. So it's all about I think it's going to become clear after this race, but really you've got to wait for the first half of the season, in my opinion, to really start thinking about these things and start to really say who should be where and who's performing well on a particular day and who's not.
Yeah, well, we're going on to 8 hours of Silverstone at the end of this month before we go on to the 10 hours of Sebring. 4 hours of Barcelona. I'm looking forward to that one because that's kind of more of a mini endurance sprint series. I'm looking forward to the Barcelona one. I think that's going to be incredible. And then, of course, we go on to Daytona for the 12 hours. That's going to be one that, 12 hours is a long time in a car, as I found out at Sebring. Obviously, they weren't doing the whole 12 hours. But again, it's a long old time, isn't it, for these guys to sort of get going and, keep. That's where you kind of need a strong team behind you, one in your ear who's going to be like constantly bigging you up and be like, come on, you can do this, you can do this. Because 12 hours is a long time in a car.
It certainly is, and realistically, all the other rounds, maybe apart from the 10-hour race you got there at Sebring, but all of the other races, the other 4 rounds, they can be completed with 2 drivers, really. When you're as talented and as strong and as experienced as some of these drivers are, you don't need 3 drivers, really. You certainly don't need more than 3 in a race like this in a 6-hour. I think 3 is the maximum we're going to see today. But in a 12-hour, you certainly do need at least 3 drivers, I would say. In my opinion, 2 drivers is not quite enough to really keep the pace up throughout a race, a 12-hour race, and to really, stay competitive up front. And so it's going to be one of those where you need a whole, as you say, a whole strong team. You can't just have one good driver. You need a whole strong team at your disposal, and that's a long time away. So a long way from being worried about by these drivers. Certainly, as I say, probably two drivers for a team would be more common today.
Yeah, but as you say, it's a long old period of driving there as well. So I think from that one, they're just going to have to sort of see how they get on. But I think we can watch the LMDHs now out on track, starting their qualifying out laps. Of course, we're on board with Ballastarowski from Magic Arrow as well. So let's see how they get on and see how they go. Second out at Le Mans with Altitude Esports in front of them after that. So it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to bring to the table this time out and whether or not they're going to be able to improve, of course, and see how they get on, because they were a long way back from Altitude Esports at Le Mans. And I think that's going to be something that they've got to sort of be wary of, isn't it? That, you know, when you've got the likes of Tom Dadswell in the Altitude team and others around him at the same time, Mark Hutchinson's in that team at the, you know, with them as well. They're a very, very strong team. What have they got to do to try and beat them? But obviously, you know, please don't just say drive faster, because I'm aware of that. Yeah, before that comes. Yeah. But what have they got to do to beat a team as strong as that?
Well, I think Once again, I don't think we should, read into the first round as the be-all and end-all of what's going to happen in this season. And I don't think they can do that either. They've got to think, they've got to have confidence in their own ability to say, we're a strong team as well. We can compete here. We, deserve to be here. We deserve to be competing up there with them. And they've got to think like that. So I think it's going to be one of those where it's difficult mentally when you've been beaten so resoundingly by a team. But you've got to remember, it is only one round. This is a new race, and anything can happen. As we said many times, 6 hours is a long time, and anything can and will happen over this race.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, and it generally does in endurance, and it generally will do here today as well, no doubt. So let's see how these drivers get on. As we can see here from the initial outlaps, they're going to be flying along quite nicely, I think. They're just going to be getting used to the car, getting it settled down. They've all done loads and loads and loads of practice. So it should be interesting to see how these ones all pan out, as we will start seeing times coming through as they are coming up through round the carousel, of course, in the top part of the circuit currently at this moment in time. So keep an eye as they start going round the carousel, and then that long run down to the kink. That's going to be, the kink section is going to be the interesting section here today. It's going to be the fact that the LMDHs are going to be carrying a massive amount of more speed than the GT3s. And if you meet them in traffic down there, well, it's going to be interesting altogether, right?
Absolutely, it's a real difficult and committed corner in a GT3. You really got to think about it. But as we just saw there with the Magic Arrow team, you just don't really think about it in the GTPs. The LMP2s are pretty, comfortable around there as well. So that's where the real interest is going to be. And I'm sure we're going to see someone in the wall there as a result through that corner, because it's so committed and just so quick as the first chimes for GTP will come in now.
Yeah, and they all come. Pick them fast across the board. We'll give it a minute to settle down, see how we get on. Writer Engineering is out in front currently. Raycar behind him, Magic Arrow, Otspur, Simtech, of course, behind that as well. So they're all going to be flying along quite nicely. Tom Dadswell from Altitude currently sitting down in 8th place there. So not the greatest of starts, but we'll see how he improves over this lap, and I don't doubt very much that he will. I'm sure he probably will as the session goes on. So as you can see, others in front of him, Balastorowski, Dennis Wolf, Martin Perez is not improving currently at the moment. Luca Morelli is just going across the line in 12th place for the Epoch Motorsports team and pops it up into 4th. So a great start from him there as well. Dadswell from Altitude down in 12th at this moment in time. So it's going to be an interesting one to see on the improvements on that. Floris Hassivord as well from the TR Geeks Energy team is another one improving. And of course, Tom Dadswell is improving. So let's see how these all get on here with the remaining minutes of qualifying. There we go. Okay, have you driven the GTP, Ewan?
Certainly not, no. I've never driven anything other than the Mazda, pretty much, on iRacing, to be honest. The very first Mazda. So no, but I can imagine it's quite stratospherically quick, to be honest, because it looks it.
Stratospherically?
Yes.
What an impressive word to get in. I tell you,
What are you trying to say?
Well, look at you waking up this morning reading the dictionary. Give us the meaning of stratospherically.
Well, I can't do that, but it's big on a large scale. It's how to describe that.
There we go. Stratospherically awesome. There we go, the bit of the end of the edge. Now, to be fair, I haven't actually been in the car myself either. Now, I am being informed that it is a car that is really, really impressive. A friend of mine drove it, and he was like, dude, you need to get this car. I'm like, dude, I suck in any car. What makes you think I'm going to be better in an LMDH? He's like, because the car's amazing. I was like, right, okay. Well, apparently the car is amazing, and it's an incredible car to drive. It's just, unfortunately, as Mark Hutchinson said, mega fun. So, there we go. It's one of them cars that just look like it could be absolutely incredible, and I'm almost on the borderline, Mark, of whether or not I should go and jump in it. The problem is I'm only a B, so I don't get to drive it anywhere, I don't think.
No, that would be my problem as well. I really need to one of these days get my head down and get up the rankings in iRacing. We'll get up the whatever it's called, classes.
Licenses.
Yeah, that's it. Get up the license. Actually, I don't even know the terminology. I'm such a non-driving commentator these days. It's actually unreal. But there we are. It looks like a fun car to drive, to be honest. When you get it right, when this car came out, it was a nightmare for everybody. And even in some of the very top leagues in iRacing, away from the official kind of stuff and away from the real top level stuff, the top sort of league level stuff. Just below that, even the very, very top teams, the most experienced teams and drivers, were really, really struggling back in December when this car got released for the first time. Now that we're a good 5 months along with that, 4.5 months along, it's a lot more controllable. It was the braking that was the real problem for everybody before, and now you don't see nearly as many incidents on the brakes as we used to. But there will be someone throughout this race who gets it wrong at some point on the brakes, because it is still difficult, even though it has now been managed by everybody generally.
Well, Mark Hutchins says IMSA is a B. Now, I am a B in road. I'm quite proud of the fact I'm a B licence. I was an A, and then I've come down to B. And now I'm not. So IMSA is a B, apparently, according to Mark Hutchinson. So it's well worth maybe me jumping in the car. Biggles has put stratospherically, meaning in the YouTube chat, to an extremely high degree.
I wasn't actually that wrong, because I said big on a large scale. That's not inaccurate. And also, someone else in chat as well saying it's still a nightmare. I presume still referring to the GTP, which I said got a bit easier to drive. It just looks like people have got a handle on it more. I'm not saying it actually is easier, but people have got used to it at least.
Yeah, I can't agree with you on that one, Vids. I cannot see this at Magny-Cours. This car at Magny-Cours would just, I just can't see it.
I think it'd be fun. I'm with him. I'd like to see Magny-Cours.
Man, that last chicane at Magny-Cours with this car.
Oh, she'll probably just get rid of the last chicane, to be honest, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, yeah, I don't think there's a track format in iRacing that allows you to get rid of the last chicane. But no.
I mean, in real life as well, actually.
Yeah, that chicane is just, ugh. Unless you're in a TCR, I think that's the only thing that can bounce that chicane. Everything else is just bleh.
There's just not really much point anyway.
No.
Really. So just have a bit of a tighter final corner and then have a straight. So that's what I'd do anyway if I was in charge. But there we are. I'm not. So
no. We're not, are we?
We are.
But the thing is, you come off that last corner, you go round to the right, and then you've got the chicane in front of you. As you come round that right, they could have just made it one big loop in, almost like a flowing S chicane. They didn't need this, like, at the end of it. It's, no. This in there would be horrible. If anybody hits that sausage curb on the end of that last chicane at Magny-Cours, this car's going up in the air, and I don't think that would be fun for anybody. So definitely no to Magny-Cours there. Robert Wayne from the Blue Chip Racing LMDH, currently in 10th place. It's great to see them on track, of course. Saw them in practice last night. Seems to be flying along quite nicely. So good for them that they're on track here again today as well. It's going to be really impressive. They're currently green in sectors 1, 2 and 3. Orange in 4. Let's see how they get on over the next couple and see how they can go from there as well. So they've got another green here. Robert Wayne is improving on his time. He's on a 1:48.02. He's currently near enough 2.3 seconds, give or take, off the lead pace car in this one. Let's see how he is going to be. He improves, he goes up to 7th. That's not a bad jump from Robert Wayne at all.
Yeah, it's quite congested in that area of the order. From 6th place down to 10th, we've got 5 drivers separated by less than half a second there, and it includes Simtech Motorsport, Luca Morelli as well, a number of others. That's for Epoch Motorsport. So yeah, there's a number of them right in that real congested part of the order, but they're not really that near to the front runners. The best time still a 1:45.9, and nobody else has even been able to get into the 45s, not even the team that won so convincingly in the first round, Altitude Motorsport, Altitude Esports, I should say. Half a second away at the moment with Tom Dadswell. And a bit of a surprise, really, although it's a lot better than his opening lap, which saw him down in last place. But I'm pretty sure that was just non-representative. I think he must have gone wrong somewhere around the lap and just backed off on that first lap because he was 5 seconds off the pace, and that was unusual.
Yeah, it definitely is. Zachary, I love it. Zachary's in chat. Hopefully I can unearn the torpedo title. Yeah, sorry. That.
Unearn.
Yeah, unearn. Given in Le Mans. May have been mentioned in the commentary booth. But we'll see what happens. So let's see how it goes here. Zach, of course, is in the booth. Zach is in the booth later on. The IMSA iRacing Series did Maddie call with this last season was a good race, to be fair. Really?
I like Manicourt, to be honest. I really like it.
Multi-class?
Yeah, Mark Hutchison's saying the same thing. Yeah, I would still say yes. So, I don't think it would be too bad at all, but we haven't got that. I don't think when this, or maybe it was just about released, that Manicourt when this calendar was made, but certainly hadn't been long, and well, I don't think it would be too bad, but Zach didn't really give an opinion on it, but he's just woken up, to be honest, Zach, which is very, well, demoralising for us, I suppose. He'll be wandering into the booth a little bit later.
Yes, he will be a bit later on as well. I will have a look at that situation with that team name. Thank you very much. I will try and correct that as we go along. I believe Arriga Corsa has changed their team name to HW Racing. So bear with me while I just whiz on that one and resolve this issue very, very shortly. So there we go. As I deal with this in the background there as well. Where are you? There we go. HW Racing, so they've changed to. Is there a reason for that change, or is it something that you've just done? I don't know.
I don't know, to be honest. I can't find HW Racing on the entry list unless I'm looking at the wrong. No, I can't find their team name on the entry list or the previous one either. So I don't know what's going on there. But it's definitely got everybody because there's 12 in that list and there's 12 in here as well. So I don't know. But anyway, that's hopefully all sorted now. Still only 2 temps between the top 3 as Tom Dadwell has improved on that last lap. But now we're getting into the final moments of the session. I think it's going to be too little too late for Altitude to quite get pole. I think the number 76 is going to take pole here for Writer Engineering Esports. Yeah,
bear with me. I'm still changing the names of this team. So I will be sorting it out as we do it in the wonderful world of the background. So bear with while I change over the whole of the Arriga Corsa registered drivers to HW Racing and bish bash bosh. There we go. Everybody's happy. It should be changed for you. So we joined a big request. Okay. It's all done, all sorted out, and it's all changed there as well. So you're down in 7th place in the LMP2s there as well. So all done and dusted on that one. Let's pick up on Yannick Gerards, who's got 2 greens currently at this moment in time. So let's see how they get on here. Right, race control coming right underneath the qualifying cars. Have to finish the laps they're on. So that is the race control coming for the LMDHs here as well. You need to get your laps done. Thank you very much. So there we go.
Yes, that will be... I know why I couldn't find HW Racing. I was looking in the wrong class. That's why. Sorry about that. But yeah, that'll be it now. And it should be it for the improvements as well. Although the 35 jumps up to 6th place. And Yannick Gerards, as we just saw, jumps up to 8th place with that final lap time there. All of the top 5 are in the pit lane, though, apart from Dennis Robin Wolf, who's still at the front of this session. Has been pretty much all of the session and is on one last lap here to maybe improve on that 45.9, but he already knows that he'll be the only driver to get into the 145s here in this session.
He definitely will be. We'll bring you up the grid once all the cars are done. We will bring the grid up in their class order, so you'll be able to see who is where. Now the car looks like the team name. It does. Thank you very much. It's all chased, all done and dusted. There we go. Happy days. Robert Wayne now coming across. Dennis Wolf has just finished there as well. So we will wait for the session to end so we can bring you up the grid, and then we can go into the race of 6 hours of Road America. What do we think we are hoping for, Ewan, here at the beginning? What do we think everybody's got to be looking out for right at the beginning of the race?
Well, all the other cars, mainly. And that sounds stupid to say, obviously, but in terms of it's the most packed up that we'll see the race all day. And so you do have to be so careful in those final moments to really just get through it. Just get through it. But at the end of the day, so that's what you've got to focus on. But once again, as I said earlier on, I'm hoping everybody will concentrate on their own race. They'll be calm and they'll get through the opening moments. But I do think we're going to see, because they are racing drivers after all, I think we're going to see some dives in towards turn one. We're going to see some action there as well. And we're going to get, we'll see what we're going to get, especially down towards turn 5, which is the first real big braking zone of this circuit.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the first traffic run through down into Canada Corner and down into the Kink and Canada Corner run. I think that could be, well, a different story altogether. I think it's going to be absolutely incredible as that goes down, and hopefully all these drivers will make it through. Don't forget, guys, if you can, check out our sponsor Sim Stickers down in the description below, simstickers.co.uk. They do stickers for steering wheels, battle boxes, pedals, and anything else that you can want to stick a sticker on. You can get a hold of Sim Stickers as well. So they are down in the description below, and you can go and check them out. Thank you so much. That would be absolutely amazing. There we go. All good in the hood. End of qualifying before we go into hour 1. And it's going to be that hour that's going to make the difference, isn't it? We're going to have overtakes on cars. We're going to have traffic management. We might even have a few incidents, Ewan, I'm expecting.
But we certainly are going to have a few incidents, I think, in these opening moments. It's really that first run through traffic, which I think is going to be the one. It always tends to be for the GTPs. But you've got to remember that once the GTPs got through the GT3s once, not long after that, the LMP2s catch the GT3s and the GTPs get back around again to not only the GT3s again, but also the LMP2s. So actually, the second run through GT3 traffic, about 20-25 minutes into the race, is sometimes even more dangerous because all 4 categories will be pretty much on the same piece of road altogether at the start of this race, and that, in my opinion, is the most dangerous part of the race, as opposed to the real first run-through traffic, which still won't be easy for the GTPs, because you can't forget about how many GT3s we have on the grid here, with 30 lining up for this race.
Yeah, it was there as well. Of course, Biggles in chat referring to Daan Pepels, our own lovely commentator, who took a W12 out in a series that we cover and crashed on the entrance in the pit lane at the Nürburgring. So didn't live it down for a long time. And I believe it's actually a YouTube short. So if you want to actually go and see Dan crash, you can, because I decided that I was going to YouTube short it for him. Just to give him a little bit more exposure on his ability to go into a pit lane and spin the car up and around he went. So there we go. Poor old Dan Pepels. He does get some grief.
He does.
Yes.
But this is what happens when you drive, when people and people you know are watching. That's always a dangerous game, I've got to say. So fair play to him for this one. And he will be starting this race, by the way, from bring up the rear in GT3. Oh, will he? He did qualify. I swear I saw him in qualifying. And you're supposed to start the race with the same driver, so
I'm sure he will. I'm trying to find him currently.
I can't find
Miles
him either.
Owens is in the car currently at the moment.
That's what I mean. So
strange. Right.
Well, strange, but also against the rules, which is the more pressing issue.
Yeah. I'm sure they might be looking up at that one. We're just waiting for the results to come through, and then I will show you the grid here, guys, as well. And we're not just staring at a scenic cam for no specific reason. I promise you there is a reason why we are sitting here looking at this currently at the moment. Obviously, you've got the left-hand side that gives you where the teams are currently at the moment. So, yep, let's just see how this one pans out. And waiting for the results to come through before we can give you the grid here today. So there we go. So listen to me and Ewan waffle a little bit more before we go on to what plans to be, I think, an incredible race. I'm going to be excited to see the LMDHs, to see how they get through traffic. I think the poor old LMP2s are going to be up in arms about everything at the moment because they've got slower cars behind them and faster cars in front. And then the GT3s at the end, well, they've just got everybody in front of them. So it could be an interesting one. Could be an interesting one here as well. But we have got 6 hours, guys, so I'm sure they will possibly take it a little bit sensible, as we hope, don't we?
We certainly do hope. But as I say, logic is not always at play when these things happen down towards turn one, on lap one especially. Logic is not always the one that wins, unfortunately. So we'll just have to see, really, what happens. Yeah, quite how clean it is going to be. It just looked like qualifying has now finally come to a close. Not sure why it ran on for so long there at the end, to be honest.
Yeah, but here is the grid for the GTBs. Dennis Wolf is in first from Writer Engineering. Tom Dadswell second from Altitude Esports. Leonardo Marquez, Raycar Esports. Magic Arrow, Balastaroski in fourth. Luca Morelli in fifth for Epoch. Sixth is TR Geek Sim Energy. And Magic Shernick in seventh for Simtech Motorsport LMDH. And then Yannick Gerards is in ninth place. And then we go in to the LMP2s. Michel Sangali is in first. Christian Strettenberger in second. Hugo Arada in third. Winston Eckel fourth. Kevin Cordoba fifth. Leonardo Ziegler is down in sixth place. Patrick Cervezi in seventh. Lemmy Himich from eighth in Scorpion Racing Esports team there. Jans Kaiser from 505 Endurance Platinum Racing Team. Martin Beers is in 10th. Lithia Motorsports 11th. And then Cabono Esports in 12th place. On to the GT3 Pros. Lorenzo Castellini is in first. Roberto Frieza from Cabano Esports in second. Simvision Philip Barreto in third. Leo Racing Luigi Naspoli in fourth. David Petro in Kairos Esports in fifth. Jorge Rodriguez in sixth. Stephen Bird seventh. And Luis Mourinho in eighth place there. Then beyond that, we've got Niels Court in ninth, Josely Otero 10th, Paolo Tedolini in 11th, Josh Fletcher in 12th, Cristiano Rocca 13th, Gilf Afonso 14th, Alex Richardson 15th, Thomas Dunn 16th, Miles Owen 17th, Christopher Meyer in 18th. In the GT3 AMS, Rolf Omo in first, Daniel Kuhn second, Christopher Strickland in third, David DeMarco from CM and X MSI Gaming in fourth, Lewis Craig in fifth, Christoph Rose sixth, Stefan Kurzman seventh, Justin Cole eighth, Mateus Sauer 9th, and Brian Kraus is in 10th place. In 11th, Carlos Coxino and Pedro Brangara brings out the grid here of 54 cars on the grid currently for the first time out as we go on to the pace lap. So there we go. Absolutely incredible grid, and we'll sit here and watch them all go past us currently at this moment in time as well. And there is the LMP2s. Don't forget, they have got to give them a bit of time. They've got to give them at least a 10-second gap before they can go. So hopefully that will keep it nice and clean. But let's see what happens from here. Obviously, 5 hours, 58 minutes and change still going here as we see the LMP2s now going past us as well. The field of 24 cars. 12 cars going through, and then we got the GT3s, which is a little bit more on the grid. So stay tuned for this one. Hopefully you are here. As I say, if you are here, can subscribe, turn on the bells, give the video a big old thumbs up. That would be absolutely amazing. And sit back, relax, get some food in, get some popcorn, and get ready for the race, which I think, from our point of view up here in the booth, is going to be epic. I'm looking forward to this one. I think this is going to be an amazing race as we listen to the GT3s just go past us here today as well. So there we go. Everybody away, Ewan, currently at this moment in time. Everybody happy. No incidents so far.
Well, that would be a shock, to be honest, at this stage. It's going to be all about what happens this time next lap, really, as opposed to on the pace lap here. So, yeah, long time to think about this for everybody. Long time to think about what they're going to do down in towards turn 1. But as I mentioned, this is probably one of the easiest turn 1s to get through of the season. But it's everywhere else after that that's going to be the problem, in my opinion. Turn 3 is a little bit of a problem, a little bit further down the gears, but then turn 5 is going to be, a real heads-up moment for everybody, whatever class that you're in. So that's where the first opportunities of the race are going to come. But fortunately, at this circuit, turns 1 and 3 will funnel the field a little bit. It's not going to be like one of those big runs down into a hairpin like you'd get some other circuits, and so that will certainly help. But as we've said many times, let's hope we get a clean start to this one.
Yeah, now I have seen a start at Road America in a series that had a 16-car pile-up from the front of the grid. Third place man cut across fourth place man, and well, in a multi-class, you can imagine it was just chaos. So, you know, let's hope we don't get that, because that literally blocked the start-finish straight. So, yeah, 16-car pile-up in another series here. So let's hope we don't get that, and it all stays nice and clean as well. The LMDHs are coming down that run from 11 down into Canada Corner. Of course, there is 11A and 11B in the middle. We're not going to worry about that. We're going to go 11 to 12, because obviously, you know, we do love the Americans with their team numbers, don't we, Ewan? The corner numbers.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
Well, I don't know if we were supposed to put it like that.
Yeah, Road America is one of the worst ones for it, to be honest, in terms of naming corner. And then don't get me started. We'll talk about this later, because there's more important things at hand at the moment. But goodness me.
Oh, I love the just instant coming out. It's ridiculous. All right, Ewan. There we go. Never mind. Sit and calm down, sir. Calm down. As we got the start of the race coming up very, very shortly, we will catch up with the LMP2s and the GT3s once the LMDHs are underway. So let's see. The start zone, don't forget, is under the bridge at the top here before they can go. So be prepared. They are able to go anytime now. And they are underway. Dennis Wolf gets them away. Tom Dadswell, Leonardo Marquez, Balastaroski, all running nice and cleanly down, currently up into turn 1. The LMP2s are coming around the final corner. We will pick up the start of them. Here we go now with the LMP2s. Let's see how they get on. Everybody in the LMDHs has made it through cleanly. Into the start zone they go. They can go at any point between now and the line. And Sengali has gone. Strettenberger trying to follow him in the MRPs. Hugo Gonzalez Aranda behind him as well. All the way down into the first corner. Are they all going to make it through cleanly currently at this moment in time? They do. And then the field of the GT3s here are on the way. They're going into the start zone. Has he already gone? Has Castellini gone? He has already in that BMW with a Merc behind him of Cabano Esports Simvision right behind him as well. Let's track these going down into turn 1, see how they get on. Is anybody, there's going to be a lot of moves I think made here, but nobody is hopefully going to be going off, and everybody will get it through cleanly, and they do so here as well. But back up front, half a second, everybody made that through cleanly there, Ewan. That was impressive.
It was very, very impressive indeed. And yeah, looking down the order, nobody has fallen afoul of the opening lap here at Road America. So that is absolutely fantastic, and particularly fantastic for Wolf out front as well. It's an early lead for Right to Engineering Esports, making use of that pole position to lead through lap 1. But once again, Altitude Esports right behind them. This is going to be a good battle between these two early on in this race.
Yeah, it definitely is as well. It does look like Kevin Cordoba here from the Peaky Drivers LMP2 has dropped all the way down to the back of the field. I'm not entirely sure what's actually happened to him currently at the moment. It did come up that he had an incident, but nothing done at the moment as well. TR Geeks Energy here, tucked up Magic Arrow right behind him currently at this moment in time with Tarosky. So let's see how this one pans out and see how they get on. But it's going to be an interesting one as they run side by side round turn 1. This is where the chaos can start here, Ewan, isn't it, really?
That was very, very close. I think it was Cernak on the outside line there in the number 7 that just went out into the grass for Simtek and very nearly lost it as well. These cars, as I mentioned earlier on, very, very temperamental, very easy to lose them indeed, as it's side by side for 11th place in the background as well. We're going to see a lot of this over the next few moments. But as you can see on the track map at the top right-hand side of your screen, the gap between the back of the GT3s and the front of the GTP is already not that big.
Yeah, and currently at the moment, I believe that's Brian Krause from Fury Simsport Academy down in, well, what is technically 54th place, 13th in, 12th in class currently as well. He could be swamped if he's not careful. He needs to get a little bit on his bike to stay above it here as well. Down into the GT3s we go, Ingersoll Rand and the Leo Racing with Kairos Esports behind them as well. The BMW-led field, really, Ewan. I think we can say that comfortably. 2 Porsches involved in that, 2 Lambos, 2 Audis, Ferraris, and of course the BMWs, which seem to be the dominant car in this series so far.
Yeah, not a good start for the pole sitters there. Leo Racing Team already down to 3rd in this opening few moments. And, well, 3rd in GT3 Pro, that is. And we've got some of the GT3 AMs in amongst those pros as well, as far as I can see. So just behind, yeah, there is the leader in AMs. So Leo Racing Team, oh no, sorry, Leo Racing Team are, sorry, I was looking at the, dear me, I was looking at the 221, wasn't I? Yeah. And the 208 is still out front. Apologies for that. So they're still at 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's what was sending me for 6th there for a moment. But the AMs are just in behind, and they're having a close battle as well. It's awkward for them really, because they're in amongst people who aren't in their fight while they're trying to have their own battle. It's a bit of a weird one, a bit of an awkward one.
Yeah, it is. The difficult part of it as well is for these guys, is, as you say, when you get an AM in front of a pro, like Stephen Bird from the Platinum Racing Team Orange here, is he going to be sitting in his car thinking, why are you there? Like, you know, can you let me through? But there's no entitlement for them to let it through, is there? They don't have to do that.
No, absolutely. This is an overall positional battle here, and so you absolutely don't have to get out of the way at all for one of these drivers, and so that's where the frustration and the awkwardness really comes from, because Stephen Bird will obviously want to get through here and try and gain positions that way, because he is up there inside the top 10 in the pro category, but has got a few cars between himself and the next cars. Kairos Esports are ahead, and there are AMs separating him from them. But side by side in LMP2 a little bit further back. I think these two have both been off at some point. Well, Kevin Cordoba certainly has earlier on. But the overall leaders are about to embark on the GT3s, and we're only just getting to the end of lap 3.
So here we go. Start way off with Dennis Robin Wolf from Writer Engineering here, coming up to the back end of the GT3s, of course. That is currently Brian Krause. Michael Sonia is in the pits here early on lap 1. He is on the left-hand side. I believe that was, if that's CMX, yes, it was a drive-through for having the wrong number on there as well. So there we go. As the first run-through by lap 3. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's part of what's given by this separation between the classes, to be fair. That really reduces the amount of time there is between the start of the race and the first run through traffic. It means everybody's even closer together, but just look at the train on the track map at the moment. 30 GT3s, more than half of this field taken up by that category, and so this is going to be at least a few laps, I would say, for all of the GTPs to get through all of the GT3s. It's just going to take such a long time.
Yeah, and it's got to be done careful. Leonardo Marquez there nearly wasn't very careful. Got a bit of a slapper on. The team of the Altitude Esports team, Tom Dadswell here, weaving his way through as well. I think the hardest thing is for Marquez, really, when you're following somebody, so you're trying to keep the gap to the Altitude boys in front. You're trying to rush your moves, aren't you? Because you need to stay with them. You can't afford to let them have that 2 or 3 car gap in front of you of back markers that you need to be overtaking.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's always a dangerous game when you're trying to rush things a little bit and you're making dives that maybe you shouldn't quite be going for. That's when it does get that little bit dangerous. So you do have to be careful. Just look at this through the final corner. The race leader overall in all sorts of trouble there, side by side in some of the GT3s. Is he going to try and push it 3 wide here? He might well have to. He will do on the straight. Tom Dadswell doesn't have to slow down very much at all, and so he could have a shot at the lead here, but he won't quite. Nearly, oh no, not quite. Road America is just so narrow that even 3 wide in some parts of this racetrack, not quite possible.
Yeah, that was a very tight one there as well. That could have gone more drastically wrong than it did, but it was amazing that the guys from right around altitude got through it cleanly. 3 wide down any straight is tricky. They're going to want to try and clear at least one of these cars, if not 2. Dadswell wants to try and get the black car in front of him at the same time, because otherwise he's going to struggle with. That's the Chris Racing Green team. They have now passed him. So from Dennis Reuters as well. Oh, Dadswell's not going to get that one. Is he going to get him on the next one? He is. This is the thing, isn't it? It's like threading an eye on a needle.
It's toing and froing as well. Dadswell didn't have the look through turn 6, but he did through turn 7 as Wolf was slowed by one of the BMWs, I think that is. And now they'll both go round the outside of the next GT3 through the carousel. This is coming up to the kink now. This is why it's so dangerous, especially for the GT3s. They're so committed here. They're so on the edge, but the GTP's just on. And Wolf does the right thing there to stay behind and then go through at the next moment. Through this little weaving section, through the trees and towards Canada Corner. You're not going to push it 3 wide here, Tom Dadswell. And he doesn't into Canada Corner. They're getting towards the front runners now in GT3. This traffic is nearly over for the moment.
For the moment. we say that just as the LMP2s are latching onto the back of the GT3's arms as well. Dadswell got held up on the last corner. He didn't quite make it through that time around, but here is this run again down the straight, and his first run through for the DHSA. You've seen it from the chopper, and that was scary just from the chopper, let alone what it was like in the car. So well done to the guys here as well. Everybody got through as well. Justin Coe has unfortunately had an incident, and it's looked like he's dropped down the order there as well. So has Josh Fletcher. But that first run through, you must be sitting there thinking, how is this going to work? Are we going to be able to get through here? Because look at the chaos further back.
Yeah, is this going to work? Well, let's see. They're through the worst of it now. Oh, that was close. One of the BMWs not quite realising that there were 2 GTPs there, and they'll go side by side as much as Ceranak tries to make his move down in towards turn 5. He is smart and experienced enough to know that that's not a move you want to be making. Only 10 minutes into this race, so he'll stay behind. Simtech Motorsport, of course, with so much experience in sim racing and endurance racing as well. They've won many championships, many high-profile races as well. And they've got to have been around for in and around a decade now. And Cernak has been a part of that as well. He'll go down the inside at turn 8, maybe. Sticks the nose up there, and it will be round the outside of the carousel, which is an awfully long way.
Yeah, it is, and he just drops back there. Not entirely sure why he didn't carry the speed, but obviously from his point of view, he's now got that run down from 11 down into turn 12. That is them through the traffic as well. I bet there's a big old sigh of relief there that they've managed to make it through. So the boys at HW Racing are chasing down 505 Endurance. Oh, I heard.
Sorry, the Leo Racing Team 221 in GT3 just gone off. And it was a brief one by the looks of things, but dropping down from 4th place. So overtaken, and they're down to 8th as Niels Kaur gets down the inside. So Leo Racing Team did have 2 cars inside the top 5, but no longer.
Yeah, and then the GT3s are down here as well. Christopher Rowe from Chicane Online Racing Orange in the BMW against the Austrian Sim Racers Blue in the Porsche. Now, we have said the Porsche can do Porsche things, so it's going to be interesting to see how these guys cope with this car in front of them. Because the Porsche is a tricky car in general, but the BMW is underway and running up and down, and it is kind of that stable car. Justin Cole from Team Upstate GT3 is in the pits. He's been the only one that looks like he's had a major drama currently at this moment in time, so maybe we'll try and have a look back at that a bit later on. But mixing it up in the GT3 Pros now, all the way from 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. All mixed up in together, and then you throw in a BMW just for good health, and you've got a nice, interesting, well, mix of there as well, don't you think?
Wow, that was close. Was that David Flanagan maybe making his way through? One of the no, probably not. It's maybe Martin Perez, but yeah, one of the GTPs, excuse me, who's making their way through the order, through the GT3s a little bit after the rest. It's now the turn of the LMP2s to do this as the GT3s battle, especially for third place, as we're seeing here. Battle for second in LMP2 is also going on right now, down in towards turn 5, and they're in the traffic as well. Excuse me, it's not close as it was a couple of moments ago. The 115 has been able to get away ever so slightly from the 185 in the last couple of moments. That's Emil Racing currently in third place. Right behind, though, once again, it's toing and froing in the traffic. The battle will extend over a second and it will come right back together again in the matter of a few corners.
Oh, there's going to be... Oh!
No.
Well, it didn't really... The battle didn't nearly commence then, because Emerald Racing got very, very close to MRP, and that could have been that, I'm guessing. Really? There must have been a slight little bit of contact, if nothing else.
Oh,
no.
Oh! That's the kind of thing you got to avoid. That's the kind of thing that makes you nervous. And as you were referring to earlier, these are the kind of things that you wouldn't do if you were driving on your own. But because he's in a battle here, he's too fixated on the car in front, and making a dive like that on a car that looks very similar to his, actually, Maniti Racing, in the GT3 AM category, currently running in what is about 5th place right now. So that was pretty dangerous, really, and that's what you've got to avoid.
Yeah, and that's that mentality we said where you've got to try and stay with the car in front. You've got to try and get with him. You've got to try and follow him through traffic. You've got to, you've got to be there. And that's what it can lead to. So technically, you don't have to be there. Give them a minute, sit back, chill out, and then go again. Because at the moment, they're all going to struggle otherwise.
Yeah, he should have sat back there, really. And let's not forget, it's not a disadvantage to do that, because lift off going into the corner, you'll save a bit of fuel, and you can actually save a lot of fuel by just backing off. I'm thinking about this battle as well here for Olmo, who's currently in the lead, Rolf Olmo, who's currently in the lead of the GT3 AM category. He's right on the back of Karos here, who are in the pros. They're running 5th right now. He's having a good race, is the Spaniard, but just don't try and make a move here, in my opinion. Lift off into the corners, save that little bit of fuel. You might even get an extra lap out of it around a circuit like this. But if not, you'll get a shorter pit stop, and you don't get the trouble of having a side-by-side battle either.
Yeah, I'll get a racing driver into the booth, and you can tell them that.
Well, it's not going to go through, is it? It'd be like talking to a brick wall.
Yeah, it will go in one side and come completely out the other, to be honest, because you can't tell a racing driver not to do something. You can't tell Olmo, who's here laying a big old statement down on the rest of the Anfields, because then Daniel Kuhn, right behind, is down in TR Geeks Energy, is 9 seconds back from him at the moment. He can open up, if he keeps climbing, he can open up a pit stop gap before he goes anywhere. Tadolini down from YS Sim Racing. Here's having a nice little tidy battle. He's tucked up currently at the moment with Proto Sim Esports as well. And just in the mix, we got an LMP2 there. So,
Emerald.
Yeah, MRP and Emerald. Again. Oh, man. I'm waiting for the first one. I'm waiting for the first. Oh, no. And then we look back and it's an LMP2 and a GT3 or an LMDH and a GT3. If you look at a shot in the background there, you've got three classes all in one shot. LMP2, GT3 and LMDH. So, I'm waiting, Ewan. I think I'm waiting with apprehension. I'm waiting with bated breath for whether or not that's gonna happen as such.
Yeah, we're going to get all 4 classes together here very soon, by the way, because Josh Fletcher is not far in front of the overall race leader and about to get lapped for the second time. Fletcher currently the last of the cars who's not pitted yet. I don't know about Justin Cole down in pit lane in the 393, but Josh Fletcher on the back of the GT3 Pros has clearly had an issue at some point, and he's not got the overall race leader too far behind him right now as Kevin Cordoba continues his run back through the field after qualifying inside the top 5. He's clearly had an issue on the opening couple of laps. He's battling his way through the LMP2 field.
Yeah, Tadolini there, side by side, currently with a Chris Racing Green. He's just made that overtake and he's just gone through. So there we go. That one is done. Battle down in the LMP2s, of course. Scorpum and obviously Kevin Cordoba Cordoba got held up there. There wasn't really anywhere for him to go. Unfortunately, he's just going to have to sit there and wait. Did he make it through? He does. He runs around the outside of the carousel. There's the Chris Racing Green guys in front of him as well. How is he going to be able to play this bit of traffic? Because this, again, is scary in its own right when you'll be looking at the traffic that they've got to deal with. Round here as well, down on that run, down into Canada Corner. All clear so far. That looked a little bit more cleaner. There was a little bit more gaps there, wasn't there, really, for them to be able to get through?
Yeah, a little bit more give and take, and that's exactly the right way to do it, in my opinion. Just wait a little bit through the kink, because the GT3s are just so on edge through there that you can't push them any further than they're already pushing their own cars. That's just going to tip them over the edge, and they're already teetering over it. So you do have to be very careful with them. The overall lead has got up to 3 seconds, by the way, as Wolf gets into the GT3 traffic once again. And this is why I mentioned that this... Oh, that's a late move. Oh, my God. That was into turn 1, and thankfully everybody got away with it. But I think that was Cordoba again. No, it wasn't.
Kaiser.
It was the 150. Yeah, Kaiser just diving at turn 1. It's barely a braking zone for those prototypes. But even so, once again, the GT3s through these high-speed corners are on edge so much more than the prototypes.
Yeah, you can't be doing that. That's just living your life on your own edge.
We've got a car off at turn 1. I'm not sure who it is, but I think it was a GT3 Pro that has just got back going again.
I think that was Alex Richardson.
Yeah, saw at turn 1 as the GTPs come through for a second time. As I say, this is the most dangerous part of the race, in my opinion.
Yeah, it definitely is. Let's have a look back and see what happened to Alex here. Sure, it's not, hopefully it won't be a lot. Oh,
wow. On his own.
On his own, turn 1. Ouch. A little bit of a love tap of the wall there as well. So, not great. But there we go. So we go back to live pictures.
Hopefully he would have avoided damage, really. And hopefully, well, not in terms of damage, but in terms of a meatball. Because you can pick them up really, really easily. Even sometimes for barely anything at all, you can pick up a meatball that sets you minutes back. And maybe that's what's happened to Justin Cole, actually. He's still in pit lane more than 11 minutes later, as we've got Lemmy Michet off the road in the 130 LMP2 as well. That's going down towards Canada Corner, and that's a really dangerous one. That's a really, really dangerous one. I think there's been an incident at the kink there for Scopum Racing, because that's the high-speed part of the racetrack and something you don't want to see. And there it is. Oh, my word.
Whoa.
Oh, and somebody else involved as well.
Cordoba.
Oh, it is, yeah, you're right. They've had a terrible start to this race, although admittedly not as bad as Scopum's start now, but even so, a terrible start for Kevin Cordoba. And I don't know if I'd blame anyone for that particularly, really.
No, there wasn't really a whole lot you can do there, was there really? It was just, unfortunately, it looks like he come across and caught the GT3 and then it all kind of just went a little bit wrong. And then, of course, Cordoba just come in and lost half of his car somewhere along the lines as well. So, unfortunately for them ones, it is a battle here. Chris Racing, Alex Richardson still coming back through, making a move past Marcus Dutch from the Austrian Sim Racing Blue. That is a job done for them as well. So they're now up into 15th in class here as well today for the GT3s in Road America. Daniel Kern from the TR Geeks Energy and Gilf Alfonso battling it away nicely. This is a mixture of AMs and pros here. Now it does look like Daan Pepels is back in the car. Warning for YSIM SimSport PEC 205 blocking another car.
Okay, well, that's an interesting one. Must be moving more than once on a straight, I suppose.
Yeah, that's Tandolini.
Or sometimes you do get in trouble for... Oh, that's quite a dive on Dan, and he's going to be tapped around. Well, that wasn't his fault at all.
No.
That was... I don't know who is in that BMW
Christopher
there.
Rowe.
Oh, dear, that was dangerous, but he's fine. Yeah, that wasn't his fault at all there. Got dived, and the BMW on the inside didn't quite make the corner. And unfortunately... they've been made to feel the consequences of someone else's mistake, and the tyres are very hot now, as you can see.
Yeah, he's down to the. He's now down in last in the field of GT3s currently at the moment. The weather conditions are 40 degrees track temperature here as well, partly cloudy. So, you know, They're getting hot. So let's see that one as well. Kevin Cordoba is in the pits with Morelli, of course, from Epoch Motorsport. Looks like Morelli may have had an incident there as well. No reason for him to be in the pits.
Yes.
He has.
Yeah,
Luca
there has
Morelli.
been an incident there.
Yeah.
That's for Epoch Motorsport.
He come across the GT3.
And it's that section again that has claimed another victim. And I said earlier on it was going to be the real point in the track where the incidents are going to happen if they are going to come. And unfortunately, well, it has done there for our first GTP down pit lane today.
Yeah, you can't come across a GT3 like that. You've got to give yourself room to actually get past it before you try and take the nose off it. That didn't kind of work in my book. I'm not quite sure what he was expecting, whether or not he was expecting the GT3 to back off or not. But you can't have that expected right to come across somebody like that.
We've also got Martin Beershoff in the 110 as well, down at turn 8, just before the carousel. I think he's got going now. Yeah, he has, just in amongst the... well, sort of. And there's a Mercedes stop there as well.
That's Roberto Freezer.
It is. Yeah. Off the road. I wonder, they must have come together, I guess. The LMP2s, though, should have been a long way past the GT3s by that point. So, be interested to see what happened there. That's side by side. I think Freezer's been thrown straight into a battle there. He has done. And unsurprisingly, he's lost out as well.
Yeah, he has. But let's have a look and see. I'm going to start it off where Beers went off. Okay.
Well, that could be part of the problem. The internet there.
Yeah, that didn't help there.
Technical.
Let's have a look at Freezer. So this is with an LMP2 behind him. Surely that was all on his own, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was, yeah. No contact there. And the LMP2 almost had to come to a complete stop there. I wonder if that was teammate action there between those two. The two belonging to... Well, I can't find them on the entry list now, typically. But yeah, anyway. They look like very similar liveries.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was their Cardano Esports Black, their LMP2 team. It was 181. And then Freezer, obviously, Roberto Freezer being down in their GT3. So I'm thinking that's probably why they had the same livery situation on as well. We got little back gaps starting to appear. This is one gap that isn't really appearing. Simvision, Ingersoll Rand, Kairos, Picky Drivers and the Platinum Racing Team. Orange is a little bit further back here in the GT3 battle currently at this moment in time as well. There's a lot going on currently here in the GT3 section. Not so much in the LMP2s and the LMDHs currently at the moment.
Yeah, there are one or two battles, but they're quite distant at this stage. Fran Garcia has gotten into the 122, by the way. That's a driver change. And Nick Kirstens as well in the 110 that has come down pit lane. So that's the 110. That must have been a technical there for Beers, because he definitely well, the brake's just locked. I think his brake pedal's jammed on or something. Something technical's gone on there, and so they've had to do a driver change, and they'll be back out again soon. And Luca Morelli hopefully will be as well. But no confirmed retirements just yet. Justin Cole has got back out there again after nearly 15 minutes in the box, and he rejoins in last place.
Yeah, Josh Fletcher has just gone past ProSim Esports here. Well, saying he's got past, he had got past until coming up onto that run into turn 6, of course. There we go, he is definitely through this time around. So a good run out there for Josh Fletcher. The little battle here with YS Sim Sport with the Cabano Esports of Freezer coming through the field. Of course, you saw Freezer had a spin on his own there in turn 8 on this circuit, so he is trying to make his way back through the field. He was absolutely barnstorming start, and one that Freezer will try and hopefully recreate, really, Ewan. I think that's the thing, isn't it? He's got to try and get back into his mindset now and get moving again. Now, it has been said the GT3s will be able to go about 26 laps. I have had a rumour that there's a certain team trying to push it to 28 in the pit stop, so that's going to be an interesting one. Stefan Koosman and Alex Richardson here from the Louis Gregg, sorry, from the Chris Racing Blue team. racing down into turn 1 side by side currently at the moment. That is blue and green on the same piece of track. You saw them further back. And Maniti has made it through, so not a bad move whatsoever. Tannellini's still battling away here, and the interesting thing now is we've got Team Upstate, LMDH, trying to come through the middle of them as well, Ewan.
Yeah, that was awkward because Fraser wanted to make that move, and he has done now, but it did certainly stop that GTP in its tracks, and it will do again in towards Corvette. But the driver in the faster class doing exactly the right thing there. Lift off into the corners, save that little bit of fuel, short shift as well. You know, just feather the throttle there, and now you can go, now that the track has opened up a little bit. So, yeah, doing it absolutely perfectly, in my opinion, David Flanagan. He is a fair way off the leaders at this stage, but you know, he'll be able to save a bit of fuel as a result of all of that, and that is going to be a good thing no matter where you're running.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This is the difference between somebody being sensible and trying to get to the race done, because he knows this is going to be a long race, right? He knows where he's going to be. He's got to be sitting back thinking of the long haul. You know, he's just cut through traffic there. He was sensible. He lifted. He waited. He didn't get rushed into it. He didn't feel panicked or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. He's 13 seconds away from Octopus Racing Team, but maybe he might have felt panicked if he was a little bit further closer to them. But that's kind of the way to deal with that traffic, isn't it? You've got to be sensible to get through like that.
Yeah, you certainly do. And so it is just all about being sensible at this stage in the race, as we do have our first drive-through of the day coming through. It is, well, I can't quite see who it's for at the moment.
Chicane Online Racing Orange, 369 causing a collision. That was with Peoples, where he went up the inside and dived him up the inside.
That was quick.
Yeah.
So fair play to the stewards for that one, because yeah, very quick. But yes, and by the way, I would be surprised. I mean, I'm not saying you're incorrect, but 26 laps for a GT3 stint seems like a not very long time to me. I would have thought they'd be able to go at least an hour in this race. I wouldn't be expecting the winning GT3 teams to be making any more than 5 stops today, but maybe they will do.
Well, you got to think 2 minutes a lap, and they can go another 10 laps. Well, that was given to me by a driver.
Yeah, I know, that's why I'm not doubting it.
But I'm not saying it could be correct either. 2 minutes per lap, they've got half an hour. So I'm not saying he's going to be wrong, but it's a possibility that he might be. He might be. But let's see how it goes here. Lorenzo Castellini has got an LMP2 there. Nick Kirsten's coming back through the field, of course, took the car over from Beers. We think Beers had a technical issue, and it definitely looked a little bit more technical than it did a purposeful crash off the side of the road there.
Yeah, the brakes just locked completely down in towards, what was it, turn 8?
Yeah, turn 8.
Yeah, turn 8. But yeah, that would be a reason for a driver change, and so I'm not surprised in the slightest that they went for that in the end. But once again, the LMP2's coming back through some more GT3 traffic in a few moments' time, and the GTPs that we're seeing here will be on that soon as well. Robert Wayne has been holding off Jacques Delgado for quite some time now in this battle for 8th place, but they're continuing to lose time to, well, pretty much everybody else in front of them. Yeah,
but I suppose from their point of view, they're still on track, which, you know, for that alone is coming into the first half an hour is a good shout. So, you know, it swings in roundabouts, doesn't it? I think that's the thing with this. They've got to be looking at the positives compared to the negatives. Yes, Robert Wayne is 8 seconds behind the DLR Rotary Industry car, but he's still on track going after half an hour through the first lot of run-throughs. The cars are slightly getting a little bit more spread out now, so I'm not saying they're miles apart. Please don't put that in chat. I am aware they're all still close together. I can see it on the track map, but they're a little bit more spread where it makes traffic management a little bit more easy, I suppose.
Yeah, I think it does, certainly. And we're going to get pit stops soon as well for the prototypes. So, well, the next 10 minutes or so. So it won't be very much packed together like we've seen in the past from now on. It's just going to be very, very busy for the remaining of the race, just generally. I mean, from this point on, there will become a point in this race where one of these, especially a GTP team, probably everybody really, there will become a lap in this race, and it probably may have already gone, where they would have had their last lap not having to overtake anybody. they'll have to overtake obviously someone in their own class, or more likely someone in a slower class for the GTP. I think that will be an occurrence on every single lap from now until the end of the race.
Are we saying lap 3 before they started lapping the GT3s would have been the last one before they had somebody to overtake?
Not quite, because we saw when you get through the GT3s, you do have a few laps in between, but when you're getting back around to them again. So it wasn't quite lap 3, but it might well have been, lap 8 or 7 or something like that.
But everybody seems to be managing nice and comfortably currently at the moment. Don't forget, guys, in chat, if you are a driver of this series and you are racing today, you can pop into the interview room and have a chat with us, and we will talk about how your team's getting on as well. So don't forget, you can jump in. Don't be shy. We don't bite. You can come and have a talk to us as well, and the interview room is open there waiting for you all to jump in here as well. HW Racing got Bazinga Motorsports currently in front of them, going through what is known as this little bit of traffic section that could cause us problems. But yes, no, too close. Oh, okay.
And we
went in. Whew.
Yeah, this is an early one. But Patrick Scovassi won't be complaining. He'll be up to 6th place. It's the 4th team in LMP2, so a third of the teams have now been into pit lane, but hopefully this is going to be a shorter one for Leonard Ziegler, because the shortest pit stop so far has been 2 minutes 46.
Yeah, we think that was obviously involved in people having the incidents, wasn't it? And earlier on, so let's see how they get on, and hopefully we'll be able to see what specifically happens here within this pit stop cycle. Leo Racing 221, Chicane Online Racing Red, Nils Kors, of course. No Nils from the different series of endurance that they were involved with. So it's great to see Nils on track here as well, doing an absolutely stellar job. 6th in class currently, 7th with Nespolino right behind him at this moment in time, further down in the GT3 Pros. So it's been quite an interesting one, I think, from our perspective, because in a weird kind of way here. Whoa!
Oh dear. Well, what has gone on there? This is the battle. Yeah, it's the battle in GTP. For 6th place. A couple of the GT3s falling afoul of that. It's going to be a really busy part of the race once again. If you just look at, the leader's about to pass the leader in LMP2, who's coming up on everyone in GT3. Well, not everyone, but quite a lot of the drivers in GT3. So it's going to get very busy again, and maybe incidents like that will become a little bit more common.
Yeah, Kona from the LMP2 team down in 9th place for Bazinga Racing went off track as well. He unfortunately has been off. I want to have a look back at this incident and see where this works out here. Just waiting for these guys to clear this little bit of traffic, which they have done. Did he just get run? Yeah. What?
Yeah. It wasn't
the
traffic.
The brake.
It wasn't the traffic at all that really. Did that. It was the BMW.
What's the stop?
Well,
do you see the snap in the middle?
Well, yeah. I mean,
he had to brake to slow the car down. Unfortunately, then got rear-ended. So,
Well, it doesn't really matter if he's braking. If he's out of shape, he'll be slowing down anyway. To be fair, so the BMW probably should have avoided that really, and maybe a penalty will be going their way as a result of that. As the battle in GT3 Pro continues, this is the 205 getting inside the top 10.
Literally, he's got somebody literally tucked up right behind him. There he is, as well, from YSim and ProSim Esports, and then throwing in an LMP2 in the mix just for good health, and an LMDH behind that as well. So here we go. This is where we're going to be able to see the LMDH come flying through. 2 LMP2s on the outside, GT3s on the inside. Keep your race in line, boys, as it was expressed in the driver briefing. So,
that's close.
Yeah, maybe not quite like that.
No, that was that was not keeping the line at all. Almost sideswiped one of the BMWs. That LMP2. Just that one behind Rocha here. Gil Afonso, it would have been. Gil Afonso, but they all made it through, and the battle will continue. I've been pleased with just how clean this race has been so far. We have had incidents, and Daan Pepels is off again. But you know, nobody's out the race, which, to my knowledge anyway, which is a good thing. As some more LMP2 pit stops happen and more scheduled ones as well.
Yeah, definitely the LMP2s are starting to come in. Sangali's in from Leo Racing. Kaiser's in from 505, of course. That allows MRP to be taking the lead currently at this moment in time. So Hugo Aranda from Emerald is in second. Platinum Racing Team, Air Blue in the third place here, of course. Not quite sure why Austrian Sim Racers is showing up down there. It's a little bit bizarre on the timing tower. We'll have to check that one out in the process from Marcus Deutsch from the Austrian Sim Racers. Mixing up in a GT3 AMS, apparently. Just bear with.
Well, no, they are meant to be there because they've got a number 300, but they're just pink for some reason. Even though they should be orange to denote a GT3 AM, but they are in that category as far as I can tell. Yeah, the blue car, the 375, is certainly an AM. So don't know why he's pink.
No, he is definitely showing up on the screen as an AM. Marcus Deutsch, Austrian Sim Racers, as an AM.
It is bizarre to have a second name of Deutsch when you're Austrian, isn't it? But there we are.
So they Austrian Sim Racers are AMs, aren't they? Sim Racer Blue?
Yeah, they definitely are AMs, yeah. They definitely are. And also, in case you're confused at home as well, the 51 there of Michael Sonia is definitely a GT3 AM as well, but they selected the wrong number earlier and had to take a drive-through penalty for it as well.
Yeah, Austrian Sim Racers Blue are an AM. Now excuse me while I carry on. You carry on talking for a minute, mate. He is. I don't understand what that's up to then, to be fair, because he is registered as an AM in the driver overrides as well. And but there we go. Let's go back up here and worry about that a bit later on with Christian Rocca, Luis Marino and Paolo Tardolini all battling away in the GT3s as well. The LMP2s are in. Schottenberger, Dadswell and Wolf are in the LMDHs here, both in together. See how this one pans out and see who gets out where. I think they're going to be coming out pretty much close as you can be here.
Well, this is a bit of a worry for me in terms of fuel already, because we're not 40 minutes into this race just yet, and you ideally do want to make it 40 minutes. It's 31 seconds in the box for both of them, and that's not a particular surprise, but everybody else in the field apart from them, the top 8 have gone through, and they're all going to make the 40-minute mark, which would in theory reduce and take away that final pit stop from them as well. It's also a bit of a worry in LMP2 making 40 minutes. So far, Emerald Racing are the only ones who have made it as one of the Porsches goes off. I think that could be the 375 we were just talking about. It just went off there at the exit of turn 3.
Yeah, Marcus Deutsch.
It was, yes, it was him.
Oh,
just lost it
look at the car.
Lost it on power.
Car does not look healthy.
Can't quite see if he's got suspension damage from it.
It's got to have been something. We can have a look back and see what he was up to.
Ironically, that is one of the parts of the circuit where the walls are quite far away. That GTP is very lucky to avoid incident. And in the end, he avoids it. Well, he might have brushed the wall, the fence there, but ironically, especially for this circuit, the wall's a very long way away from the road.
Yeah, it definitely is there as well. Trackside Esports Maniti racing yellow down in the GT3s, currently battling away for 3rd and 4th place in class at this moment in time as well. And they're flying around quite nicely here at the moment as well. 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all very close together in the GT3 Pros, doing an absolutely stellar job. Half the field of the LMDHs is in the pits, literally. So we expected Dennis Wolf and Tom Dadswell to start overlapping them as well. Where are they? There they go. Wolf's just gone past. I think Dadswell's going to come past, and you're going to see a strewn of cars in the left-hand side. There they go. There they all are. Dadswell comes and overtakes them all. So there we go.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Marquez gets out there first. Anyone with a longer or shorter stop? Not really. in this one. 31 or 32 seconds for everybody. And that is about where you want to be. But as I mentioned, a little bit of a worry for Wolf and Dazwell that they weren't able to go the 22 laps. That's going to be the magic number in this race by the looks of things. Getting 22 laps here, getting to 40 minutes. But in the end, the two teams there are the top two, and they might be quick enough to make an extra stop and still beat everyone else anyway.
Because they haven't stopped yet, Yannick Gerard. I haven't got them down stopping.
He will stop this lap, you'd imagine. 23 laps. That's really putting the... If he's been backing off and saving fuel this stint, then his team needs to tell him to open the taps a little bit more on this next one. If he's just been going at his normal pace anyway and getting that fuel mileage out, then that's very, very impressive.
Yeah, he does. It's gone in this time around, which is going to allow Dennis Wolf, I would have thought, to retake that lead. However, he is coming down to Canada corner, passing one of the Chicane Online Racing boys there, Chicane Online Racing Red. So Dennis Wolf has got through and expected to take the lead at the end of this lap. These guys down in GT3s, though, look like they're having a nice little comfortable battle here as well, with Breda from SimVision, Ingersoll, Kairos and Peaky Drivers all battling away quite nicely. I think that's the interesting thing of the fact that they're all still quite close together, even though we're sort of nearly 45 minutes in.
Absolutely. It's very encouraging to see. It's been a good race so far. And the battle's not slowing down by the looks of things, and won't be slowing down anytime soon by the looks of it. Speaking of GT3s, pretty sure that I just saw somebody off the road on the exit. Brian Kraus off the road at the exit turn 5 there. Not sure whether he had an incident or not, but he's down to 8th place now and not far behind Michael Sonnier, as Marcus Dutch also comes into pit lane to maybe repair a bit of damage, maybe get some new tyres, and here's the incident.
Oh, they were together, Sonnier and Kraus.
That is awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, because then he goes off at the top.
That was Sonnier.
Yeah,
so how is Kraus already right behind him again?
Well, apparently Sonnier goes off a little bit further down the line here. Whether or not that's under his own fruition or coming out soon. Quite sure where it happens. Let's have a look and see. No, he gets involved there, so he does go off there.
Yeah, I don't think Kraus gives enough space there, really. You know, Sonnier is on the outside line. He's on the curb, yes, but he does need some space to come back onto the tarmac there on the right-hand side. So I find that hard to really pin any blame on Sonnier, really, for just holding his line on the outside, really.
Yeah, he's got to be given him room to come back on as well. They're going to try and... No. Boys. Don't do that. Like, don't take that... Oh, I almost thought with that 2 GT3s and the LMDHs there, they were going 3 wide at one point. So that could have been even more scary for both of them there at the same time. As Tadolini is in front here with the Emerald boys up there in... Currently, where are the Emeralds? I lost.
Sure.
XPD.
This is a little bit further down, and a battle between a pro and an AM. What we're watching at the moment. The battle in for the AM lead, by the way, is very, very close. Danu Kun and Rolf Olmo is in the front at the moment. They're not far away from the overall leaders in GT3. They're having a fantastic time of things, despite being in the AM category. And yeah, there's the Kairos car. They're currently running in 4th overall, so 5th overall is Rolf Olmo and the leader in the AM category of GT3. So a very good start to the race for them, and for some reason the timer screen is lying through its teeth to me, because second place is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, that Geeks Energy. They're a long way back. Currently down in 36th overall. While these guys are in...
I've read the wrong column.
You got it?
I've read the wrong column.
Okay.
It's not lying to me. I'm lying to myself.
Okay.
So it's not a battle for but even so, to be top 5 in an AM team is quite remarkable, really.
Yeah, well, Beretta here from SimVision is having a battle with the guys from the Ingersoll Rand, and we've got 3 BMWs, a Lambo, and then 2 more BMWs there. So, as we were talking about a BMW-led field, it definitely is a BMW-led field. So, Don Trott there as well. HW almost did a nice overcut on cars 150 there from 505 as well. GT3 pit at 26. Yeah, I'm a bit lost at that. That's what we were talking about earlier on, Zhao. Could that be the case, though, due to the fact that we're seeing everybody else going in a little bit earlier?
Well, no, the prototypes come in after 40 minutes these days. That's kind of common.
That's a given, isn't it?
The days are gone of 50-minute stints, unfortunately. Back in the LMP1 days, they used to do 50 minutes on a tank. LMP2s used to do 45, but in these new regulations for the past 6 years or so, they've done 40 minutes. And that's going to turn this race into a 9-stop race, I think, which does create an awkward tyre stint in there, but we'll get to that later. The GT3s, I think, should be able to make the hour, and it's a similar situation, like we were talking about making 40 minutes in the prototype categories, the 2 prototype categories. You've got to make the hour in GT3, and in my opinion, 26 laps is not going to do that for you. 28 might, but ideally, in my opinion, you want to go 29 laps, and you'll be pretty safe and secure knowing that you'll only have to do 5 stops this race.
Yeah, I can't see them hitting 26. We're on 26 now. Well, technically, they're only on 22, I suppose, because they've only done 22 laps compared to, obviously, the lap count on the left-hand side, which is the leading LMDH, of course. So, in about 12 minutes, they would have done another 4 laps. It's possible, you know.
12 minutes, 4 laps? I think that 12 minutes is too long for 4 laps. Yeah, and it'd be 3.5. So Castellani's currently running lap 23 with 12 minutes to go. He'll get to the end of this with 11 minutes to go. So, yeah, if you can do... Yeah, I think 28 might just scrape it. 28 laps might just scrape it, but 29 to be secure. And as Zhao's saying in the comments there, I find it hard to believe 26 laps. I really do.
I'm a bit lost as well, but as I say, it was given to me from a driver, so we will only take it as possible until we actually get to lap 26 for the GT3s. Which is going to be in about 3 laps time, of course. Castellini here currently just coming around to the complete lap 23, so it's obviously 3 laps time, 24, 25, 26, you know, quick maths. So we'll have to see how that one goes as well. Ralph Omo, Peaky Drivers, GT3 AM, still mixing it up with the pros, which I think is incredible. And we were talking about iRacing, that looked close. We were talking about iRating earlier on, and this is a perfect example, right? The Ralph Omo 2.2, leading GT3 Pro, nearly 6K, and yet he's not far off his pace of what he's doing.
No, and this is the problem with the iRating, in my opinion. I think it's a good idea to use it in this format, in this championship, but you do need to watch out for these drivers who are really, really quick for their iRating. I don't think this has been the case in particularly championships yet, but you've got to be careful of drivers who are also not unheard of for people to make other accounts and for a lower iRating so they can get into weaker fields and win. But you know, I'm not saying that's the case here, of course, but almost certainly a lot better than what his iRating is showing, because I think if he was in this pro category, he could fight harder for this, and he could be on a podium right now, really.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see what the Peaky Drivers here of Ralph can do for the rest of this, because, as I say, mixing it out with people sort of 2 to 3K, 4K above you is a really great effort there, and it's good to see that he's seems to be enjoying himself down in that class at the moment. You know, it's a great effort overall, isn't it?
It is a great effort to see. And so yeah, it's strong. But once again, you're only as strong as your slowest driver. And I would argue that the next driver, whoever gets in here, is going to be slower than Olmo. So otherwise, they wouldn't have him qualify the car. So you do need to be wary of that. And that's where the other teams have got to keep their motivation going. That the race will come to them a little bit later on. They're having their good times now, but it will come to them a little bit later as Thomas Dunn goes off in the 207 GT3 Pro car. That was at Corvette turn 6, and I think he's only just rejoined. Has he even done now? I think he has just got back going again now, but that's lost him a lot of time.
Yeah, there he is there. We can have a look back and see what happened to him.
Damage.
And some severe damage there. Let him through. I'm wondering though, because Stephen Bird also went off round about the same time here.
Yeah, there could be. Oh well, it's just dropping on the grass, and it's going to hit the wall here. Oh, there it is. and that's going to require some repairs for the Audi. Luckily, the pit stops are not that far away anyway, but there's going to be some damage to repair there.
Yeah, Stephen Bird went not long before that.
I think this could be it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah,
it.
There we are.
Just that slight little run wide, but there we go.
It's a bit of tunnel vision there, really. As a faster prototype went through, he tried to take it at the same speed, and obviously in a GT3, that's not going to happen. So a little bit of tunnel vision, but happens to everyone.
Yeah, I've done
Used
that.
to happen to me chronically.
I know. That was my situation as well. I'd end up following a car into the gravel. And I'm sitting there going, what? The track goes the other way. Okay.
So, first pit stop, first scheduled one. Well, is it scheduled? Who was that?
Sonia.
Yeah. He's had issues early on. That's only 24 laps, so that's not even the reduced 26 we were talking about. Surely that can't be scheduled. It looks like it is. It looks normal.
Yeah, it looks normal. It doesn't look like he's caused any problems. It looks like he just went into the pits there as well. Strickland and Richardson from the Chris Racing Green boys and the Maniti Yellow Ferrari down in 3rd and 4th in the GT3 AM class. Currently battling away quite nicely. I don't know if this Magic 26, you know.
I'm suspicious
still,
of it, you know.
Yeah, still suspicious about it as well. But anything can happen, as we know, and that's the problem, isn't it? And maybe we don't know something that they know, or somebody's telling me something that, you know, could be a bunch of hop swoggle to put people off. I don't know, but normally when somebody sends me information, it's normally generally correct. They're like, we're going to do this. And I'm like, all right, thank you. It's like a secret code every now and then. I used to get it a lot in another series where somebody used to message me information about the other drivers. So-and-so's on this pit stop strategy. We're going to be doing this one. And it was all very James Bondy. I felt like a super spy at one point. It was quite cool. As we can see Strickland around the outside of the Mini Yellow going into Canada corner. Is this going to be job done? It is. Not much of a fight. I don't think, to be honest, it's worth fighting anyone. Currently drive through for team 389, Fury Simsport Academy, causing a collision.
389? 389 or 3?
Brian Krause.
Yes, Brian. Oh, so was that the incident with Sonia there, where Krause went off the road? Was that the incident he's got to drive through there?
Yeah, must have done.
I
That's
can't
a
think
bit
of another
harsh,
one.
isn't it?
That's very harsh, I think.
What, this one?
If it is this one. Sorry, no. The penalty was given to Krause, correct? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree then, yes. Actually, no, I agree.
I concur with the stewards, everybody. Please don't DM Ewan. He concurs. He's there.
Sorry, yeah, I got it mixed up. I thought it was the opposite. I thought they were giving a penalty to the Mercedes.
No.
There, which I would have thought would be really harsh. But Krause. You could argue, I guess, that Krause punished himself, but I get the reason for the penalty anyway. You can't judge penalties by the consequences of what's happened, but purely by the actions, and that's what they've done there. So no, I do agree.
Mr. Hedge, so what lap do they need to be pit to remain on target? Well, we think we've got this thing of 26 laps, right? But Castellini is coming to the end of his now. So
This could be big.
Is it?
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we really do have a mathematical equation on our hands now.
Because he's in 26 laps.
Well, that really, really surprised me. 55 minutes in a GT3, but Barretto will carry on. Now, This is where it gets especially interesting.
Stephen Bird's going in. Niels Kaur's going in. What is Roberto Friese going to do? Looks like he's carried on. Naspolino.
Some people have been saving here. Some people have definitely been saving here, and that's partly why they were able to build such a big lead.
Yeah, it's like half the GT3 field are going into the pits here. What about Tadolini? What are you going to do, sir? You're coming around the fight. Let him go if you're going in, because it's going to... Yeah, he is. Daniel Kuhn in. Kurzman carries on. Richardson
not in.
In.
That race leader in GT3, I'm not in. So yeah, there's a lot going on here. Who can make it? I think 28 laps might just be enough. As by the way, the previous race leaders are now down to 5th place, but Alessio Bernardini has gotten into the 208 Leo Racing Team car that should surely rejoin in the race lead when it all shakes out.
Definitely as well. But it's, yeah, all of them are strewn in and out. So that 26 laps information then wasn't too bad. It was correct.
No, not too bad at all, but equally surprising, I've got to say. Equally surprising. So Barretto continues. As I say, if he can get to 28 laps, he might just be able to stretch it. But, by the way, we're seeing a lot of driver changes here. Martin Hobson's into the 214. Alessio Bonino into the other Leo Racing Team car. Yeah, a remarkable amount of driver changes after only an hour of driving.
Well, they might be tired.
It's only an hour.
Can you drive for an hour, Ewan?
Not at the pace that these guys are going, no.
Can you drive multi-class with lots of cars around you?
I've not tried, actually.
Well,
well, not
go.
this many cars, anyway.
Well, yeah,
Probably about 20 odd. I want to see if Barretto carries on here. So, the 220 is going to make it to 28 laps here, but the two behind aren't going to make it.
Almost in as well.
Yeah, three behind. Freezer's in. So everybody else is in. We'll wait for the other two AMs, but they won't matter too much in terms of the overall race. So Felipe Barretto is the only one to make 28 laps. And even then, I think he's really scraping it into making it on 5 stops today. It's going to be a 6-stop race in the GT3. And I'm very, very surprised about that, I've got to say.
Oh, he's got 3 wide. Oh,
and on the grass as well.
Oh, man, that was scrappy. Chris Racing Blue there. That was a very scrappy move.
There must have been an incident here. That Ferrari's slowing down to let the BMW back through again. I think that Ferrari made contact with the BMW, which sent it off the road, and he's now redressed that position.
Yeah, it's Felipe Barretto. No, Barretto was the one who ran wide. Unless it was Caleb Koski, it might be. Yeah, Caleb from Chris Racing Blue went off.
Oh, okay.
That's what he did before.
That was on his own.
Yeah.
So why was the Ferrari so slow on this lap then? That could be Justin Cole, actually. Just trying to stay out of everyone's way.
Drive through for 169 for Bazinga Motorsports, causing a collision.
Right, okay. Oliver Conart.
Have we missed
wheel there.
something?
That was a very early pit stop for them, so maybe they did have. Well, they must have had contact.
I'm trying to scroll back through and see where that was, but yeah, no idea on that one. So
And also, by the way, more news from Race Control is that the 389 of Brian Krause didn't get an incident, didn't get a penalty for that incident that we showed again there at turn 5. It was back on lap 16 with one of the Ferraris that he's got a penalty for.
Blimey, that was a long way ago.
Yes.
I'm not going to be able to find that one. That was a long way ago. That said, Ewan is secretly rapid. Him and Lewis had to go on a friend sim not too long ago, and he was quick.
I would not agree, personally.
Well,
but there we are.
I'm only going by what Zach Sweeney's told me.
Yeah, I know, but the particular event in question was a rally stage, but it was one of those stages where you're kind of trapped between a rock face and a wall, so you can't actually fall off, really, which helped me, to be honest, as that was very close. Oh! And we're racing, just going wide up the final corner, and well, they're not going to be getting through into second on this lap.
Yeah, definitely not with the LMDO Magic Arrow right beside him as well. So they're going to have to go again after that little excursion onto the grass. There is Oliver Conart from Bazinga. Of course, he's got a drive through. Whether or not he's already taken that now.
He's doing it now.
Now.
Looks like he's doing it now. So pitted lap 17. He must have had contact earlier on. At some point around there, decided to come in early. Repair the damage, and he will be making 9 stops today. I did recount, by the way. It will be 8 stops for the prototypes if they continue to make it to the 40-minute mark. That creates you 9 stints which is awkward because you typically double stint in the prototype, but you'll have to do either a triple once or a single at some point as well. So that's going to be difficult to work out. I don't believe you change tyres every time, although I could be wrong about that in the prototype. I think it's just longer than the fuel takes.
Definitely. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one comes in. I'm going to bring in the mate Biggles into the booth. Biggles, you here?
I am here, sir. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. I'm going to leave you for 2 seconds. I just want to pop a step away, and I will be back in 2 secs.
Not a problem.
All right. Yeah, we'll deal with that
Ewan.
next for a couple of moments.
I've been watching the race from down in the production trailer. It's been quite exciting going through those pit stops, and yes, the traffic, isn't it? Just absolutely everywhere. But it's been very, very clean, I'd have to say, for some of the hypercars and the LMP2s to get through this tons of traffic, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, they have been. I mean, it's been what we expected, really. Some pit stops taking a bit longer than they should have done in terms of damage repairs, but you know, for the most part, it has been clean. Although I think have news of an unfortunate retirement, our first retirement of the day. For the number 130 LMP2. That is Scopum Racing Esport, who had that big crash on the exit of the kink there. It also caught up Kevin Cordoba as well, who's now gotten out that car. That's the 122 Frank Garcia now at the wheel down in 11th. So, unfortunately, that's our first retirement of the day. They spent 20 minutes in pit lane and then decided that the damage was going to take a very, very long time, and unfortunately they're out. But to only have one car out after over an hour of this race with this amount of cars on the track is, you know, I think really good and shows really well on these drivers.
Excellent. Most impressive. Yes, 54 cars down to 53, as you mentioned. Dan in the Platinum Racing Team Black are still sitting in there. They've been doing repairs for about 25 minutes. There was a big crash just before from ProSem Esports, and we'll get probably maybe some pictures on that one. That sent them into pit road, and they're already in there for 3 minutes and change, probably in there for quite a bit. And, of course, that's not the Pro Sports Esports 2, and they've got ProSem Esports 3 team, so that's the Portuguese, and they're also in pit road for 8 minutes and change, so they're not having the best of days. But I guess at the moment, too, you get these repairs done early, you've still got plenty of time left on the race, you know, so, and definitely many things can happen when other cars get involved in tangles and they have to go visit pit road and knock out some of the dents and gaffer tape.
Absolutely. I mean, just having a look, you need to complete 90% of the laps of your class winner to be classified. And if you are classified, it doesn't matter where you finish, you will get points. In this race, if you're classified and you're 20th or lower, you'll get 3 points for your day. So it is worth continuing on in terms of points. I'll work out in a few moments' time how much 90% is going to be in this race. I don't know. So I'll work it out in a sec. But you know, you can't drop too many laps off of your class leader, otherwise you won't be classified. You know, you can't be in the pit lane for hours and then just come out at the end and take up your points. You do have to be driving for a considerable amount of this race.
Absolutely correct. I just saw that picture there. I think that was Dennis Robin there, Wolf there for the race engineering, trying to sneak their way past traffic, gets really close. So it's nail biting, of course, for the other teams that are watching, the drivers that are sitting there supporting their teams, maybe doing some spotting for them, and just hoping that they get that car back into pit road for a driver swap later on, so they can do it, have a spin. We are, yes, you said just over that hour mark. And you said, I was listening before, you were surprised about the pit stops. You thought they'd be able to eke a little bit more out of the hypercars, right?
Well, not the hypercars particularly. Although they did surprise me a tiny bit, I've got to say. The GT3s really surprised me more in this race. I really thought they'd be able to make an hour. When you're at tracks like Le Mans and Daytona, you kind of expect it because you're just on full throttle for so long. You are burning a lot of fuel, and it's not a massive surprise to see them not making the hour. But I mean, I know Road America has some long straights, but I'm very surprised that they can't make it to the hour. Only Felipe Barreto, I think, really has a chance of making it. He's in the pro category, currently second in the 220. but nearly 20 seconds off the lead, and even then I think he'll be struggling to make it to the end as well. So yeah, I've got to say I'm very, very surprised that they weren't able to go for a little bit longer and weren't able to stretch it to the hour mark. It should mean they'll be making 6 stops today.
That's exactly right. You said it best. That was what I was referring to. Yeah, of course, the GTs.
Well,
So 37 laps down, and
sorry.
I believe James is back from just yet. Maybe not.
He's just getting himself ready.
Yeah, the boss man, of course.
I know he'll be back again. Yeah, there we are. But yeah, not too far away from hypercar pit stops. That'll be the or GP, whatever you want to call this category. It's got a million names. But yeah, that'll be the next excitement, I think, and that'll be where we'll turn our attentions in about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the interesting one as we go around again here as well. Once more, the fields are a lot more spread out than they were before the pit stop. But then we talk about that lull period in the middle of a race, isn't it? Where one day one minute you got the start and they're all together locked up in a nice little tiny battle. Emerald and MRP, the only the closest battle on track at the moment. And then you end up with it all sort of kind of spread out a little bit and a little bit more calmer.
This is what happens after the pit stop phase. It generally calms down, and this is going to be the pattern of the endurance race from now on. But then our attentions turn to what strategy you're going for and who's looking good on fuel, particularly, which has become a much bigger talking point than I was expecting throughout the course of this race. And the constant traffic, of course, as well will be continue to be a bit of a talking point throughout. But this battle for second in LMP2 has been pretty much a constant so far.
Yeah, these guys seem to be going backwards and forwards. It's now starting to get a little bit more closer racing down in the GT3 in their AM class. Chris racing blue here on track behind the Lamborghini of Norbert Winholz from Peak Simsport, Austria. So those guys are having a closer, nice little tidy battle there as well in the GT3 AMs. So they're starting to make moves, and if you could sit here and think who's going to win, would you have an open opinion about that?
Well, I don't know. Don't know. I'll not put my neck on the line, mainly. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll tell you later.
Right, we have got. Yeah, Protosim, I believe, had an incident there with Gwilym Costa.
Yeah, this is what saw them. Well, I'll see actually.
No, I can't see them either. Oh.
Oh my good lord.
Okay.
That is a huge crash.
Yeah, let me try and see if I can find that before that. Where can you see this one here?
I think he's had it. Okay. I think I can see what happened here. So that Porsche there, the 393. I think that Porsche is there. I think Justin Cole is
it goes blank.
Basically running right behind the 230. It's having internet problems. It's blinking in and out, and as it reappears again, it's right in front of the Porsche and gets spat into the wall by the Porsche because of the internet problems. So I think Justin Cole has unfortunately been involved there when he didn't intend to be. I think the fact we can't see it suggests to me there's internet problems there with that BMW, and we're never going to be able to see it because nobody could, and that was half the problem.
Yeah, we couldn't see him coming back there from Res, so unfortunately it looks like that could be possibly a terminal, because that was quite a big one. I'm not going to lie. They are in the pits and they have been in there for 10 minutes. We've also got Daan Pepels from the Platinum Racing Team Black. Been in half an hour here as well, so not quite sure what they've been up to, but whatever it is, they don't look like they're coming out at any point soon. So there we go for the Platinum Racing Team Black team.
As I mentioned earlier, you do need to you can't really afford to spend longer than 35 minutes or so in pit lane, because otherwise you won't be classified. Now it's done on laps, the classification. You need to be within 90% of the race winner's laps, but it's still something you need to think about in terms of you do need to the time spent in pit lane is something you need to think about in terms of repairing your car, and they're not far away from that 35-minute mark.
Yeah, it was. Okay, so altitude mark there in chat said he was lagging, didn't stop at all on our end. We got an invisible 4X. Think it was us who spun him.
Wait, is he part of the 393 team? Oh.
No,
in which case, yes.
The incident, yeah, he is. No, Mark Hutchinson is the Altitude Esports.
Okay.
Tom Dadswell. Was Dadswell going past Reyes at the time that this incident happened?
Not really, no.
No.
He wasn't nearly...
No.
Is that him?
Yes.
Well, sort of, but I don't think it was him. I think it was the Porsche. Maybe somebody, not sure who, somebody has gotten on the wrong side of internet problems, and they've just unintentionally spat someone into the wall there. I'm not sure who did it, but somebody has, and they're unblameable in my opinion, because there's not a lot you can do about a car you can't see.
Yeah, if you can't see him, you can't sit there and punish that.
No, I don't think they will either.
No, that would just be absolutely a ludicrous decision. So I'm hoping that isn't the case. But as I say, we can't see it either, which means it's not being picked up by our timing software at the moment. He must have blinked out and he's gone again. Niels Kors also looks like he's having a little bit of time. Platinum Racing Team Orange, Martin Hobson, currently sitting with Niels Kors tucked up right behind him, literally right behind him currently at this moment in time. So this is another nice little tidy battle in the GT3s. The GT3s are providing a little bit of action today, aren't they? As the guys in the LMP1s and LMP2s, apart from Emerald and MRP, who have been together for practically the whole entire race, are providing nice little pockets of action going on.
Well, they do make up more than half the field, so I would expect that from them, to be fair. You always get this with GT3s, though. It's the balance of performance category, and the category that people tend to drive the most, and as a result, they really get a lot of close battles throughout a race. So I'm not particularly surprised, I've got to say. Roberto Friz has really been marching through the field as well through the last few laps. He qualified second, but dropped outside the top 10 early on. And ever since, he has been fighting his way back through the order. But this is the problem with having to do that, and why I think qualifying is still relatively important, even in a race as long as this. He's nearly half a minute off the lead already, because he's just had to overtake so many people.
Yeah. But he's doing it with confidence, isn't he? He's not hanging at all. Niels Kors, also another one, looks like he may have had a little bit of incident. Freezer there goes up from Cabano over the Platinum Racing Team Orange. He's moving through at a rate that, although he's had that incident, I suppose from his point of view, he's had it right at the beginning. So he's got that time to start moving back through, hasn't he?
He has, but once again, even with more than 4.5 hours to go, catching more than half a minute on someone else on pure pace is hard. Because even at this distance to go, you're gonna have to be making up. Oh dear, this is difficult maths. I'll work out maths later. But it's still a good. You're thinking about tenths of a second per lap, even at this stage. I know there's a lot of laps, but it's a lot of seconds also. It's tenths of a second per lap, so that's not easy to do. And so you really do have to avoid these, because these races endurance races are so close these days that the days of them being won by laps and laps are gone.
Yeah.
Where just having a clean race would have won you a race by laps, because someone else would have had issues and everyone else would have had issues. Those days are gone now. It's about you've got to have that clean race, but also have speed as well. It's about a balance these days more than anything. If you're getting incidents, then you failed at the first hurdle, really.
Yeah, that's what they kind of don't really want to achieve, is having the incidents there as well. As I say, the silver lining for Roberto Frizo is the fact that his incident was at the beginning. I know he still had an incident,
yeah,
but his silver lining was it was at the beginning. It wasn't 5.5 hours in and he had it right in the end. Do you know what I mean?
I get your point, but he's lost the same amount of time, no matter when it comes.
Yeah, I know, but you get what I mean. He can make that time up, can't he? Because he was obviously quick, wasn't he? We know he was quick.
He's certainly more motivated to, drive even harder, arguably, to make up the positions again, and and get back towards the
He
front.
can't just say yes, can he?
No, I don't often do it. But yeah, I think most people would agree with you. But I would still argue that no matter when that time loss comes, you've lost the same amount of time and you've given yourself the same amount of work to do. No matter when it comes, you just don't know it yet. If your incident's late, you know, he knows that his incident's already been. People in this race who are going to have an incident in the final hour don't know that yet. Obviously.
Unless there's a crystal ball that's going to tell them.
Yeah.
And if there is, can I get the lottery numbers for this weekend? You know what I mean? Because clearly, I don't know. Felipe Cristini's in for Leo Racing. He's out of the lead, of course. He's into the pits. Dropped himself down to 6th place. There is this all three car classes on track at the same time. No. Sir, what are you doing?
Oh dear, 3 wide. Well, they all make it through.
And
they don't.
MRP!
Yeah, it was.
He hit the grass.
Straight off the road. And I don't know if they... Oh, careful.
Oh.
That was close at the carousel. But yeah, I'm not sure if they found the wall, but they certainly found the grass and the gravel there at the carousel. It's always the risk of running around the outside there. You can do it in the prototypes because of the downforce that they have, the aerodynamic downforce they have. But you do still have to be careful. Don't get in the grass. You will spin around and you will find yourself in the wall.
Yeah, he definitely did do that on lap 40. Unfortunately, that battle that we've watched all the way through this race has now deteriorated. Freezer and Hobson here for the Cabano and Platinum Racing team. Orange are mixing it up as well. We know Freezer's trying to come back through the field, so he's made that move now and is now chasing down Neil's cause once again. That battle was interrupted from traffic that we saw earlier on, and so he's just going to be... He's just going to have to keep plodding away, I think, and try and move back up to the back of Neil's cause. Of course, Cause did seem to have a little bit of a blinking issue on the internet, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful as he's allowed that LMP2 to go through there as well. So well done to Martin Hobson. You know, nice little battles in with Freezer. Freezer's going to have to go again and move on to the back. As I say, that's the only downside, isn't it, when you're battling with somebody and your battle does get interrupted with traffic.
That is the downside again. But once again, there's a to and fro, so it is split apart right now and will be. But in some point in the future, Freezer's got to remember that the driver in front also going to befall the same fate, and so he can catch up and gain time back again as a result of that. You've just got to be it's all about patience, really, in these battles and these races. It's so much about being patient, and there you can see already. And it was caught under pressure once again. So yeah, continuing in GT3, the battle's just relentless, really, and it is great to see. Although we do have a very big lead at the front of GT3 AM right now, as we've documented in the past. Nearly 40 seconds now for Rolf Omo, who's still at the wheel of the leading car.
Yeah, he's literally dominating currently, isn't he? The GT3 AMs, I think the Peaky Driver's GT3 car there. So doing an absolutely stellar job from his point of view. The interesting thing is the fact he's fourth in class, fifth overall. So, which is absolutely incredible for him. Now this is going to be difficult. Course here is blinking around a little bit. Has done for the last few laps. So depending on how this works out here for Freezer, where this LMDH is going to put his car, Freezer could do with trying to either follow that car through to get it done down the end of turn 1 here. I don't think, maybe... Oh no, I think that's going to be run down the moraine, I think, unless he takes a very late dive into him. But they are 3 wide further up the road.
I thought he was going to go for it there. He was closing at quite a rate there in towards turn 1, but he isn't going to go for it. But yeah, it was 3 wide just up in front there, briefly. Thankfully, the pit exit there widened the circuit at the moment they went 3 wide, so maybe that encouraged the prototype to do it. But now Freeze is going to have another chance. He could, well, the GTP passes them a little bit early for him to benefit. If that happened a little bit later on, he could have ducked out of the slipstream from the Ferrari and straight into the BMW slipstream there. But Freeze's not going to get the benefit of that. Oh, and he was maybe put off by the little blink in towards turn 5 as well.
Yeah, Neil Kors is not having... Look, he's gone, come back, gone, come back. It's not great currently at the moment. That's the hardest thing from a driver point of view with that. He doesn't know this is happening. He can't do nothing about it in the car. Freezer's trying to use the traffic, but I'm not quite sure this is going to work. A poor BMW.
it's too wide.
No, it's not going to work. It's not going to work, unfortunately, for Freezer now. All he's done is put himself under pressure from the car in front. Who is? That's the Protosports E car down in 11th in the AMS. That's Pedro Brancaca. Should just call it Pedro. There, with the Protosim Esports team. Brancara?
I'm not sure how you pronounce the C with the squiggle. It could be I think it's a harder C. But anyway, he's getting lapped. And Core makes his way down the inside. It's Martin Hobson, who's just got onto the back of Freezer as a result of this, by the way. So it is a 3-car battle as they pass Pedro Braganca.
He's
going to be so offended if he listens to this back.
Yeah. Sorry, Pedro.
So sorry.
Sorry. Just DM us and let us know how we pronounce your name, because clearly we've got the
Or any
last
Portuguese not watching, by the way.
Yeah,
any Portuguese.
Anybody else, that would be ideal. He's got to pull out now. Surely Freezer's got to pull out now. He's tucked up right behind him, unless he's fuel saving, of course. But no, he's going to go. Niels Kors is on the right-hand side. You've got the clear. Oh! Yowzers, that was close.
Yeah, it is getting close, and Freezer once again through here. So, yeah, more progress made, and through again. By the way, the prototypes are very much in their pit stop phase again, and I'm a lot less worried about all of their fuel mileage than I was before, because pretty much everybody has made it to where they should be. Because of the formation lap, I think it's reduced the amount. It reduced the amount of laps they could do on that first stint. I think they only managed 21, did the top two in that 21 laps in that first stint. They've managed 22 now, and if they continue to do that, then they will make this race on 8 stops. And so prototype fuel mileage is a lot less of a concern than it was to me about 40 minutes ago. But we've still got to wait for our answers on GT3, which will come in just over half an hour's time.
Yeah, it definitely will be as well. And then on the top of the hour, Chicane Online have to leave the throttle. It's impossible to battle with him. Not sure. Oh, not that one. Gerard there. Chicane Online red, I'm going to presume that is, with Niels Kors. Have to... never mind. We'll move on here as we see Freezer and Kors still battling away quite nicely down in the order. The GT3s are a lot closer. There are a few people still in the pits. Platinum Racing Team Black have been in for 45 minutes. Protosim 24. Epoch 9. Marcus Dutch is out for the Austrian Sim Racers Blue. He's back on track after an 18-minute pit stop. Justin Cole from Team Upstate GT3 is now into the pits for a minute. That looks like a scheduled stop, but he is out of sync from where he had that incident earlier on. So that's a possible there that he's out of line. Thomas Dunn from Blue Chip battling away with the boys down at Chris Racing Blue currently, with Caleb Koski in behind the wheel of that BMW and Thomas Dunn behind the wheel of the Audi. So another little pocket, another little battle looming down in the GT3s. Magic Arrow are in the pits for the LMDHs. TR Geeks is also in the pits at the same time. So lap 46 this time, Ewan.
Yeah, so that's 2:20. They're on lap 46 now, so they did a 22 lap stint to start with. They've just done 23. They've made it easily past the 40-minute mark. You can see they've made it to 85 minutes nearly in the race now, which is far more than 2 times 40. So they're absolutely fine. And they could even start thinking about shorter pit stops at the end. As of right now, the top 2 would have the longest final pit stop, but those final pit stops are about 4 hours away, so I don't want to talk about them too much just yet.
Yeah, they are a long old time away. The interesting thing I am looking at here is obviously the boys from Delta have obviously looking at, well, they're mixing it up in the LMP2s at the moment. 3 laps down. Delta Racing?
Yeah, Delta Racing. Delgado, of course, had a long stop earlier on. I'm not sure whether their most recent one was the long one, but it was 4 minutes long, their last stop for Delgado. No.
I'm trying to think
that must have been a long stop. They must have been, because pitting on lap 25 is unusual for a GTP. So they can't be too far away from another pit stop, but yeah, you're right. They are currently not even in the top 5 of the LMP2s right now, but they're certainly not as far back as Luca Morelli is in the 22. He's behind a lot of, well, everyone. He's last, I think, nearly.
Yeah, but the good thing is he's back out on track.
Absolutely. That is a good thing.
He's 28, lap 28 for him. Everybody else is 46. So he is a long old way. But I suppose from his point of view, he's out on track. They're enjoying it. They're carrying it on. Keeping it going. So well done to you guys down in Epoch Motorsport there with Luca Morelli. Of course, Morelli was involved in that incident earlier on, going down the sweep down into past the kink. Wasn't easy. Come across the GT3 and took the nose out, unfortunately, of that one as well. So there we go. And we've got Bazinga Motorsports here with Leonard Ziegler. Has got João Delgado right behind him, of course, LMDH and LMP2. So this should be a nice easy pass as they're going down. He does. He cuts to the right-hand side. And through he goes. So Delgado is now, well, still mixing out with the LMP2s. So there we go.
Yeah, he certainly is. And we'll be making a lot of those easy passes in the next few moments. It's going to be a lot less easy for Maniti Racing here. Stefan Kurzman right behind the 355. So this is a battle for second in GT3 AM, and I would argue sort of best of the rest as well, because they're more than 40 seconds behind the leader of Ralph Omo, and he's going to be very, very difficult to catch as well. So this is going to be a high-stakes battle between them. That was quite a late defence. Maniti go to the outside anyway.
Yeah, they're going to run round into 5, side by side. Oh! Well, the LMP2 of the Platinum Racing team also decided to have a nice little drift around the corner at the same time. I wonder if that was in sort of apprehension of what Maniti was doing in front. He saw Maniti going sideways and thought, well, if I don't slow down here, it could happen to me. But he ended up nearly going sideways himself. So from that point of view, it was more apprehension, wasn't it? It was a reaction, or maybe a pro-action, who knows. But either way, he was Martin Hobson there, took the Platinum Racing LMP2 currently at the moment there. So driven by Martin Beers.
Someone's off there at the final corner. One of the GT3s, it looked like, but it wasn't clearly. I can't see anyone off the road.
Marcus,
I swear I saw a car off there.
Yeah, you probably did. You probably saw this, I think. This is Marcus Deutsch.
He's not had a very good day today. Oh, that's gone wrong from a very long way out and smacks the concrete as well for the Austrian team. And yeah, back in pit lane again. He's already coming up to 10 laps down on his class leader. So there you can see the damage, the effects of the damage there.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Is that just Porsche doing Porsche things? Do we think? Is that where we're talking about earlier on, the Porsche just doing Porsche things?
It could be. It very much could be. I mean, it's... yeah... Well, yes. I was considering it. I was considering it, and yes, I think it is, to be honest. Because as we mentioned earlier on, it's got a very loose rear end, and if you can't quite control it, well, it's the period of time. It's controllable for a lap or so, but like control it for a period of time, and eventually it is going to catch you out, and it looks like it did just there.
Yeah. So it does as well. But Albert Prim from DLR here with Magic Arrow right behind him, of course, currently at the moment in the LMDHs, battling away for 6th and 7th on track. They have got all of this traffic, 3 car classes there as well. You saw an LMP2 in front of us. Makes his way past the traffic. Magic Arrow trying to stay with him, but of course you've got to be trying to be a little bit sensible, haven't they?
You certainly do, especially this early on. It's important to do that, but it's nice to see the first GTP battle we've had for a while, to be honest. I'm very glad to see this. But for the moment, no change between them. It's just constant for this class as well. Look at the amount of traffic in front of them, and this is just a lap after lap occurrence. And maybe it will provide the opportunity for an overtake as well as they dart in and out of traffic. There could be a free wide moment here as all 3 classes of car come together.
Magic Arrow. Do you see him? Backed out.
Oh, yep. And the GT3 had to go a bit wide there as well.
Yeah. Warning from 303, ignoring blue flags.
Yeah, that's our Pedro man there, Pedro Bergancha.
Oh, yes. That was, I presume, that earlier on situation, wasn't it, with where they were fighting along and he was sort of involved in it. So, you know.
I don't know which specifically that was for, really, because unless you're doing something really wrong, typically you wouldn't get a blue flag warning for something that's happened because of a faster class trying to come through on you. That doesn't normally happen.
Yep, but he was obviously doing it. James loves blue flags. Don't even get me involved in that blue flag situation. I am not going in that conversation because that just... The thing is... No, James, stop it. Not going to get in there because every series is different with blue flag rule, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, well, that is true. What's your ideal blue flag rule, though?
Right. Do you know we did the Clio Cup, right? We're doing the JPB Clio Cup. Now,
Yes.
I got asked the other day, before we launched it, what do you want to write in the rule book? And I was like, right, the rule book's going to be 5 lines wrong, 5 lines long. And they were like, well, okay, what are they? If you are a blue flag, please politely move out the way at your earliest convenience, right? So that was rule number 1. Secondly, don't drive into anyone on purpose. Thirdly, please use wheels chat accordingly. And for the fifth one was just if you have an issue, message somebody after and be nice. That was it. That would have been my rule book. Because after that, I don't really need any more rules. But the blue flag situation for me is, unless you are battling in a battle, please remove yourself. Like, if you're 2 laps down and somebody's somebody's fast is coming behind you, just lift on a straight. Don't take them into the braking zone like we've seen some people do. And, just be sensible. I think that's the thing with it. It's just got to be sensible. And if you're not involved in a battle, just lift and move out the way. Let them get on with it. They're there for a reason. And you're where you are because you might have made a mistake or penalty or something, And that's my philosophy.
I feel like a common sense rule doesn't really go through, though.
No, I know. That's the hardest thing, isn't it? A common sense rule of if you are a blue flag and you are laps down and you're not battling anybody in an endurance like you are now, please, on the straight or as soon as you can, just lift, move off the racing line and let them through. Or not even off the racing line, just lift and tell them to pass you on the right-hand side or something. You don't need a battle and take them down into the braking zone before you let them through. I think that's just a little bit crazy. Personally.
So even for the GT3s here, you'd say they should get out of the way of the faster cars, or is it different when it's multi-class?
No, because they're in a battle, aren't they? They're in a battle now. They've got to keep their line, which is what was said in the driver's briefing.
Yes.
They've got to keep their line and let the other cars go through. I'm not asking these to lift off. There's no way they need to. They're right in a battle mixed up at the moment for 8th and 9th. Stay as you are, the other faster cars will get through. But what I'm saying is if, for instance, Benino here, right, who we're on Biggles now, he's laps down from the LMDHs. We know that, okay? There's no point trying to force something with an LMDH if you're so many laps down and you're on your own. If he was on his own, then I would expect him just to now pull to the right-hand side, lift and let them go through. But that's not always possible, even with another GT3. If a GT3 is behind you and they're laps ahead of you, just lift off if you're not battling anybody. These guys are, so carry on, innit? But that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, in multi-class it is very different because the slower classes, in my opinion, should always run their own race, even if they're on their own or not. I think they should always run their own race, and the faster cars should try and work their way through. I'm really not a fan of the rule that of blue flags where you do have to just get out of the way whenever anyone's like 3 seconds, behind you or whatever it is. I think that's really silly and really annoying as well. I find as well. But I do think, especially in single class races, seeing a lap car battle with a one on the lead lap, really diving deep into the corner. Oh dear! It's not quite the thing to do. As Alessio Bonino didn't have a lot of choice. And that was very nearly 3 wide, but it would have just about fitted. But they decided not to do it anyway, which is probably a good idea. And Bonino will indeed hold that position.
Yeah. it's got to be a mutual respect with anything regarding blue flags, hasn't it? And in a single class, if your lap's down, please don't go and battle. Don't do it. You don't look good. You know, if you know say you're the pole man and you've done a 2-minute lap, and the guy who you're trying to overtake, who's in front of you, has done a 2-minute 4. You're obviously quicker, right? So go and unlap yourself, get on with your race. But it's the people that aren't quicker that battle away with the guys that are 3 or 4 laps ahead of him. It just doesn't make sense in my book, and I don't physically understand the common sense behind it. But maybe because I'm a little bit more conservative when it comes to blue flags, I'll just get out of the way. I've watched Formula 1 all my life, you know, I've watched cars rear off to the right-hand side to move as soon as possible. I would just get out of the way of them, because that's what I've been brought up on. That's the mentality. If you're a blue flag, you're a blue flag for a reason. Just move, innit? You know what I mean?
I don't. I never enjoyed. Well, I guess I grew up watching the racing as well, but I'd never enjoyed it. That rule, anyway. So yeah, I would certainly not put that in a series if I was making the rules. But there we are. We've also had a answer as to how to pronounce this name.
Okay, go on.
From someone who actually is Portuguese, who I also can't say the second name of.
João Reis.
João Reis, okay. Pedro Bragança. The C with a squiggle is a S sound, really, rather than a hard C, like I said earlier on.
Okay, I can see that.
So I'll take that forward in my life, and I'll forget by the next time I've slept. So I'm sorry. I am sorry to anyone Portuguese listening to this, because they're probably pulling their hair out, to be honest, at some of the pronunciations going on here.
Right, I'm going to write it down.
There's a quite strong Portuguese contingent in this race as well.
Yeah, I'm writing that down now. Pedro Bragança. Right, thank you, João, there as well. Is James asking sim racers to adapt common sense? Now that's a delusion. Well, you know, Matthew Luke, blue flag shouldn't defend, but besides that, it's passing car's job to make it safe past. Well, yes, this is true. And obviously 6 hours of James making random noises. Give over. I just get enthralled with the racing as well. And like Zach said, that's every broadcast. What are you talking about? And there is a poll up in chat. Do you agree with James with the blue flags? Oh, blimey. How's that one going to work out? How's that one going to work out as well? Biggles in the background there putting polls in YouTube. So much love for him for coming along and sitting there nicely and in the background doing that for us. As we can see, these GT3 still battling away with an LMP2. Well, not battling away with an LMP2. They've just got past him and the LMDH at the same time. 62% of the chat agree with me.
Okay.
I'll take that. That's a win.
Well, I'm not sure what your what is it? What your main line of you know, if you was to summarise it in one sentence, I don't know what your main.
There you go.
Get out of the way.
If you're
no, I would. If that was your only line of instruction, I would definitely click no. If get out of the way was the only instruction.
Yeah, now you can see why my rule book was so short for the Clio Cup, can't you?
That'd be stupid, really.
Do you know the worst thing is? The other admins in there, Craig and Roger, who's working with me on that, turned around and went, James, you can't have that. I was like, oh. They were like, James, you need a bit more of a detailed rule book than 5 sentences. I was like, oh, come on, I don't want to overcomplicate the situation. So we're on board with Zachary Livingood here from Lithian with Leonard Ziegler as we get back to the action after taking a little dive off for about blue flags and stuff like that. I wonder if Biggles, you here? Is Biggles back in is he still back on the headset at the moment? And we'll bring him in and see what his perception is.
He's listening to us, but not talking to us.
No, he's not. He's ignoring us.
Because he'll be on a little bit late. Oh my goodness, that was, wow. That was very, very late. And I don't think even Ziegler intended to do that. But Zachary Livingood decided not to overtake this Mercedes down in towards turn 8 there. And so he thought, why not? Well, he didn't have a choice, really. He just had to avoid rear-ending this car. Yeah,
it kind of just the uncertainty from Livingood, who is obviously trying to get rid of the tag of the torpedo from the first race. So maybe he kind of thought about what we would say there as well if he had have dived that Mercedes. But probably at the same time, Zach, you may have wanted to do because you've just lost a position to Ziegler from Bazinga Motorsports in front of you. So that might have been probably a situation. The guys at Priam and at DLR and Magic Arrow up in the LMDHs, are still battling away quite nicely currently. This is going to go 3 wide currently. I can see this happening. Nope, Ziegler's already through. LMDH is coming through as well. Diaz and Benino still down in the GT3s. Their battle is still raging, resuming on. And Chris Racing Green are also now with Geeks Energy, which is there in front of them in the Lamborghini, are still settling around in having their own little pocket battle as it goes on. What is the other pole? Biggles has been quick here as well. Do you think Timo Glock delivery went slow to allow Lewis Hamilton to win the F1 Championship in 2008?
Is that Glock? Yes,
That's
exactly.
Glock. I wondered when you were going to come in. What is your opinion on a blue flag, Biggles?
Well, geez, now you're going to put me into the under the spotlight. I say in this, and obviously in multi-class, as I've been heard from drivers, they got to find their way around. Now, whatever the car is that they're OT in, stick to their racing line. You got to find the hard way around. You're in a quicker class, then that's what you get. So that's my opinion on it. You don't have to move out of the way.
Okay, what about single class racing? If you're a few laps down and you're not racing anyone?
Yes, definitely in solo class.
See? There we go. We're in agreement. Thank you, Biggles, for that brief little intro there. What's good commentary box? How's the race in your perspective? Well, the race itself, to be fair, I think, Ewan, from our perspective up here in the box, it's been very clean, hasn't it? It hasn't been as drastic as we thought we'd originally put on the intro at the beginning. We said it could be a lot more tighter there, as well as the Bazinga and Lithium Motorsports both cleared that GT3. So in our perspective, I think it's been a good, clean race so far.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far. It's been great racing. There's been battles to watch all throughout as well. It's starting to just settle down a little bit now, but for nearly 2 hours now, we've been watching a very good race indeed. And I've been enjoying it. It has been nice to see sort of a rhythm of the race coming up, and this is the advantage of not actually interrupting the race with safety cars at any point. It is that you don't get that bunching of the field, but you do get a real rhythm developed between all of the drivers, and they can really get through the traffic sort of in a more rhythmic way. Because it does seem to happen like that in the longer races, especially. We'll get to this even as commentators as well. You sort of start to see patterns emerging. It's almost therapeutic to watch at some points because it's just so rhythmic. But we're seeing a very good race at the moment. And, for the most part, a very clean one. But Patrick Skubassi, he knew to the millimetre how long his front end was there because he didn't quite touch the Ferrari in front.
Yeah, he did as well. This is the battle for P3 in the LMP2s as well. It was put on chat there, Don Trevor. I did see that. Don't worry, sir. I was on it, mate. I did see it just materialising as you messaged me, so thank you very much for that one. But that battle is coming here as well. Sebastian with Stretzenberger from the MRP, of course, coming back through. Well, Stretzenberger had an off, didn't he? He got caught the grass on the outside of turn 1, and unfortunately that spun him round. He did manage to keep it out of the wall, so that's always good. Stefan Severo Hugo has just passed Chase Brown from the Blue Chip Racing LMDH there as well. So, we'll see how that one works out. So they've just gone past each other as well. But Savazzi and Stretzenberger are still back together in the LMP2s there. Well, that was close, wasn't it? From Sebastian's point of view.
It was a bit, but thankfully, just got away with it, it's all fine. So, I'm glad about that. But it's nice to see a three-car battle developing for a podium place here. The podium places so far have not been fought over too hard, especially in the prototypes as well. But now we've got that back a little bit in LMP2. GTPs, unfortunately, we're waiting for those battles to really start up again, but I'm sure they will do a little bit later. For now, though, it will be attention on LMP2, really.
Yeah, I think we can follow this battle along quite nicely at the moment. There has been down into the GT3s quite a lot because they have been closer together. The LMDHs of Chase Brown and Severio are with under a second at the moment. But it looks like Stretzenberger there, last time out on his last laps, 155.2 for HW and 154.53 for Stretzenberger. So they have been a little bit quicker. Yeah, as you can see, the laps in the bottom right-hand corner from Savazzi and Strettenberger there as well. Strettenberger over the last 2 laps pulled in 1.4 seconds on lap 53. So there's quite a gap to pull down, and he's lost. Looks like he's lost a little bit of time here, but he is going to be trying to go obviously again there as well. So hopefully it'll be a nice little run and seeing how these guys get on. Of course, on lap 54, yeah, Strettenberger he was nearly half a second slower on that time around.
Yeah, it's these things will happen. It will to and fro just a little bit, and let's not forget that this driver of the 115 will be making his way back through the order again, really, after the last few moments, because of that incident we saw at the carousel. What was it, about 10 minutes ago? 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, it was, because he was trying to go around traffic. Yeah. Yes, it was the carousel.
Yeah. So it was that battle for second place that we previously saw. Now it's gone to Emerald Racing, of course, but it's now up to the 115 to try and get back through and back up the order again. I think he should be able to get back onto the podium again in pretty short order. So I don't think it'll be too much of a problem for him.
Yeah, I don't think it will be either. They've kind of spread out a little bit more now currently at this moment in time. So we'll see how these ones plan out. They have got a bit of traffic in front of them as well. Back down into the GT3s, of course. Grow Team Racing here with the Platinum Racing team in almost identical liveries. If we didn't have team names on the bottom, we wouldn't really be able to tell them apart, to be fair, but good job we do. And it is Grow Racing Team Red with Martin Hobson in the Platinum Racing Team Orange here as well, battling down, coming down to the straight. Now, the interesting thing about this straight, right, I was looking the other day, this straight is actually longer than the high street of the town I live in.
That's always a comparison you make.
Yeah, I know.
But I can't say that. But yes, I mean it is a long straight. I'll give you that. It's a very long run down towards turn 1, and on the start, people do often think that is going to cause incidents and whatever. But it's such a flowing turn 1 that it's actually all right. But that was a bizarre decision from Emerald Racing not to go to the inside there. They went to the outside and had to brake and then go around the other way.
Yeah, they went there. I'm not quite sure why they would go that side, to be fair. There was real no gap as we see Grow Team Racing just clear the Platinum Racing Team car there. Savazzi and HW and MRP are back within that brief moment of gaps there as well. Right, it's the time of the hour. We're going to change commentators now. Mr. Ewan O'Leary, you're going to be vacating the premises. Thank you so much for coming in with us. We are going to bring in Mr. Zach Sweeney there, Ewan. Have a good afternoon there, sir.
Thanks very much. Yeah, it's been good to be here. I've been enjoying the first couple of hours of this one. I've really enjoyed it, and I look forward to watching a little bit of the rest of the race when I can, to see how it plays out, because I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, definitely on that one. Thank you so much for joining us. But let's bring in Zach Sweeney into the booth. Zach, how are you, sir?
I'm doing all right. My voice is a little bit better, which is good. Good start. And it's just, I'm just looking forward to a bit of endurance action. It's Road America, and, it's multi-class race, and it's always going to be a bit interesting, isn't it? Yeah,
have you been watching some of the racing so far?
Well, yeah, I've had it on, sort of in the background while I've been going about my daily duties. So, I've been sort of following it just a little bit, but, it's just been, it seems to be quite close and competitive.
Yeah, it definitely is currently in a moment. However, Leonardo Marquez has had an incident and has gone off track. So let's have a look back at that one. Oh, turn 5 there for the Raycar car. Unfortunately for them, that was from third place in the LMDH. Looks like they have managed to hold on to third place though. But we will be back now with live pictures. So there we go. As we can see, the LMP2s still resuming their battles here this afternoon, really. We're in the afternoon, which is quite an interesting one for me and you, Zach. Normally we're sitting here saying good evening to everyone.
Yeah, I know you and Ewan were talking about it a little bit earlier on, and I was speaking to him actually not too long ago. He was like, yeah, you know what? I need more morning broadcasts in my life, but yeah, it's an endurance race, so obviously we're ticking down into the afternoon now, but it's early starts. I mean, I'm not complaining. Get the action sooner, I suppose, but yes, definitely an interesting one. The earliest I've ever commentated was 6 o'clock in the morning, but that was for a 24-hour race, which is a bit different. So yeah, I don't know. It's a weird feeling, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. I'll let you know on Tuesday morning when I'm up at 4 a.m. to do a broadcast from Pacific Standard Time at 5 a.m. So, you know.
I envy you, James. I think.
Envy?
Yeah. I wish I had your work ethic to be able to get up that early.
You don't.
Then again, I'm growing. I need my sleep.
Yeah, you don't want my sleep pattern, mate. Let's put it that way.
Caffeine, more caffeine. I reckon you're on, aren't you?
Mate, I think that is probably the situation. Yes, because we're trying to survive as long as we possibly can on our little bits of caffeine. But we'll wait to see Daan Pepels is supposed to be joining us as well into the booth and to allow me to go and get some food. That'd be quite nice. I'm sitting there quite hungry. But it is the LMP2s of Savazzi and Strettenberger from the MRPs. Now back down into the GT3s, Ralph Omo from Peaky Drivers, mixing it up with the AMs. Here's that. We were talking about how well he was doing earlier on.
Yeah, well, I mean, fair enough. I think it's obviously a good system they've got in play with the Pro and the AM splits based obviously on iRacing, which is usually a really good indicator. But as Ewan was saying a bit earlier on, it's not always the be-all and end-all. And it seems that Peaky Drivers have definitely got a good field, a good driving field in terms of their pace relative to their iRacing, and they really are impressing. At least in the early stage of this race. Obviously, there is still just over 4 hours left to go. So, yeah, anything can still happen. Anything probably will still happen when it comes to endurance racing. But for now, their pace is astonishing. And that's obviously a good thing to boast. You know, they've not really made any mistakes. They've not gotten anyone's way. You can see there how they're able to allow the traffic to flow very eloquently and very freely. And that is the perfect recipe for a successful endurance team in the GTs, is the sense that, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to let you guys do your thing. I'm going to do my own thing, get on with my own race. And it's worked. And, well, at least for the opening 2 hours, they've been able to put out a really good gap. Whether that continues for the rest of the race is another thing entirely. But at least for now, they've really started on the right foot.
Yeah, they definitely have as well. Daan Pepels is on his way, so Biggles will jump into the booth with you, Zach, while I jump down and catch up with Dan and do the changeover, of course. So make sure all of that runs smoothly currently in the moment. But Ralph Omo is doing an absolutely stellar job. He hasn't come out of the car yet, which is quite interesting. I'm wondering who he's going to be handing it off to see how they get on, but he's doing an absolutely cracking job. We've got a lot of people in the pits for the GT3s. Most of the Clam Seater is in there as well. Nicholas Larson, YS is all in as well, so we have hit that window for the GT3s to start coming in. Ryan O'Connor from Chris Racing has just taken over, I believe, taken over the car there as well from Chris Racing Blue. So there we go, they are now coming in to the pits here. But Cabano Esports with Roberto Freezer is trying to make his way back up through the field. A little incident earlier on, unfortunately spun himself out, and yeah, he's now fighting his way back through.
Yeah, well, again, that's how endurance racing works. Is, you know, it's not necessarily, you know, people are going to fall, but it's how you pick yourself up, it's how you dust yourself off, and how you get back going again from said fall. And it's an endurance race. It's a mountain to climb. It's a test of stamina. So if you have an incident, dust it off, go back out, repair the 4 or 5 minutes of damage or whatever, because chances are the same bad luck you've experienced will probably happen to other people around you as well, and that could give you the same boost to actually get yourself back into the mix. Obviously, no safety cars or full course cautions or anything of those sorts in most endurance leagues, which, you know, is both, it depends what side you're on, in all fairness, which side of the coin you get, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. But again, still plenty of opportunities to work your way back into the limelight. You know, as long as you drive consistently, drive quickly, you know, you might see as the hours tick over, Biggles, that eventually things could actually start swinging back your way.
They could, so certainly, as you see some of the close battles. Will
Hello.
Right. Are you on commentator at the moment?
Yes.
Right. I'm going to come off in a minute, and then you can take over straight away. So I'm going to go on to copy broadcaster and commentator. You can carry on from there. You should have. Please hurry up. You need to do it now.
Yes, I've done it. I've done it. I'm on broadcaster now.
Yes, but it froze the screen. You need to do it literally as soon as I come out.
I've got it.
Right, hello.
Control now.
Right, okay. Jump in and away you go.
All right.
Chances are you might actually still maybe pick up 1 or 2 places. And in a championship like this, really, it's a case of picking up points where you can. You know, you're going to have bad days. There's no way that you are going to have a flawless season where you win every single race. I have seen it happen. I have seen a team win every single race in an endurance series and smash the championship, but that's very much a special thing. It's not going to happen to everyone. You are going to have off days. Even the best of champions have off days, but you still it's not necessarily a case of not making those mistakes. It's bouncing back from them and making the most out of them. Make a mistake, sure, you drop down to 10th or 11th or wherever. Pick yourself back up to P8, P9, P7, that sort of area if you can, and scrape just those extra couple of points. Because when it comes to a championship, especially a championship that's going to be as competitive as this, those extra points in the long run really do start to matter.
Yeah, exactly. You said it's a fairly long season. We're in race 2. We've got more races to go. Points are points, and once again, you win championships by consecutively getting as many points as you can. Don't have to get race wins all the time. Podiums are great. That's how you've got to be in it to win it. And once again, anything can happen. We've seen it happen before in the past. Just one little mistake at the wrong time, right place, wrong time, etc. That, and then bang, you're in the pit lane there for 15 minutes of repairs, and you never want to see that with any of the drivers. We've got currently at the moment the TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing. They've been in the pit road for about 7 minutes and change for the GD3, so they're doing some repairs, and the Platinum Racing team have still been in the pit road. We'll talk to Dan about that in a second, actually, because he was in that car, and I believe I'm not quite sure if we do have Dan up here in a second.
Yes, you do.
Taking it. We do have Dan. Welcome along, my friend. So you can do the explaining about that one to everybody.
Well, we got a very big net code. It was a net code of almost 2 foot, it looked like, on the track. And, that ended our race. We had about 18 minutes, 17 minutes of repairs. And for us, that was really the end of 6 hours of Road America. None of us were really quick at this track. We qualified last in the pro class, so that wasn't a good start for us. But we knew that we had some strategy over the others. We were going 29 laps, while the other GTs are going 26, 27 laps. But yeah, in the end, it wasn't to be.
Yeah, I saw what happened to you, Dan. It was yeah, it happened, didn't it? That was yeah. How do you even explain that to anyone? It's you got killed, basically. You got absolutely sent, and unfortunately, the iRacing gods were not on your side. Well, actually, you got sent twice. One was from someone in your class. The other one was from someone not in your class. One of them, you could see the contact, and you could see it from a mile away. The other one was, the contact was a mile away, and it didn't happen. But that's besides the point. It is unfortunate, but hey, now you weren't exactly too successful in the driving, so now you get to come up here in the commentary booth and watch your competitors have the success that you couldn't have.
Well, it's close at the moment, but yeah, indeed, so not the quickest driver, not at all. Don't claim to be, anyways. I know I'm not quick enough really to be in the pro class. But for the people who remember from last time, I was in the LMP2 class. Did not like that car. There was a way in the rules where you could switch teams without getting a penalty, and that's by not gaining any advantage by doing that. And basically, I switched from teams for a driver that was way higher I rating than me. So by that, the team that I joined is not gaining any advantage. Which means that we could do it without a penalty. So I decided to move to a GT3, which I feel more comfortable in than the LMP2. The LMP2 is not really my car. It's a mid-engine car. It's a downforce car. Not really a car that I like. But, we changed cars. And away we went in the BMW, but less successful in that car than we were, of course, last time out at Le Mans in the LMP2, because that race we actually finished.
Well, it helps to do that, funnily enough, in an endurance race. And talking sort of your switch, I guess, from the LMP2 to the GT3, obviously they are very different. Just look at them, that BMW versus the LMP2 there. They are very, very different cars to look at, cosmetically to look at. You mean the advanced aero of the LMP2 as opposed to it's still advanced aero, but obviously not to the same extent on the BMW. What is the biggest switch in the driving style between the two classes? Obviously LMP2 versus GT3, no assists, going to assisted driving. How did you have to adapt yourself going from one to the other?
Well, my braking was the main problem in the LMP2, and with now of course having ABS, that's a bit less, but as we have a car of the road. Who's that? I think that's one of the LMDHs, just came out of the pit lane too, I think. Yeah, that's Chase Brown. Here we go. The blue chip racing LMDH. This is actually the LMDH that we had the contact with in a very difficult position now. When and where is he going to go to? As you can see, everyone coming over the crest, seeing him very late, and he decides to, I think, revert back to the escape button and go back into pit lane. There he is. And that's painful, really, for them. They were doing so well, and of course now back into pit lane and having to wait for a tow-to.
It's long. It's a long way, and it's those mistakes that you really, unfortunately, cannot afford to have when you're fighting at the top end. It's just again, a small mistake can have really bad consequences, especially at a circuit like Road America. And I think it does speak volumes about the circuit that we're driving at. Road America. I know Ewan and James were talking about it a little bit earlier on, because it's a monster of a circuit. It's very old school. You don't often see circuits like this anymore in modern day motorsport in general. You don't see a lack of extensive tarmac runoffs. When it comes to Road America, it's a special one, because you've literally got the tarmac, and then you've got curb, and then you've got grass, and then you've got barrier, or you've got grass gravel barrier. Very, very rare thing nowadays to have, particularly with newer circuits being built. It adds to the challenge, because especially with iRacing and its grass model, in the sense that you dip one tire onto that grass and you are very much a passenger, and obviously then you're a passenger, there's not a lot of space for you to slow down between the tarmac and the barrier that you're going to soon find yourself in. So it doesn't take much at all for things to go drastically wrong. I know you can speak from experience in that regard, so can I. I think so can anyone that has partaken in any race. A circuit as difficult as Road America is, the sense that you can be doing as well as you'd like. You could be leading by 40 seconds in your respective class. At the blink of an eye, everything can go wrong.
Yeah, like you said, especially at a track like this, it's a difficult one, really. And not one of my best tracks, as we have the pit stop phase now for the LMDHs too. So all the LMPs cars now coming into the pit lane. Meanwhile, in the GT3s, it's still this car, Lorenzo Castellani, who's leading the way for Leo Racing Team. They're quick. I was in the practice earlier on this week, and I saw their times, and every time I saw it, I was like, how do you do it? Like how?
Go faster. Basically, what they're doing, Dan, is they're pushing the pedals a bit quicker, and then they're turning the steering wheel a little bit better. So just note that down. Just to try. Actually, interestingly enough, Fernando Alonso gave the same advice. My friend was in Saudi Arabia trying to run a karting track over the last couple of weeks while F1 were in Saudi Arabia, funnily enough, and he got the. He was watching sort of a mini press conference that Fernando Alonso was giving to to some of the younger drivers in Saudi Arabia, and one of them asked was, "How do you improve? How do you get better?" And what Alonso essentially said was, turn the steering wheel better, push the pedals better, and go faster, is what he said. And if that doesn't work, buy a faster engine. Word for word is exactly what Fernando Alonso said. If you can't drive better, just buy a faster engine, which, fair enough.
He's not lying, though, is he?
He's not.
Well, it sounds very true, but it also sounds very harsh to say, really.
It does. Poor 5-year-olds.
It isn't as easy as it sounds.
Yeah, 100%. The poor 5-year-old sat there like, excuse me, Mr. Alonso, my absolute hero in Formula One. Can you please tell me how to go faster? And he's sat there expecting him to go, oh yeah, basically brake really late, go fast, do this, do that, try and improve there. And Fernando Alonso's just said, sod that, go quicker, mate, or buy a faster engine. So as blunt as it is, it's true. It's the reality. But for sure, it is easier said than done because, well, as much as you have the theory of knowing what to do, I mean, everyone knows that you follow the racing line, you brake in a straight line, you trail brake, you hit the throttle. But actually having that commitment, having that bravery to do it lap in, lap out, it really does separate the top end of esports to sort of that mid to upper range of esports where those small differences really do start to add up.
Yeah, well, you know, it's more difficult than it sounds because if it was that easy, well, why wouldn't everyone be as good at it? One thing I can remember, though, is what Lewis Hamilton once said, that his dad used to stand somewhere and he had to brake at that point. First time he did it, he went off into a pond somewhere. And second time he did it, same thing happened again. But then eventually he knew how to brake at that point and get the car stopped. And he went quicker. So it is true to a certain extent, really, but it's to have the feel and get the feel of where and when and how to brake. It's very difficult, especially in a car with assist on it. As we see the leader of the race now jump into the pit lane, Floris Harsevord for the TI Geeks Energy Sim Racing team. He's gone into the pits. And let's see how far he's going to get. Of course, this stint once again. About 40-45 minutes is what we're looking for the LMDHs.
Yeah, that seems to be usually the average pretty much universally when it comes to endurance racing on iRacing. Is the GTs usually go smack bam on an hour, give or take a couple of minutes. And then the prototypes, LMDH, LMP2, doesn't really matter, will go to around about 40-45 minutes, dependent on the circuit. I've seen at certain circuits they can, do 45-50 minutes on a stint. At other circuits, they're pushing 35-40 towards the sort of the lower end of that margin. But as a general rule, yeah, it's about 40-45 minutes for the prototypes, which does make things a little bit awkward if the total time of the race doesn't add up to a multiple of 2/3 of an hour. I think 6 hours, I think it does fit into that, so it's not overly awkward, but sometimes an issue that you sort of creep yourself into is an awkward sort of splash and dash towards the end where you've got an extra like 5-10 minutes in change where you sort of have to do something with it. Do you save the fuel throughout the race and have that add up to not have to pit then, or do you drive faster for the rest of the race and then take the splash and dash towards the end?
What we were doing in the GT3 was save the fuel, do the splash and dash at the end, because that leaves you open in terms of strategy. If you do the splash and dash early on, you are stuck to that strategy. You cannot go off strategy anymore. So I think the best thing always to do is to take that splash and dash towards the end, as late as possible at least, to give yourself the opportunity to go whatever way you'd like with the strategy, basically. And then strategy, as we both know, a massive part of endurance racing. It's how you win races, not by how quick you are. It's by how consistent you are, how well you work the strategy, and how well you can stay out of trouble.
100%. Endurance racing is a different beast entirely, and obviously for those that are new, I'm sure the majority of people watching along sort of get the gist of endurance racing. But obviously, you've got anywhere between 4 and 24 hour races. And the racing doesn't stop unless obviously there's a red flag, which sometimes there is in real life, not necessarily in the virtual world, but you don't stop. You keep going, you change your drivers, you do your strategy. The action never ends. You are constantly having to drive that car to a quick but sustainable limit, and that is the compromise you have to make. Those are the scales you have to weigh up, in the sense that you have to drive the car really quickly because you don't want to lose time, but you also have to be sustainable because you're driving it for 4, 6, 8, 12, 24 hours at a time. You can't risk the car blowing up, or you can't risk you going off every lap. You have to find that nice golden median between quick and consistent. And it's another one, sort of the the attributes of a fantastic endurance racer is finding said balance. As we're watching along a bit of a battle here, this is not for position, I do believe, between Fernandez and Nespolino. Oh, it is for position. I mean, well, they're coming their way down into turn number 5. There's a bit of a send. Nice little look. Maybe going to go for 2. There we go. The Italian working his way back past. And, well, I think there's a couple of people that you can think of, Dan, that are going to take some notes as to how to get past through turn number 5.
Well, definitely one that I can think of earlier on in the race. Of course, we won't go too deep into that. The LMP2 from the Platinum Racing team also involved in that. And that's difficult there. That part of the track, especially the left-hander uphill, you either got to be comfortable on making a move there, which I wouldn't be, or you're going to stick behind, because that part, you're not going to go around the outside or dive up the inside really in that corner. It's such a tricky portion of the track. And then the right-hander after too, also a very difficult one. That's where our race ended with the LMDH. Now, like I said, that was a massive netcode, so nothing really that both of us could have done. But you know, it's part of iRacing and part of sim racing, and sometimes that happens.
It does. Again, it's the nature of the beast. And going back to what I was saying about endurance racing, that's another thing you have to factor in, is that you've got your race and you're in control of that race, but also you're in control of everyone else's races to sort of an extent. You know, to some extent, you know, you could smash into people and ruin their races. So you also have the responsibility of not only your own race, you've got your team's race, and then you've got everyone else's race on your shoulders as well. So you've got to be quick, you've got to be consistent, you've got to be clever. Races are won and lost in the pit lane, and then also you've got to keep your nose clean as well. As we look to Jose Felipe Diaz, look into the inside of turn number 1, trying to get his way past Fernandez. Should be a fairly easy affair. Going to be quite hard fought from the fellow BMW, who looks to the outside. However, the Grow Racing Team red car works his way through, and well, what I'm seeing, Dan, is quite a theme going on with the BMWs. It seems to be, well, one of the cars of choice. I mean, saying that, actually, we've got quite a few different manufacturers in the limelight, but you know, you've got quite a heavy portion of BMWs and Ferraris taking the helm here in the GT3 class.
They're not as quick as some other cars are, the BMWs, but they're consistent, they're nice to drive, they're stable. And that's why I think so many people like to drive the BMW in longer races, because it doesn't do anything you're not expecting. And that's what I found with other cars. That sometimes does happen. The Porsche is a very good example of that. Mm-hmm. You can drive the Porsche into a corner in the same way as you did the lap before, but it'll do something different. Because a little tiny thing, track temperature or something, is different. And that's what the BMW doesn't have. It stays consistent really throughout the whole race, basically. And also, when the track temp goes up, the car doesn't change too much. Yes, the normal things happen. The car gets more understeer or the car gets more oversteer, depending on how you set it up. The BMW is off, though. I think Victor Sanchez, that's the leader of the AM class, who had a tricky moment there. I think that was the LMP2 coming through to a very quick right-hander, where it's always difficult to make a pass. But that's the good thing about the BMW. It doesn't do anything you don't really expect when the track gets warmer or colder. So it kind of stays the same, and if it changes, it changes to something that you do expect. And that's why I think so many people are driving it. Top 4 in the GT class, as you can see on the left-hand side. Leo Racing, Simvision, Ingersoll runs Inosis Esports, and Leo Racing Team 221, all in BMW. So the top 4 in the GT3 Pro class BMWs, and the lead car in the GT3 AM class is BMW.
Oh, and all of the LMDH as well, just so you know. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason people choose it, right? And the thing with endurance racing, again, well, funnily enough, there's another thing about endurance racing, it's trust. And I guess that does extend to most disciplines of racing as well. But you've got to have trust in what you're driving. You've got to go into a corner not hoping that it's going to spit you out if you stamp on the brakes too hard, which is, as you say, something that is sort of renowned with the Porsche, in the sense that it's a little bit temperamental. If you don't drive it exactly how it's meant to be driven, you step outside that margin for error, you are going to have some problems. Whereas with the BMW, also I find with the Mercedes and the Ferrari, at least in my personal experience, is they're predictable. You know, you turn the car, it wants to turn. Maybe there's a bit of understeer, maybe it's not going to do exactly what you want to do, but it's not going to do not what you want it to do, sort of thing. That it's not going to snap under brakes, it's not going to, lose the rear end suddenly or anything like that, which is very important to keeping that that consistency, that drive alive, is not spinning out lap after lap. And also the BMW as well, which is it's just a nice car to drive. You know, it's not one that you necessarily have to adapt anything major to do. You can get into it, you can do a few laps, you can feel comfortable. Yes, you obviously need to build up that limit and maybe get a little bit quicker, master it. Easy to drive, hard to master sort of thing. But yeah, there's definitely a good car at the wheel of the BMW, despite the number of changes taken to the GT3s over the recent weeks. Obviously going into 2023, the whole bop and handling model of the GT3s changed, which I think actually really did a good thing for GT3, because now, you know, depending on where you go, what tracks you go to, what series you're in, you've got the BMW, the Mercedes, the Lamborghini, the Ferrari. All of those cars are really good options. You know, they're safe, they're reliable options that you can take. Obviously, the Porsche has been tanked a little bit, but sometimes what you have is so many different manufacturers to choose from, because, well, you don't know at what point in the season each one's going to be quick, and each one of them is a really viable option, which is so important when you have different chassis all competing in the same class.
Well, we can go to the GT3 AM class if we go to our leader here. You can see on the left-hand side so many different manufacturers: Ferrari, BMW, Lamborghini, Mercedes. They're all in it. Even Porsche. Porsche's a little bit further down, but you know, they're all involved in it, and that's well, great to see. Now, a car that I am missing and that I daily miss, because it's one of my favorite cars visually and also in terms of sound and how it drives, is the Ford GT. I do miss that car.
I respect that. I've never driven it. I've only ever driven the Mercedes and the Ferrari in iRacing, but I've seen people like the Ford, and it's a shame that its only reputation in iRacing is for being slow. And even when Team Fordzilla was really taking the limelight of things, even they, a Ford-backed team, even they didn't drive the Ford, and that says everything.
Yeah.
So, guys, real quick, I've managed to I've grabbed one of the drivers that has been waiting outside the booth at the moment. So, if you'd like, I'll be able to drag Dominic in here for a quick chat.
Dominic, which car does he drive for? I think the 76 is the car he's driving for. Is he not?
It is, yeah. Hello, what's good?
Hello, how are you, mate?
Yeah, pretty good and pretty excited.
Well, give us a quick sum up of how your race has gone so far.
P1.
Yes, indeed. That's really simple. How's the race going? Well, P1, that says everything. How did you get to P1? Because I think a little bit earlier on, when I jumped into the commentary position, of course, I think someone else was doing. I think it was the TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing team. Are you different on strategy, or how's it playing out?
Yeah, the first stint was a 21 lapper. But the other stints are 22, and we are planning on 22 lap stints. Yeah.
And in terms of tires, I think now with the way iRacing handles it, that both get done at the same time. I think every pit stop you change tires, is it not?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Right.
But they are giving up on the last 1 or 2 laps. Depends on how you...
Yeah. So what you're saying is you're going to have to look after the tires really to get the performance throughout the whole stint, because the last 4 or 5 laps of the stint, the tires really drop off.
Yeah, sure, yeah. But you know, we are handling it. I mean, it's not like the ESS print where you double sticking the tires, so
yeah. Well,
we can push it a bit.
Yeah, well, in terms of strategy compared to the other cars, do you have an advantage, you think, yourself, or are you all the same?
At the moment, I think we are a bit faster on the pit stop. But it can be, random that we gain time in the pit stops.
Yeah, well, those were all my quick fire questions. Zach, you have any?
So you're in P1. You're doing great. Keep doing what you're doing. I don't know. There's nothing really else to ask him. He's doing great. And obviously, being the lead car, you know, you can't really tell us a lot, can you? You gotta keep it cryptic. You don't want anyone else to sort of get a sniff of what you're doing, do you?
Good question. How's traffic?
Overall, it's okay. It's absolutely drivable. But some drivers, I'm like, yeah, I'm fighting with you, and yeah, I don't know what they are thinking, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Dominic, of course, great job on the race so far. About 3 hours, 40 minutes to go, a little bit less. Keep it up, keep up the good work, and keep doing what you're doing, and you should be back in the booth again at the end of the race.
Yep.
Well, that was Dominic from the Writer Engineering Esports LMDH team. They're quick, 22 seconds, Zach, ahead of everyone else. So basically doing what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely know a lot more than we do, and really do know how to drive that car. Jan Korbs at the moment at the wheel, doing some pretty good lap times, it must be said. A 51.45 that last time by, which is just about half a temp quicker than Brian Loynes for Altitude Esports. So they're doing enough to manage the gap. I mean, 21 seconds, it's not a bad gap. It means that you can... What you can do with that at this stage in the race is you can have a bit more liberty with how you approach different scenarios. We spoke to him about traffic and things like that, and he said it's drivable. It's not the worst thing in the world. So with a gap like that, it means you can slow down, take a breather. You can judge each decision you make to the best possible margin. You can say, okay, yeah, I'm not in any rush to get past here. I can lift off. I don't have to take any risks. I can find the best way through. And that definitely is very good because it minimizes that margin for error. And it just gives you that comfortability, that sense of security. Obviously, with that, you can't get complacent or anything like that. I'm sure Writer Engineering are not going to get complacent. But there's a dangerous thing that can happen when you have a gap that large. So the important thing for Writer and for Jan Korbs at the moment is to keep yourself occupied, to keep maybe... To set yourself targets, to say, I'm going to keep the gap above 20 seconds, or I'm going to grow the gap to 25 seconds, or I'm going to do XYZ on my fuel, or XYZ on my tyres, or something like that. You need to do something to keep yourself in the mix, because when you're dominating a race to that extent, as there's HW Racing having a bit of an off through Canada corner, not too major, of course, but able to continue going. When you get to a stage of dominance like this, it's so easy to switch off. And the moment you switch off, Dan, is where mistakes really then start to creep in.
I think we just saw that with Patrick. He's been pushing, I think, the whole time to keep up with the Platinum Racing Team Blue, who have now got a little bit of a gap for themselves because, of course, the HW Racing LMP2, the 105, went off at Canada Corner. As soon as that starts happening, it's difficult to, or at least I find it difficult to gather myself back up, especially when you make an unforced mistake just by yourself. I find it difficult to then gather myself back up for the next 2-3 laps.
Yeah,
it takes some time to forget that too. At least for me, it does.
Dan, can I cut in there and say, well, you find it difficult to enter into a pit lane, don't you, Dan? But I'm just going to leave that one at that.
Oh yeah, Biggles there. There we go.
You know what? He's sat there. He's waiting for his opportunities to come in and throw some digs. Fortunately, he's never watched me race, so I'm good. I'm all right. But Dan, mate, you've got. I mean, I've already thrown some low punches at you already. But Biggles, he's just sat there. He's waiting. He's like a little crocodile sat under the lily pads or something. And then he's waiting for you to give him a hand, and then bang, he's gonna snap. And is that Gonzalez gonna look slow? Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward mistake. But able to keep going again. But yeah, you're right in saying that it's really difficult to get your composure back up because all you think, oh, there we go, that's a bit of an off. And how hard did he hit the barrier? It didn't look to be too hard. More just he scraped it. Oh, don't do that. Oh my word. Yeah, rejoin was. Almost dodgy.
Class.
Oh, was he? Wow.
That's taken a long time to get back on track. There you go. Gets back on track. Does well there to regain the car back up and is underway again. I think a little brush onto the wall, not too bad, I think, however, for Isaac Gonzalez. Continues his way still in P3, but that has lost him a handful of seconds there. Heaps and needs of time. Gap between him and P40 at Geeks Energy now. What, about 10 seconds between those two. That gap was, what, about 25. So he's lost about 15 seconds doing that. And that's valuable time, especially in a race like these, because 15 seconds, you're not going to gain that back easily.
No, you know, it's a big gap. Fortunately, he's got 3.5 hours to close that gap, which is promising. It means that he's also got 3.5 hours to lose that gap, or he's got 3.5 hours for the gap to stay the same. Funnily enough, that's how things work. But yeah, it's a big gap to close. But fortunately, he has got the opportunity to do that. Maybe the capacity to bridge that gap back up. But going back to what we were saying not too long ago, Dan, you know, in order to close that gap, first he's got to get rid of that mistake out of his head, because once you make a mistake like that loses you that time, as you were saying, you know, it looms in the back of your mind for quite some time, and you constantly doubt yourself. We were talking with the BMW how you've got to trust and have confidence in your car that it's not going to spit you out. The same thing works in your head. If you doubt yourself and you are convinced that because you've spun before you're going to spin again, chances are you are going to spin again. Not because you're a bad driver or anything like that, but purely because your mind is telling you that and making you doubt yourself. If you lack confidence, you lack ability. They're sort of one of those things that go hand in hand and definitely do affect each other. And it's the mentality side of things that really plays into effect. And people might be saying that sim races, that's not really that big of a deal, but it is. And the moment that you get tentative and you think, oh, you know what? No, I can't push as hard now. I've made that mistake. I don't want to make that same mistake again. And you're eating away at yourself. You are going to, over the course of the rest of the race, have even more mistakes or drive so on edge. Your hands are shaking, your feet are shaking. You don't really know what to do with yourself. It's a dangerous area to get yourself in. So the quicker you can get yourself out of it, the better off you're going to be.
I agree with that, and especially for me that's the case. Now, my teammate said something during the start of this race, because we were in such a bad place in terms of traffic as we're looking at the battle between Chicane Online Racing. We're now going to go for a move. This is not for position in class. This is a move on the Peaky Drivers GT3 team. They're leading the GT3 AM class, not for a position in class, but for a position overall. Move up into 7th, and doing well is Thomas Fisher in the Chicane Online Racing red Ferrari. Now, going back to what we were saying, is my teammate said to be quick, basically. Every lap on lap on lap, you have to have no emotion, basically. What that does is you don't really think about what happened in the past, and you just, yes, it happens, let's just get on with it. I find it difficult to do that. Some other drivers will find that less difficult to do. Some other drivers will find it even more difficult to do. But it's something, it's such a big part. People sometimes forget how big of a part, well, the mental aspect of driving is to an endurance race. Because you are in the car usually for an hour or two. If it comes to a GT2 or a GT3, you're in the car for an hour or two, and then if something happens at the beginning of stint number 1, you're usually going to carry that through from the beginning of stint number 1 to the end of your second stint. And that's not really what you want to have happening. Also in the chat there was a poll which said, which are you most afraid of? It says Biggles punts, who won, spiders, snakes, or a Hungry James. Now, if pit lane entries were in there, I would have chosen that one. But yeah, go ahead. Go and vote on that poll. It's an interesting one. I'm most afraid of a Hungry James. You won't want to have him in the booth.
Yeah, no, I feel like you'd be, well, not only would you just have a copious amount of food puns thrown at you. Literally just yesterday we were on some TCRs and he mentioned the Big Mac line again. Also Tesco's, because he definitely had his groceries on his mind as well with that one. It's just endless and it's great, but also Biggles is just as bad. Biggles is just as bad, so you got to be careful. I want to know what Biggles said in regards to that one. Probably Hungry James, because spiders and snakes. He's Aussie, so he's used to them. He's fine. He'll be fine with that one.
Yeah, you're right. Hungry James. Hungry
James.
Games, of course. Yeah, somebody's been thinking about the movie series, but yeah. Well, it was actually, I did Hungry James, of course. Yeah, you don't mess with the Hungry James.
No, you
You
don't.
feed him, and he's a happy caster.
Indeed, that's how he works. James doesn't get paid. James gets food. That's how he gets paid, isn't it?
And we'll cast for food, right?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Especially now.
Yeah, exactly.
Times are rough, boys.
Yeah, when you have such a long endurance race, it's good to get some food from one time to another. You know?
Well, that's a real question I actually want to ask you guys as race drivers. Like, not many straightaways here to take a swig of water and stuff like that. How difficult is it too when you are driving? Like, how much time do you get to pick up that water bottle there? And is it easier to use a water bottle with like a tube on it or something like that, or how does that pan?
I've been thinking about getting one, but then you look at the prices if you really want a good one, and then you're like, I don't think that's worth it for a water bottle, to be honest. But yeah, none really. You have to go into pit lane to get a chance to grab your drink and go and have a sip of, well, whatever you have. I have usually water that I have alongside me, and I only take that drink once I'm into the pit lane and once I'm getting my pit stop done.
If you get into the pit lane, Dan. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh!
If you can get
Now
into the pit lane.
Zachary's on fire.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
this
there
is how it's
we
going to
go.
pan
Yeah.
out. But I was wondering too, if you do have like a girlfriend or a family member or something like that, they could probably hold like a water bottle up to where you got so you don't take your hands on the steering wheel.
I wish I had the capacity in my mind, but if that would happen, I would probably drive the car straight into a wall and I wouldn't even enter the pit lane for that.
You don't
Yeah,
need a
we've seen that before. Look that up on the YouTube
Yeah.
shorts there.
I-
Anyway,
I
I'm going to
love
sit
how
back and be
James
quiet
is-
because I think Zachary's got all the puns now. He's taken over.
I love how James just put into the chat when Biggles said that. There is a short of it, guys. If you want to check out Daan's pit lane entry, I love how James just wants to give the people, some more information about how I crashed into the pit lane. It's still haunting me. It's got to be for a long while, I think.
100%. Yeah, you never ever live things down when it comes to sim racing, mate. You just don't. I still remember over a year ago now when I did the Rocket Race and stuff, Formula 4 esports competition UK. There was someone who did the first round. Unfortunately, he didn't qualify for anything beyond that, Devon Edge, and he basically what happened was we were on the grid at Silverstone. He got a drive-through. Initially off the race start, which is bad enough in of itself because he forgot that you have to hold the brakes, otherwise the car starts when it's in first gear. He didn't do that, and then when he came in to serve said drive-through penalty, he didn't brake into the pit lane. He pulled the Daan Pepels right, and he just completely straight lined it in, and he made a short about it, and sort of the meme sound of the guy going meow, and he literally just went straight into the pit lane, didn't brake, got himself then a subsequent further stop and go penalty, and then just gave up, and we never saw him again in the series. Is all that's wide? Is that from Barretto? Could potentially see Diaz take 4th place here in class. Battle of 3 BMWs, Barretto, Diaz, and Bird all fighting over it. There is Felipe Barretto, very much a Portuguese contingent in the Platinum Endurance Championship, but no changes in this fight for 4th. But yeah, honestly, the point I'm making is you don't live things down. People will always remember. As soon as it's online, it happens. You don't forget. I remember making a YouTube video when I was 9 about something, and obviously people in my primary school saw it. I've not spoken to them for them for years, but when I occasionally see them, I'm like, oh, how you doing? How you getting on? They will still reference that same YouTube video. You just can't live it down ever.
I hope Biggles and James are gonna forget it because they of course saw it live.
I mean, they're old, so.
Yeah, that's it. It's gonna work in my favor, but now everyone has seen it on YouTube. That's wide for the LMP2, by the way, the 169. Tricky to do that off the track even. And it's gonna come back on. That's a tricky one. Of course, always tricky to overtake around the outside. Then the GT3 is always gonna run out wide. That's just the line every car takes through there, especially a GT3, which is on edge. Every time basically through there, but that was a tricky one for the LMP2.
Yeah, it doesn't take much for things to go catastrophically wrong, as we've said multiple times before. And yeah, the GTs, because the difference in aerodynamic capability for Ziegler and the Bazinga Motorsport LMP2, it's fine. You can go on the outside and the car will grip. For the GTs, that racing line naturally puts them on the outside of the circuit. We'll see it just again now that the BMW can't do anything at that point. He is probably already turning the car as much as it will turn, and naturally it wants to drift out because the GTs, they don't have that capacity to have that margin for error. The LMP2, sure, can bring it back, but for the BMW, he's already on the limit of adhesion. That car is naturally going to drift out wide. So not the best car placement for the 169, but again, it's fast corners where the LMP2s make the biggest gains on the GTs, so it is natural he would have wanted to find a way through. However, unfortunately, that very nearly found himself in the barrier because, well, we all know how the grass on iRacing works, especially in LMP2s. If you get it even marginally wrong, if there's even a slight imbalance, you're gone. You're going to throw yourself into the barrier. So Ziegler has been given a nice break and a bit of a reality check to say, you know what, mate? Yeah, we've given you this chance. Don't do it again.
He got away with it, which is something that usually doesn't happen, especially at that corner. If you dip a tire, or especially your left-hand side tires onto the grass there, it can end badly. I've done it in practice multiple times, and you spear off to the right-hand side into the concrete wall, and usually that means your race over, or at least a chance of a good finishing position. Now, Leonard Siegel himself is in P7 in the LMP2 field. Just ahead of him is Jens Kaiser, who's into the pit lane for the 505 endurance team. Just ahead of that, though, or just behind that, is Zachary Livingood, who's right ahead now of Leonard Siegler. So this is a battle for position now. They could move up to about P5, depending on if Jens Kaiser is going to get out of the pit lane in time enough that he can get out ahead of these two. He's out of his pit box. It's going to be close on pit exit. There he is Zachary Livingood. And on the right-hand side, you can see the 505 endurance car appear. There it is, and it's going to come out behind. These are, well, usually these were Biggles, his Aussie friends. But of course, as you can see, Jens Kaiser in the car now is a German. So they have, of course, different nationalities in that team, which we love to see. It's always a good side of sim racing. Every different nationality from everywhere over the world. You can basically jump into a car and race it around the virtual racetrack.
Absolutely, and that is the beautiful thing of sim racing, 100%. As we follow in this battle between Ziegler and Zachary Livingood for now 5th place in the LMP2s, but that's the beautiful thing. You can be racing Clios at Alton Park at one time, and then you can be in Canada racing LMP2s. Literally in the span of 10 seconds. It's so good in that regard for sim racing, and also it's really good to connect. I know since being in sim racing, I've spoken to, I've worked with, I've engaged in people all over the world that if I hadn't, I would never have had that connection with. Our lives would never have crossed paths ever, because we're in 2 separate worlds, 2 separate universes as far as we're regarded, right? But sim racing has allowed us to, through our common passion, to find that same path and to meet and to engage and have laughs and work well together. It will always be something that sim racing and social media and things in general will always hold, is bringing people together to have that fun. And now for the 505 endurance team and for a lot of endurance teams actually, is to bring people together from all different places on the world for them to have fun and to enjoy a hobby, playing pretend race cars and competing at the top level of said pretend race cars. It's just always a wonderful thing to see, and will always continue on. So sim racing is just strength to strength, really, specifically since its very exponential rise in the recent years, obviously due to everyone being forced to be inside to do sim racing. It's really taken that exponential rise and really grown to a great extent. And I'm all here. I'm here all for it. Not only do I rely on it for work, but it's also a lovely thing to witness. Are these events and this whole sim racing dynamic?
Yeah, I like the endurance races. Like you said, it's a team game. Sprint races, yes, they're fun, but it's also not quite my piece of the action, really. Not a sprint driver. For most drivers, that actually counts. It's difficult because sprint driving is being on the edge of the limit of the car for however long the sprint race really lasts. If it's 20 minutes, 40 minutes, really, An hour maximum really is what I call a sprint race. And even that I call more of a sprint endurance. And an hour long. 40 minutes is really where the sprint really ends, you know. But it's so much more difficult to keep the car on track while doing that, as we see the LMDH now having a bit of trouble. Passing the LMP2s with GTT traffic coming into play too. And, well, you know, it's with team racing and with endurance racing, you can kind of pace yourself. You have your strategy that you go off. You drive to a certain strategy. As we see, I think the 164 go into the pit lane, and that is the case. Zachary Livingood into pit road. There he is behind the pit wall, the 134 for Lithium Motorsports. He's going to come into pit lane, serve again. A full pit stop, I think. Or is it a drive-through? I haven't seen a penalty come through from race control yet. He's going to go indeed into his pit box. Undershot a little bit.
He did. You saw that bit of hesitation where he stopped and then, you know, went again. And, well, it seems that it's not just you, Dan, that has difficulties with pit lanes. There we go. There's another one. Bam! I'm on it. There we go. Doing Biggles proud. But, you know, the whole sort of pit dynamic, it seems so trivial, right? It seems so easy for people to say, it's a pit lane. You've got a pit limiter on. The car's doing half the work for you. You don't have to worry about speeding. All you have to do is stop the car and park it, right? And parking it is, you know, when you're under that much pressure. I mean, Zachary Livingood, you know, he wasn't living good at all when he had the pressure from behind of Leonhard Ziegler. He had so much pressure on his shoulders, and to come into the pit lane with that pressure, something as small as just stopping the car on your marks can lose you time. And he'd have lost half a second from that. Just that Lamborghini trying to warm up their tires, of course. But, you know, it's so easy for things to go wrong, and you can so easily lose so much time just from undershooting or overshooting a little bit, because you stop, you think, oh, you know what, actually not in position, then you have to go again, stop, hope for that it's going to correct yourself again. So yeah, you can easily lose a lot of time from just under and overshooting it, which again it's one of those small things, but it's those small things that add up over the course of the race. You think how many times they're going to come through the pit lane throughout this race. If they have a mistake like that on each and every single one of them, that can add up to a good, you know, 5-6 seconds. And well, yes, it's only 5-6 seconds, but we've seen endurance races separated by side runs to the line. Things like that make the difference.
Really, these days, Zach, of course, back in the day, an endurance race was really a race of attrition and trying to survive. But these days, an endurance race is really, like I just said, a 6-hour sprint race. You have to be on it 24/7, every second of those 6 hours. And every second that you're not on it, you're losing time to the guys behind. It isn't like look after the car anymore. It's try and get to the finish with the most amount of laps completed.
Yeah, essentially. You know, sometimes you've got differences in points allocations. You have to complete X amount of time in the race to score points. So if you've obviously had a bit of an off or whatever, it's about getting those lap times in and getting the distance ran to be able to score points. And sometimes to that regard, it is just a case of putting as many lap times in as you can and hoping for the best. Of course, you are watching the Platinum Endurance Championship. We're here for round number 2, the 6 hours of Road America. Thank you to everyone tuning in, of course, on the JP Broadcasting YouTube channel, because, well, yeah, here we are. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Daan Pepels alongside in the commentary booth. We're pushing now over 800 subscribers, which is fantastic. It's been such a great jump in subscribers, a continuous gain, and onwards and upwards from here, because you will find a home at JP Broadcasting, whatever you want. Endurances, touring cars, radicals, single-seaters, GTs, we have it. You know, NASCARs as well for some of you Americans back at home. You will find a home here. And, you know, we've got stuff, you know, 2, sometimes even 3 broadcasts a night throughout the week, whatever time zone. There is something here for you at JP Broadcasting. And, well, most of the time it's quite professional casting, unless it's me and Dan in the booth. But yeah, you'll find something and you will enjoy yourself. So make sure you've liked, subscribed, turn the bell on for notifications to not miss a thing that comes your way in terms of sim racing. And, well, here we go. We've got still just over half of the race left to go for round 2 here at Road America. And, well, it's shaping up to be quite a decent race.
Yeah, well, so far we've seen some great action. Of course, further on into the race now, gaps are going to open up a little. But still some fights out on track, as we see here. Lithium Motorsports trying to fend off the Carbono Esports Black. I think, however, that Zaku Livingood already has made a pit stop. Yes, indeed, he has. Last pit lap for Carbono Black was lap 80. And lap number 81 for Livingood. So both of these drivers actually almost on the same pit strategy. So this is a battle on track for position, and for a position that will be kept until, of course, we go into the pit lane once again. I did not expect to see Carbono this close to Lithium, but also I think Lithium just a little bit earlier on are one of the first ones to pit. If I look at the pit laps from everyone else, it's the top 4 that basically in the LMP2 class has already pitted. Lap 84 for the Emerald Racing LMP2, which is in P2 in that class, which means that, well, basically they are the last ones of the top 4 to pit, so they have an advantage in terms of fuel strategy, which is always good, isn't it, Zach? You want to kind of have the ability to react to what the other teams are doing, so it's not bad to have that. If we look a little bit further ahead, I think Ziegler and Jens Kaiser still have to pit, so do Nick Kerstens in the Platinum Racing Team Black LMP2. So 3 teams still have to pit, so I do expect these cars to at least jump up to maybe P6, P5.
Yeah, and obviously, as you say, it's good to go those extra couple laps. You can't do any harm from extending your stint, apart from obviously slowing down to save said fuel. But if you can go an extra lap or 2, it gives you that strength and that ability to decide when to come in. You can go a lap later, or if needs be, you can come in a lap earlier. You've got that wiggle room that is really nice. You're not struggling. You're not going, guys, if we can really save some fuel here, we can stretch it to 40 minutes, then we have to come in. It's a case of, let's chill, guys. Let's get our stint over and done with. Let's come into the pit lane, do all of our stuff. We can react to what other people are doing. We can play it by ear. We can adapt. Our strategy is the key word there. You can adapt. You can change. You can mold. Yes, coming into this race, they're going to have a pretty good idea as to what they're going to want to do and want to get out of the race. The hours of practice to say X, Y, Z, this is what is going to happen. But in race scenario, that gets all thrown out the window. That gets all thrown out the window. You
also
have
the first
to change.
lap.
Exactly, 100%. You could be out of contention on the first lap. You could be spun in the barrier, have to take an early stop. Or your rivals could be right on your rear wing and you have to decide, do I stretch the stint? Do I come in and get away from them? Do I try and get some clear air? You have to have that wiggle room to try and do different things, because if you're stuck on a single linear path for the entire race, chances are you are really going to struggle. And it's the teams that can play it by ear and very quickly make those decisions and adapt that really, you can tell in endurance racing, get themselves towards the front when it comes to the sort of final 2 hours, 2 hours of the race, where we then see who's gotten it right, essentially.
That's what I sometimes find the difficult thing in endurance racing, especially in races that are, 12 hours long. These 6 hours, you can kind of keep an eye on what all the other teams are doing, but you never really know until the last 2-3 hours of the race, basically. And even then, it's still guessing work. It's that last pit stop where you really know what's going to happen. Example, we at Platinum Racing Team did the 12 hours of Sebring. Now, we were third from hour 5, or with 5 hours to go, till 4 hours, till what hours to go? Because the last hour, we pitted 4 or 5 laps earlier than P4, and they overtook us because they had to refuel less. So it's those little things that can really, at the end of the race, make a big difference that you don't really notice until you really get there.
Well, you did better than Max Verstappen, which is
sorry to cut you off, guys, because I managed to grab one another driver at the moment, so we can do that conversation. But I have the 355 machine, and I've got Daniel in here, so we'll drag him, we'll get him in here, and you guys have a bit of a chat to Daniel. Welcome to the booth.
Yeah, Daniel, welcome.
Hi, guys.
Here we are again, Daniel. We had a bit of a chat during qualifying, not for the reasons that we really wanted to have a chat, was it?
Yeah, it was it wasn't even a close situation. It was fully carnage, let's say that way.
Yeah, let's put it like that. Well, For the people who don't know, I came out of the pit lane during qualifying, and I was busy keeping an eye on the car behind me that came out of the pit lane to try and, well, let that pass. Now, I did not see Daniel, my relative, so Daniel just came storming past on a quick lap into turn 1, and all of a sudden moved onto the racing line. I got, well, shafted from behind, basically, and I flew up into the air. Now, we had a good laugh about it.
It was good fun.
Daniel qualified P2 in class. Ever since that qualifying, I've never spoken to Daniel anymore. So how has the race gone for you guys?
Let's delete the last 30 minutes. Then I would say, oh, nice race, or P3 in class, or good, but yeah, no, it's not going very well at the moment. Like, I thought my teammate would have come a bit earlier so that he could drive the third stint, but he wasn't coming. Like a miscommunication, because different times between England and Germany, and he talked in the wrong time zone, so that's why I thought, okay, he would be here an hour earlier. So yeah, I had to drive a third stint, like after the end of my second stint, and I was a bit worried where he was at. My thoughts were a bit not on the track, I would say, and then I crashed out because my head was also done after 2 stints with this traffic here. So I crashed and 6-7 minutes of repair, like to P6 in class, and then it was too late for him to join. So, and then I think 30 minutes after I crashed again with 11 minutes, always in the kink. So it's not my favorite corner. So yeah, we are now, I don't even know, to be honest, like maybe P8, P9 in class, something like that. But yeah, chances are 2-0, and like I'm pretty. It's good that I will not be driving now for the next few hours, because then my head came down a bit. But yeah, it was a bit too much the last 30 minutes for me and for the car. So car feels quite fine, but let's see what we are gonna do about it, and hopefully finish the race. But you never know. In still 3 hours 7 minutes to go, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, well, you said it, traffic is a big thing. Now, being in a GT3, I experienced it myself, but how was it for you? What was the experience like?
Better than Le Mans with the driving standard wise. I criticized it a bit from the LMP2 and LMDH drivers, how they drove in Le Mans, but it's getting much better now this round. So didn't really had a lot of close calls. I think 1-2 with an LMDH, but nothing too serious about it. Sometimes it's a bit shit for our line to drive, because we have to take a different. Sorry. Okay, I forgot it. Sorry. Okay, let's say it is a bit unfortunate how to drive our line like this, because I think in the GT3 we really need the line because of the less aero compared to a Le Mans prototype car. But other than that, yeah, you have to lift a bit more when you're in a fight with other car. It's a bit, not optimal, I would say, but it's handleable, so it's not that bad this race. But it's always the case with LMP2 and LMDH in the fields. Some drivers are thinking more, some drivers are thinking less, and yeah, it's okay. So let's say it that way.
Yeah, well, it's been a difficult race, anyways. It's been a race of just really, and trying to survive was the big thing really coming into this race, I think, Daniel. At the end of the day, these things happen. You move on to the next race. Oh, of course, next race. Looking forward to that one, I guess.
Yeah, of course. Like in the championships, it's still possible. Much things are still possible. Like the other cars could also have much crashes, so it will be difficult to get like a top 5 position. That's the goal this year, but like with these 2 races, it's not looking very good. But there are still like 4 races to go and to gain many points. Silverstone will be a tricky one because it's not really my favorite track, and I also don't have really much experience on it. But yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see how training goes. And how the Lambo is, that's a different point this season. But the Lambo, after all, wasn't really the greatest choice now afterwards, because it was good, like season 1. But now, like, there are not really much Lambos in the series. And yeah, let's see how it will be on Silverstone and the other tracks. But yeah, could be interesting.
All right, that was Daniel Kuhn from the 355 GR Geeks Energy. Thank you for hopping into the booth, and well, good luck out there next time.
Thanks, no problem. Bye.
Well, Zach, he said it, a miscommunication because of time zones. That's an issue, though. If you are, well, racing online, everyone is in different time zones, so sometimes it can be a bit difficult to communicate that way.
Yeah. We said that the wondrous thing about sim racing is you've got so many people from all over the world. Other thing is, there's people are bright and early waking up while other people are dozing off to sleep at other points. So yeah, it is the awkward dynamic, and also when it comes to endurance racing, is that you have to make sure the schedule is set in stone and that people are waking up on time. If you're in America and you have to wake up for a stint, or if you're in the EU you have to wake up for a stint, whatever, you've got to make sure you're awake for a stint. You've got to make sure you're able to reply. And again, it comes to the challenge. It's a challenge that stems itself up a lot in sort of 12 or 24-hour races where you have that day-night cycle in both the virtual and in the real world. But yeah, time zones are always an awkward one, particularly where clocks are changing and moving forward and backwards and God knows where else. It's lovely. I love it. I was like, I had to say to my girlfriend's dad, I was like, do I get an extra hour of sleep, or do I lose an extra hour of sleep? And he was like, yeah, you lose one. I was like, God's sake, man, I don't want to lose I don't want to lose an hour of sleep. But it is very confusing as we see Sir Hanak for Simtex Motorsport looking to the left-hand side of shot, the right-hand side going into turn number 1, looking to move his way past, and that should be a fairly easy affair, and indeed is so for the, is it Slovakian, Slovenian, or Serbian? Which one is it?
I think Slovakian driver.
There we go.
Yeah,
it's one of them.
Well, one of those 3 at least. A 33% chance you get it right at least.
100%. I did pass geography, guys, I promise. But yeah, that's the thing with the Baltic states. I always get them mixed up, and yeah, it is a little bit confusing. There we go. I know that one's Spain. No, I don't. That one's Mexico. For Samuel.
Mexico.
Yeah,
for Spain. There's more Spanish-speaking people in Mexico City than there are anywhere in the world.
Yeah, because Mexico is massive. Mexico is huge city. Also, I think it's smacked bam right in the middle of an Aztec lake as well, for like where it's positioned, which makes water a little bit of an issue because studied Mexico City in geography. So there we go, coming into the limelight, fantastic. But unfortunately for TR Geeks Energy, they've been knocked off the podium, and well, we'll have to continue on as they were. But Geeks Energy, they're not doing too bad, obviously, in terms of track position stands. P4 still not a bad position by any stretch of the imagination to be in as we cut our way up and down the field, because, well, loads of people are doing different things at this stage in the race, Dan, and that's sort of the awkward point when you get halfway through an endurance race, is that loads of people are doing different races. And as weird as that sounds, it's the truth. They're all doing their own thing.
The valuable information that if you are in a fight with someone now, that you need to get from your teammates is, if you're fighting a driver that is, 10 laps lighter on fuel than you, he's going to have a quicker car. You might do better letting him pass, stay behind him for 9 laps, save a bit of fuel, stay with his pace and try and be quicker together than trying to fight him off because you think it's for position. Well, it's actually not, because you have the upper hand on him because you have to, of course, put in less fuel at the end of the pit stop, so at the end of the race. But that's the information that you need from your teammates. That's where the teammates need to come into play, and that's where, if you have one, an engineer is always really handy to have. So, like I said, it's these things. You know, your teammates have to help you with that, and it's really handy if you do know that the driver behind you is 10 laps lighter on fuel. You can just let him pass and try and stick with him in the slipstream, save a bit of fuel yourself, so you might be able to go another lap longer.
100%. And going back to what we said about communication, what Daniel was saying about communication with time zones, communication during the race, as you say, it's a team dynamic. The driver in the cockpit doesn't have all the information. Well, iRacing does give you a lot. It doesn't give you the whole story. If you have someone spotting you or just in the session that's your teammate, they can look through, they can look at the lap times, they can see everyone's positions, they can see who's coming into the pit lane, who's not coming into the pit lane, and they can give you that information. Obviously, you don't want them blabbering in your ear because it can be quite distracting. Sometimes it actually depends. Sometimes you want to have that back and forward conversation. I know I do, just like chatting while I'm racing, just to give me something to sort of take my mind off stress and off the race. But I know some people just like to get on with it. But obviously, they can feature that information. They can say XYZ is now coming into the pit lane, or the person behind you is closing at 2 seconds a lap. So obviously, don't fight him too much. And it's that communication that really comes in handy because it's not a one-man team. There's so much that goes into an endurance race and an endurance team, and more so a successful endurance team. As all my words off the road nearly. That is the Mexican of Buchema, who just had driven off, coming off of the exit turn 3. I believe, is that no? Maybe. I think so. Yeah, turn number 3. It's the communication side of things is undeniably important. And you might be saying, just drive faster. You'll be all right if you're the quickest car on track. But we've said before, Dan, that is not the case at all. Driving fast does not make up for a bad team.
Nope. And driving fast is also not what wins you endurance races. That's the wrong mindset. If you go into an endurance race wanting to be the quickest, in my eyes, that's the wrong mindset to go into an endurance race. You want to be the first one to cross the finish line at the end of the time that the race lasts for. And that's not always done by being the quickest. That's done by being safe and making sure you get towards the end. Because you might be 2-3 seconds a lap quicker, but if you get into an accident with another car or yourself spin it into a wall and you lose, 10 minutes of repairs, you're never going to gain that back, however much you're quicker a lap. It's just not going to happen, is it?
It's not. Obviously, for some of you gym rats out there, you might be, a similar analogy would be, you can't out-train a bad diet. You can't, in the same way that you can't out-drive a bad strategy, or you can't out-drive a bad team, as we say. There is so much that goes into it, and it's very, very unlikely that you can just drive faster than the deficit you'd have if you had poor communication or a poor strategy. It's not how things work. It's a whole bundle of things that all coagulate together and add up to the great objective. Yes, we're not saying that you can drive around at snail's pace and still win the 24 Hours of Le Mans or anything like that. That's not the case. You still do need to some degree, be a fast car. But it's the balance, like we said, literally.
The best way to say it, I think, Zach, is to say you want to minimize the risk you're taking over the period that the race lasts for. Samuel Buchema, though, almost went round coming out of turn 3. He managed to keep it pointing in a straight line, but that was rather close.
Yeah, there we go. That's, again, exactly what Dan was saying. You want to minimize the risk of spinning while driving as quickly as you can. And unfortunately, Buchema saw the extent of said limit of the car. A bit of a twitch on the exit. And, that is definitely going to slow them down and not do their tyres too well. And that's another thing, Dan, when it comes to consistency and strategy. How much do mistakes like that add up? Obviously, his rear tyres have spun. They're heated up a little bit. They've seen some, obviously, skated across the track a little bit, probably worn a little bit. How much over the course of, say, a 45-minute stint, do mistakes like that add up?
Well, if you get yourself into a bad rhythm, because we touched on this a little bit earlier on, the mental point of an endurance is also a big factor. If you keep making mistakes, you're going to keep doubting yourself. And like we touched on earlier, if you doubt yourself, you usually push yourself into even more mistakes. Or if you get frustrated with yourself because you know you have the pace, it's just not happening at a certain point in the race. Tires not working, the car not really doing what you expect it to do, and it's kind of a downward spiral that is difficult to get out of. So it's not only the mistakes that you can keep making, it's also, you know, tires are gonna be wearing down quicker, you're gonna not be as good on your fuel mileage, because that's a big thing too. If you drive to a certain, you know, fuel number and you spin, you're gonna use more fuel than that fuel number, or than you're supposed to do. And you're gonna have to save more in the laps after. So it's not only the mistake that you make at that point in time, it's also how you're gonna have to recover from that mistake, which makes it 10 times more difficult if you do make one.
Yeah, it's a constantly fluctuating thing. You know, on some stints you might use more fuel, you might compensate, and if you use more fuel on one stint, you've then got to compensate on another. If you push on this stint, you've got to slow it down on this stint, because you've got to keep it at that equilibrium, at that line that determines, you know, what the limit is. As we see, what could potentially spark itself into a lead fight in the LMP2s. Leo Racing Team versus XPD Emerald. The first and second cars leading the way by quite some margin over the Platinum Racing Team blue car. 18.5 seconds between the pair of them, but 0.3 of a second at this stage in the race. Just over 3 hours in, still just under half the race left to go. To be separated by that margin, well, that's definitely saying good things about the competitiveness of this field, but also means that all it takes is one stray GT car to really make that action interesting.
Running deep, that was hot. That was a dive and a half there from Isaac Gonzalez. Did not expect him, honestly, to keep that on the track. I thought it was off, but the GT cars was cooperation there, seeing the fact that he was going to go wide and while helping the fact that he could go through there. Now, in the LMP2 class, here it is. Michele Sangalli, here's the battle again for that class. It's crazy to think that after, about 3 hours and 10 minutes almost of racing, the gap between P1 and P2 in a certain class is less than a second. Could you imagine this being the case with F1?
Yeah, exactly. And that's always the analogy I come to when obviously people say, oh, the gap's 5 seconds, or the gap's like 15 seconds. I'm like, well, that's after 4 hours of racing. You see that in F1, that's happened after 4 laps of racing, right? Endurance racing is a different kettle of fish, and it's so competitive. And yes, people are doing different things, and it's like an eye. They start close, then they widen out a little bit, then they funnel back again towards the end of the race. Sometimes that does happen, but then you get sort of special moments like this, where even 3 hours into the race, they are fighting for the lead. And it was Emerald that was able to get themselves ahead of Leo Racing Team and, well, actually start to extend said gap. So maybe at this point, Emerald are on a different course in terms of their fast versus slow stints and maybe trying to pull out a bit of a gap. But what we did have is the lead fight separated by still under a second, which says very, very good things about what's to come from this race if it's kept up. If both of these teams can continue at the pace they're at for the remaining 2 hours and 51 minutes of this race, we could very well and truly have a fantastic end in that LMP2 class.
I think we've lost Dan.
I think so. I think he's...
Yeah, it is close, isn't it? Thank you in the chat there for bringing that up to our attention, of course, because there's so much motor racing going on. And Dan's in the trailer doing a lot of work, of course, and trying to focus on all the battles at once. But exactly, that's definitely one of those. I think Dan's back at the moment too, but yeah.
Yeah, I am.
Great battle. There you go.
I muted myself again. Isn't that great? Anyways, yeah, well, a little bit of a cold caught up with me. So if you have to, do the old cough that the old people do, as I found myself very old.
Hey, what are you talking about? Old people do?
Well,
Babies cough, okay? So I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. I was talking about myself here, Biggles. So,
I'll stay calm.
Yeah, good thing, Zach. Well, I forgot to unmute myself again. That is what happened there. Anyways, I was talking about in the background on my muted microphone that this team, they're always going longer. They did that last time round in Le Mans 2. Last pit lap for Winston Eckel, lap number 83. Pit lap for Michele Sangalli in P2 for the LMP2 class. lap number 81. So already 2 laps longer, so that's less fuel to put in the last stop. Not as much as they did in Le Mans. I think they went 2 laps longer every stint there, or 1 lap longer, which at Le Mans is quite a lot. But yeah, working strategy, as they always do, is Platinum Racing Blue. So we might well see them in contention for a victory maybe towards the end of the race, if they get towards the end of the race in a respectable position.
100%. I mean, even if they chill in P3, this is a podium, isn't it? Right? It's a podium. Can't complain with a podium. So potentially, obviously, they are going to want more. Naturally, you want more. You don't want to settle. We're competitive racing drivers. We don't like settling. As I'm sure this fight for P4 overall, P4 in the LMDH as well, between TR Geeks Energy and of course Magic Arrow. Samuel Bukema versus Balash Trochi as well, just in behind, the 35 versus the 55 machines. But yeah, you don't like settling, so you're always going to want to aspire for more, or your aspiration is the podium. So P3 for Platinum Racing Team could definitely be a very, very good result. However, still a long way to go. Still a lot left in this race to uncover. The narrative is far from over. We've still got a couple more chapters left to go through, and here could be a pretty climactic point in one of those chapters here with the fight for 4th. We came out unfortunately struggling just a little bit in the TR Geeks Energy LMDH with a couple of mistakes and falling backwards not too long ago. So Tarochi is going to try and have a look to the outside. Not really any way through on that particular occasion. They could have to look into the carousel. Gets the door closed, and while they negotiate their way through traffic, it's going to be very important for the Mexican to duck and dive and make the most and try and put as many cars between himself and the fellow BMW as possible.
Well, it's always difficult through the traffic, isn't it? We've touched on this, and you're going to touch on this every time, over and over again, every really endurance race that you do. Because it is such a big part of endurance racing, the traffic management, as we see now, the LMP2 off the track too. Ooh. That is, I think, Nick Kerstens in the LMP2. The LMDH kind of took his apex, dove in there, kind of pushed him wide. Nothing really that Nick could do about that. However, that has lost the LMDH just a handful of seconds. Oh, that's a good name, isn't it? Blas Burochi, I think you pronounce that.
No idea.
Wanted to say Bulgarian driver. That's not the Bulgarian flag.
Is that Hungary?
It's a Hungary flag. Look at the action at the moment. Look at the traffic. Look how close they are. Separated by millimeters or inches, depending on where you are in the world. And they've got this traffic to navigate. And you're looking at a very, very close battle, of course, between P4 and we put a P4, P3, P5. I'm not quite sure. No, it's P4, P5 there in the hyperclass. Am I correct?
Yes, you are. P4 in the hyperclass. Of course, the leader coming through to lap these drivers. So also something for the leaders to take into account, these drivers fighting. And Zach, really, you know how difficult it is to try and get past a pair of your own class, especially in the LMDH, that is fighting for position 2. They don't want to give up an inch, nor a centimeter, nor a millimeter really on the track. And that makes it even more difficult for the leader to get past.
100%. It's always, as racing drivers, you don't want to give way. Your ego, your pride will not let you. However, getting caught up behind the Mercedes could definitely spark a bit of a fight into the very quick flick to the right. And that is definitely one way through, because, well, that is, 100%. That is one of the easiest ways for things to go wrong, is to get caught up behind a car and, well, to find yourself behind a car. I don't think that was actually necessarily full position, but yeah, it's,
here it is.
Oh, was it? It was. So there we go. It can so easily flip on its head. Literally, all it takes is a poor run, and that is where traffic can both give and very much take when it comes to endurance racing.
Zach, this is for P5, 6 and 7. This is TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing. This is DLR Motor Industry and Rockar Esports team. All three in a fight. All three teams covered within a second. It's the Rockar Esports team going to go for a move on the DLR Motor Industry Orange. However, though, getting a good run off the back of that traffic once again coming into play. You can sometimes use that to your advantage, or it's going to work against you. And throughout a race, really, Zach, I always say it kind of evens out towards the end of a 6-hour race. If you take the full 6 hours, usually every team has had about the same amount of traffic, really, to come to play. Sometimes the traffic is a bit naughty to you. You can see it there. And really, nothing that the GT can do there, but it boxes in the DLR Road Industry Orange LMDH. And that makes it so that he couldn't get past. Is there contact between the LMP2? No, there's not. That makes it so much more difficult, though. I think we've lost the Rocker Esports team. No, he's there. I thought for a moment, I couldn't see him on the camera. We've lost him, but yeah, he's still there.
Fortunately, just tucked up behind the LMP2, which aerodynamically doesn't lose too much time. And you can see on the brakes, actually, Gonzalez is getting fought from the 110, but obviously in the end, the BMW overall is faster. It's just in some areas, the LMP2 is quite close. It's mainly the straights that the LMDH can close the gaps, but a bit of an awkward moment there from Gonzalez in this pursuit for what is now 4th place, because the Hungarian of Tureci is just, he's flown off now, 6.5 seconds clear of Samuel Bukima, who is fighting with Gerards and with Gonzalez still in this 3-way fight for 4th. We're following on with the Ricard Esports team, and you can see that he's trying to get onto the back of the DLR Rotary Industry Orange. And then, of course, just in front as well, the TR Geeks Energy, who is literally looming in the distance just in front of him. Over the crest, through the pitch straight, and then the run in towards turn number 1. Not really close enough to mount anything at all, but Road America, and just look in the track map, actually, that does all the talking. I didn't even need to make the point about traffic. It's not the longest circuit in the world, and there's a big grid. 4 classes here: GTP, LMP2, GT3 Pro, and GT3 AM, all trying to occupy the same bit of tarmac around the circuit. It's very rare that you are even going to get longer than a lap of clear air if you're in that top prototype class.
Yeah, especially with the speed that they are running. They're running 147s. The second quickest class, of course, the LMP2 is running 152. So only about 5 seconds difference there between those two. But if you go to the GTs, they're running lap times of about 2:04. And that, is about 17, 18 seconds a lap quicker for the LMDHs. So that means that, I think about 7 to 8 laps, you're going to catch up to the same car again. And especially with everything, you can see the top right so spread out. You're basically not even going to get 2 laps without any traffic involved in it, even at the start of the race.
100%. It really is a difficult one. Traffic, big talking points in terms of endurance racing, but it's not going to halt this fight whatsoever. Samuel became a Yannick Gerards as well, still at it as the race continues on. 2 hours, 42 minutes left to go of the Platinum Endurance Championship, round number 2 here at the 6 Hours of Road America. What a race it's been, and what a race it is continuing to be throughout. The race itself so far and the race yet to come. Still a lot to unpack, and I'm really, really looking forward to it. You can see Yannick Gerards trying to use every inch of the track possible, trying to use every inch of everything that he can get, tucked up behind the BMW for just that little bit more slipstream in order to close the gap, get the slingshot potentially to see himself ahead of Bukema, not in the not too distant future. That's the thing as racing drivers, he's eking out everything that he can in order to gain even a 1/10 of a second, because that 1/10 to him means the world.
Well, that's what it is. Of course, he wants to get out of the position that maybe the Rocker Esports team behind him, the 83, which is in 6th position at the moment, can put pressure on him, because if you are in between 2 drivers, you're in a sandwich, it's difficult to kind of keep your eye on both, try and attack and defend at the same time. It's never an easy job, and you're going to lose time in terms of lap time automatically. Yeah. So never really a great time if you are having to attack and defend at the same time. I heard Biggles wants to...
Yeah, Dan, I was going to say, because Zachary's just going for a driver relief break right now, or customer relief break. If you can go aboard with Yannick at the moment, because you can see here, he's flying the orange, he's the Orange Army supporter, you're from the Netherlands, and he's tucked up definitely behind Samuel there from Mexico. So we'll have to see whether or not he's going to try to do something about this, navigate the traffic. That's a 69 machine right now you're looking at. 35 is up the road. And they're definitely, once again, battling for position. 2 positions gained, 3 positions gained for these drivers to be up in P4, P5 right now is definitely, actually, you can't believe that. Once again, you guys have spoken about that before. We are so far into this race, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. And look at how they are just separated by inches in this race.
Well, that's how it's been for quite a while now with almost every car. Of course, the gaps will widen a bit once you get further on into this race. Everyone playing their own strategy. But as you can see now, he's going to go for a move. Yannick Gerards pulls to the outside. Not the ideal line for turn number 1. But they're still side by side. I think the TR Geeks energy is going to yield here. Yes, he is. Don't want to fight that too hard. You're still in, just over halfway of this race. You still have 2 hours, 40 minutes to go. You don't want to risk it too hard. But what that has done, though, see, Zach, this has brought the Rocker Esports team back into it, and that's exactly what Yannick didn't want.
Got to use traffic to your advantage or disadvantage. And traffic, we're talking about LMP2 car. It's not really that slow. This is totally a three-way fight now. Absolutely, you just mentioned. So Isaac Gonzalez there from Portugal. That's light of stern at the moment. You're looking at P4, P5, and P6, Dan. So far into this race, now pit stop strategies as well too are very, very similar. And it's going to be a matter of taking your time, navigating through the traffic, but not take too much time because you've got everybody else battling. Here we go, Dan. Traffic all around here. Side by side. This is fun. I can't wait till Zach comes back after his relief break. He's going to be really enjoying this.
Isaac Gonzalez all over it. And as you can see, he's losing a little bit of momentum. Here he is, the TR Geeks Energy sim racing team. Samuel Bokum has lost loads and loads and loads of time with that. Just losing that little bit of momentum. Up ahead though, Isaac Gonzalez going to go for another move, maybe into Canada corner. Not quite, that was defended by Yannick here. It's very late though, moved very late to the right hand side. Could have very well ended in disaster. He's now caught up behind the BMW. He's going to go around the outside. It's going to give him a bit of breathing space going on to the main straight. But the Rocker Esports team might well be able to gain 2 positions here, Biggles.
Take it up to Zach at the moment. Zachary, you're back. How's this?
I am indeed. It's fantastic. I'm enjoying this in its entirety. Gonzalez breathing down the neck of Gerard. Still Samuel Bukema in the mix as well. It's been a fantastic fight here for 4th place in the LMDH. No changes into turn number 1. However, it's all about the all-important run off the second corner, or more officially turn number 3, or even so, because look to the inside. There goes the Rocker Esports team. Nice little look there from Isaac Gonzalez. That is not something you often see now. Gets the run past the Audi and, well, I think really caught Gerard's off guard there more than anything. Now he's on the defense as they hurdle the way downhill in towards turn number 5. Is he going to be pressure free, or is he going to have to go defensive? Indeed he is, to the left hand side of the circuit. Gonzalez covers off his bases but remains in 4th place. Dan, that was fantastic.
Fantastic battle, especially with 2 hours 40 minutes to go, about 3 hours 20 minutes into this 6-hour race. Now, when I see this happening all the time in that corner, I get a bit of deja vu, because that's the point where we got hit off, of course, big net code there. But yeah, you know, it happens. I hope that no one else has to suffer from it, but Yannick Gerard's really risking anything here. And this is what I said earlier on in the race. If you're in that quickest class, you want to minimize the risk you're taking. You want to minimize the risk you're taking through every corner, through every traffic you catch up to. And therefore, it's nice if you can once again overtake them on a straight.
Yeah, straight to the easiest way for LMDH is to find a way through. Side by side once more as Gerard is looking to try and get the outside line through Canada corner. No way through on that particular occasion. Not really the corner you can send moves to the outside as you run your way uphill through a bit of a sweeper. Then the final corner, of course, and then it's all about the pit straight. It's all about getting your foot to the floor, but it's not been the case for the DLR Rotary sim racing as Jan Korbs, the Belgian from Reuter Engineering, into the pit lane first of the majority of the field. But then again, he's got quite a big gap, so he's he's not complaining too much. And well, there we go, another round of prototype pit stops to come our way.
So Gonzalez is still ahead of the DLR Rotary Industry Orange. I do once again apologize, because it's not DLR Rotary Industry Orange, it's DLR SimLab Orange. They have changed the team name, so that's team still at the heart or at the core of that team, still the same team. It's just the name that is different. Oh, a bit of a slide there from the SimLab team. And that has now meant that Samuel Boukema is once again all over the back of the DLR team.
Indeed, so small mistakes, big consequences sometimes, and you have got to watch out for that. And well, it's nice when teams change their names and stuff, because it just makes it, obviously it's still the same team, but for us in the commentary booth, it's like, hang on, are they new? Are they different? I had it recently in an R Factor 2 Endurance League where people are one of the championship leaders actually changed their name from Waveframe to Simframe, and it was just so confusing. I was like, hang on, are they saying, are they different? But yeah, at least we know that the team is the team. What's more important is the driving on track and where they are at the moment in the standings, and that is at the moment P5 for Yannick Giraz. He's trying to make that 4th and has had multiple sniffs at it. It's just a case of getting the move sealed more than anything. It's, obviously he got overtaken from Gonzalez, but to launch that counter attack, it's easier said than done, Dan, because he's got to not only recompose himself after being overtaken, he's then got to muster up the strength to actually go and counter attack.
If that's possible, it could well be that Gonzalez is running a little bit lighter. If I look at the pit laps, it is actually Yannick who's running a little bit lighter. Pit lap number 90, or excuse me, it is indeed Gonzalez is running lighter. I was correct. Lap number 89 is when Gonzalez pitted last, so that's about 3 laps later than Yannick Giraz did. So that is especially in these downforce cars, in these LMDHs that listen so carefully to the weight of the car. That can be about 2-3 tenths a lap, and that is just maybe what he's missing at the moment to mount the counter attack. Can't really get past the traffic as easy, of course, as the Rockar Esports team is doing. Of course, leading this train, that means that you can kind of dictate the pace and how you go through the traffic too, and the rest just has to kind of try and follow to keep up, or just stay behind and see if they can get past on a point where there isn't any traffic. So it's always good to be at the front of a train like this. However, it seems like the Rockar Esports team now is trying to create a little bit of a gap towards the DLR and the TR Geeks Energy teams. So these two teams, I think, are going to have to fight it out for P5. However, that's earlier said than done, because it seems like DLR once again catching up.
Yeah, 100%. It's really been chopping and changing and fluctuating for the entire race so far, and well, we've been loving it. We've not got any complaints at all, but for those in the cockpit, it's a case of, am I quicker? Am I not quicker? I don't really know what to do at this stage. Do I battle hard? Do I save fuel? What do I do? Because it switches so quickly. It's like, okay, now I'm quicker, so I want to overtake. But then when you're in front, you're then the slower car, so you're like, well, do I defend? Do I let them through? Do I save fuel? Like, what do you do in that situation, Dan?
I think as they're running right now, it seems like they have found kind of a formation that works best for all three of the teams. Not fighting, not losing any time to the cars ahead, trying to work together, because however, or you're not teammates. These are not the same teams. But you still want to try and work together a bit to try and save fuel. If you can, just hold on to the slipstream that the Rockar Esports team is giving you ahead of you. I do have to say, though, I do love the helmet that Yannick Giraz is running in that car. Take a look. Here he is. A inspired livery on that helmet for us Dutchies.
Is it?
Yeah.
I can see it very much. I can. What is it?
It is the Max Verstappen helmet. So,
right. Okay.
The white
nice.
one.
I can see it. I can see it properly. So I'll take your word for it. But yeah, as Max Verstappen fan myself, I can get behind that. Good old Max Verstappen helmet. It was my choice for GT Sport and stuff as well. So yeah, up the Dutchies, I suppose. I don't know. But yeah, there is a very much a big Dutch contingent. Up the Dutchies. Yeah. Go
Max
for it.
who? No, never heard of him.
There we go. You know, sometimes even I wish that wasn't the case. Even, you know, when Lewis Hamilton was winning all the races, you never kind of wish that one guy or one team is always winning all the races. That's not what you're like watching, you know.
I'm sure Zach like that. Obviously, having a UK driver winning all the time, and now it's switched over to the Netherlands.
You know what? It's
he's a Max Verstappen fan being in the UK. That's haven't heard that much.
I've got to keep my hood up, guys. I've got to stay safe. All right, I've got Hitman after me after this one. But no, I respect both drivers. I love both drivers. You know, big respect for both of them, what they've achieved in the sport. But yeah, it doesn't matter who's winning. I don't care. Like, I love seeing Max win, but I'd rather see him go side by side with Charles Leclerc for a win, or side by side with Fernando Alonso for a win. It's just better for the sport. And if it was a race between Max Verstappen and Fernando Alonso, I'd want Alonso to win, because it would mean more if Alonso won. Max he's dominating everything. But if Alonso was able to take victory, it means so much more. But I don't know. I get the stick all the time. Lewis McGlade, Arjuna Kankapati, even Ewan O'Leary and Cam Roger, they all give me the same stick as, oh, you're a Max Verstappen fan, where you must be loving this.
Aren't you their son?
I am. Luke Crane, James Parfitt, Lewis McGlade. I'm all their quote-unquote commentary son. I've just been adopted from everyone. As there's the move, potentially. Lovely jubbly from the Dutchman. Now continuing to go side by side with Gonzalez. They held their way down into the next left-hander, and it is still going to be advantage Gonzalez for now. Gerard's maybe still having a bit of a look now to the right-hand side, going through the carousel. Definitely the more dominant line to have. However, the outside momentum for the Ricard Racing team, BMW, keeps that position despite a bit of a mistake there from Gonzalez. And, well, that was an important mistake not to let ruin his chances of fourth.
He's going to try and make his way forward once again. He had a little sniff at it again. And you can just see what that has done. That has brought Boukema straight back into it. And a gap that was about 1.5 seconds for him to Gerards is now, what, about half a tenth or 2.5 tenths really, and that has brought him straight back into it. Traffic now once again coming into play. All three almost going into the pit lane. It's only the DLR team that is continuing, so they will continue for I think 3 more laps about that, and then we will see Yannick Gerards into the pits too. Now if they start fighting, if Gonzalez and Boukema start fighting here, we could well see Yannick Gerards come out of the pits with a little bit of a gap to those two.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's now in the pit stop phases that you really have to be careful, and you have to be thinking sort of the great objective. Yes, it would be nice to fight and get that track position, but what are you gaining? You are gaining that track position, sure, but you're losing overall time. All you're doing is tripping up over each other, slowing each other down, where you could be working together, where you could be giving each other, I don't want to say necessarily a bump draft, but you could be slipstreaming off each other, giving each other the slingshot. Not fighting, even as a fundamental, would gain you some time that you can then use to not be mugged off when people who are on a different plus or minus 1 lap in the pit lane to get that advantage. So while yes, they're competitive, while yes, they are still fighting tooth and nail for those positions, it might just be a case of press and pause, just for a lap or two, just to keep yourselves in the fight.
And that's what endurance racing is all about, knowing when to do what. And well, the drivers have been for 3.5 hours now, 2.5 to go here in the 6 hours of Road America for the Platinum Endurance Championship. Like we said, DLR now in P3. Of course, pit stop phase well underway in the LMDHs. Our leader, Jan Korps, has already been into the pit lane for Reuther Engineering Esports. That was about, 5-6 laps ago when these were busy fighting. Now, Jan Korps, if we look at him, he's almost lapped everyone up to P4. And then, of course, the DLR and the Syntax still have to make a pit stop. So they're almost dominating the class, really.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. We were having a talk with, who was it a little bit earlier on, who was driving for Reuther as well. And they just seem so calm and composed, and they're doing such a good job out in front. And I guess that's what you really have to do as an endurance team, is to take control down.
You want to be able to dictate the pace. He can now set the pace. He is leader. And everyone kind of has to drive to his pace to either catch up or to actually keep the gap stable. Because what you never want to do as a chasing team is want to let that gap grow. And that is what has been happening for quite a while now.
It really has, and that is the testament to how good the 76 machine of Reuther Engineering Esports has been. Same too with obviously the dominance in some other classes, and the dominance generally in sim racing, with the teams just taking control and setting the standard, because everyone then sort of has to aspire to reach that level. Otherwise they just sink and they can't compete. So obviously by doing that, by having that comfortable pace, they're then able to, as you say, dictate. Uncharacteristic mistake there from Corbs to go a little bit wide off the exit of turn 5, but he's built the margin up now, so doesn't really have to worry about being under pressure. He can afford to make little mistakes like that and it not matter too much, which is a good thing to have. But what happens right now is he sets the pace, and if it's quick, everyone's like, you know what? We've got to push. We've got to try and match that lap time to have any chance in this race. And what they then do is get in their own heads, Dan, and say, oh, we've got to improve by 5 tenths a lap. We've got to improve by X amount a lap to be able to be competitive. And by doing that, they overdrive the car. They outdrive their ability and then start to make little mistakes here and there. And, then Reiter have that positive feedback loop of just gaining and gaining and gaining because, well, for them, that's a comfortable pace. And Dan, if he wants to press unmute again, would be a fantastic thing. There we go. I've just seen it in Discord. There we go.
SOS. There you're back. Good.
Yeah, do Brycode or something. That would work. Of course, not for the commentary. No, like I said, it's if you're leading the race, minimizing that risk is also a lot easier because you have no one really pushing you. Since you're the one controlling that pace, you can try and you know when to take that risk and you know when not to. And like I said, when you're leading, it's a lot easier to do that. That is not only for the leader overall. That's for the leader in every class, not in only the LMDHs, in the LMP2s too. For XPDM Racing, the same is true as it is for the Right Engineering Esports team.
Yeah, it's, well, endurance racing, there we go. Even more added onto the ever-growing mounting of food on said plate of the endurance racing discipline, but yeah, working their way through, a bit of dust being kicked up naturally, which, well, has been the case because, well, it's Road America, and as we said before, Dan, if you overstep that margin even by a millimetre or two, chances are you are going to start kicking up that dust.
It's a track that is difficult for drivers, really, and multi-class on this track, not easy at all. We touched on it at the beginning. I think James and Biggles did at the beginning too. It's so difficult to try and find your way. There are so many tricky corners here. As this left-hander here, it's not an opportunity to pass. So you have to get it done the corner before, or you're going to have to stick behind for quite a long time. So, oh, that was a Lamborghini not looking too good there. I don't know who that was, but that Lamborghini did not look too happy. That, I think, had a... well, at least had the rear off.
Yeah, indeed so. That was very, very close indeed. And, well, Hugo Gonzalez Aranda is working his way through, of course. Not really got much in terms of a fight on at the moment. But, yeah, you really have to be very, very careful of those around you. You've got to be aware. And as the prototype is the faster class of the two, it's up to you to take control and to assert yourself, and obviously to lap cleanly is the most important thing in of itself, because that's your responsibility, Biggles. That's exactly what you've got to do as the lead car, is to not crash into the car in front, and it adds to the stress that is lap traffic.
Well, exactly. And the more important thing, of course, for Dan is not to crash into the pit lane entrance, because we're going to mention that one again, aren't we? But whilst we let Dan
one more time.
Yeah, Dan, would you? I know that you're going to be departing us right now for the fantastic, as well as you, Zachary. But in a second, there, Dan, would you like to say a couple of words there for? Unfortunately for your team, obviously did the DNF. But how just summarise so far in this race.
Well, a good race. That was a tricky moment for Platinum Racing Team Blue, trying to pass lapped cars on their own lap. I think that is the 181 LMP2, but. Yeah, a great race so far, and for the next, 2 hours, 20 minutes, it will be James Parfitt and, of course, Dean Biggles providing you all the action and commentary. But yeah, a great race, and let's hope that the drivers can keep it that way. The battle that you're looking at now is for second place, but of course, if you want, of course, you can join us too for the VWC Historic in, about 2 hours' time, not 1.5 hours' time, to see some great historic action.
That's excellent. Thank you very much for that there, Dan. Yes, no doubt. We'll get James in here. If my Big Mac, hopefully, it might be a little bit cold. And Zachary, I know that you're going to also be departing us very soon. It's actually, I was talking just before in the green room, wasn't I? Going, Zach, when are we going to cast again? We weren't really casting together. I was just kind of like playing a little Ted down there in the pit road.
He's already gone.
But Zach has already gone. Well, James, welcome. Where's my Big Mac?
In my belly.
In your belly. All right, welcome back. So, yeah, great team, of course. You had Dan and Zachary, you know, the powerhouse here at JB Broadcasting Network, James. And a little bit earlier, we had the likes of Ewan,
yeah, in the booth with us as well. Yeah, we've jumped onto this battle with TR Geeks Energy and DLR SimLab Orange here as well, making his moves in the LMDH. This is your battle for 5th and 6th place currently at the moment. There is another battle with the Leo Racing team as well. We will keep an eye on that one, but every other gap seems to be spread out quite a bit at the moment. So these are your two closest battles on screen. It's been nice to pick up the LMDHs. They've not really had much showing this evening, partly because they've been, you know, battles through and then it kind of settled down a bit, but it's good to see that in the last 2 hours 20 they're coming towards the end of the race where they're all coming back together, which is what we explain, Biggles, I think, as the kind of the Formula 1 race, isn't it? Watch the first opening 10 laps, go eat your Sunday dinner, fall asleep on the sofa and then wake up for 10 laps to go. You know, this is what kind of endurance racing to a degree reminds me of, unless you're into it like me, who was sat there watching it on the TV while I was eating my lunch.
I know, you weren't going anywhere, were you, James? I was like, obviously in the green room going, James, you go get some food. Go pick me this. James, go for a shower. James, stop chatting, okay? It's an endurance race. Your team's doing a fantastic job, as you can see a little bit of that on the inside turning in there from Yannick. But mate, James, there was a lot of action, mate. It's definitely more exciting than a 100% Formula 1 race most of the time. Because, yeah, I have to say there was a little bit of a snooze fest like you and I as we're old, you know, sitting on the sofa in the lazy boy chair, probably out there and having a little bit of a power nap. But it's been absolutely, like, I'd have to say, probably only about 30 minutes to 40 minutes of, you know, just not a lot of drama. And you saw that in the last 30 minutes. That really picked up, didn't it? A three-way battle there in the hypercar class. You had a nice battle in the LMP2s. We just need a GT3 battle to get close to.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, though. The GT3s have been doing it all the way through. They've been providing the battles, and everybody else has been a little bit more spread out. But now it's kind of flipped on its head, where we've got the LMP1, and obviously the LMP2 is the Leo Racing team here with Singali chasing down the Platinum Racing Team Blue, of course. So it's kind of flipped a little bit because the GT3s had the battles earlier on. They were very close. They're now kind of very spread out at the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one picks up towards the end. We are on board with Michelle Singali from the Leo Racing Team here. 1.1 seconds. As I say about battles, they get spread out, which is really quite frustrating. But there we go. It happens to the best of us. But this TR Geeks Energy car is looking mighty tasty with the Yannick Gerrard's in the DLR Sim Lab Orange car right behind him. There's a minute 6 from Jan Korbs. Now, Jan is blissfully quick. I know Jan from previous ESS series as well, and he is blissfully quick. He was blissfully quick in the Audi, the old Audi LMP1 and the Porsche as well, and he still seems he's even more blissfully quick in the BMW. They've got a 30-second gap at the moment to the Altitude Esports boys. Mark Hutchinson's currently in the car. Tom Dadswell has come out, and Brian Loynes is still there as well, waiting to go in, I'm guessing, for the last stint. So it's going to be an interesting one to see if they can get that gap back. But at the moment, with this second gap here being held up by but waiting for the LMP2 to stay where he is so he can go through as well. It's looking a little bit spicy, I think. It's going to be, should be a good ending.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's got all the herbs and spices, doesn't it? Herbs and spices. As the Ryder Engineering Esports team, we did hear, obviously, it's a German team. We was confirming that one with the Belgian flag, as I said, just rotated to the right, turns into a German flag. But we heard from one of the race drivers before on that team, and they're not overly excited, but they're comfortable. The gap was down to about 15 seconds for some time for the Altitude Esports, the team that's running in the P2. That's the, we won't go into that. Mark Hutchinson, of course, is Northern Irish. He mentioned that one before in the chat, didn't he? Not
from Malta,
James. Yeah. And that's the reason why chat's so quiet, isn't it? Because Mark's not in here chatting because he's driving. And Tom, of course, did the first stint. Can't remember the driver. Sorry, did the second stint.
Tom Dadswell.
We're still waiting.
Mark Hutchinson, yeah. I don't think Brian Loynes has been in the car as of yet.
Brian has been in the car. Yes,
he
Brian
has?
did it.
Oh, okay. He was in the car.
Brian did the second stint. Yeah, and Mark's doing another stint, and whether Tom will be back in the car. We're still waiting to see if Tom's going to come in the chat. Mark said it's a possibility. Either way, I'd like to chat to anybody there from the Altitude Esports because we did hear once again from the German team that isn't lead of the race by 30 seconds. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. Simtech don't count them out. A little bit further down the road by about a minute and change, but I've seen them put in some blistering laps too. So especially with 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. You don't count yourself out at all. Don't count all your chickens at once, as they say, James.
Yeah, especially not in multi-class, mate. I wouldn't be counting any chickens, to be honest. Anything can happen. We've seen it. Loss of control, back marker traffic, absolutely anything can happen here as well within this multi-class. You see Jan Korbs is now from Germany. That has been corrected as well. So that is now he's got the German flag. So we've turned it around the other way and got him back into the country that he was born of. But he is, dude, I have watched Jan for many, many hours, and he is just blissfully quick. He does an absolute amazing job in any of these hypercars he goes in. As I say, the Porsche and the Audi in the previous LMP1s, and now the LMDH and the BMW. He's just insane. He is on a different level when it comes to ability in these cars, and absolutely incredible driving there as well. We're going to jump back down to the GT3s. Martin Hobson is closing down on Marcello Eusebio from the Grow Racing team. These guys have had a lot of interesting battle all the way through the race, to be fair. They've been backwards and forwards swapping positions as they've been going on. So it's going to be interesting to see what Martin Hobson can do here, really.
Well, I hope so, because he's driving underneath the name of Platinum Racing Team Orange, and in case you haven't checked the title on YouTube, it's called Platinum Endurance Championship. So should give a little bit of a motivational boost. Maybe he's got some of those sim stickers on there, my friend, too, from our sponsors to help out. I'm going to get a sim sticker to put on my steering wheel of a picture of you there, James. But look at this traffic at the moment. He said he has to navigate traffic behind. That's quicker cars, traffic up the road. It's all about making sure that they can blue flag. We won't go into that one or not. And continue to keep that battle brewing between the 211 car just up the road there from the Portuguese driver of the Grow Racing Team Red.
Yeah, I think they've managed to hold on to it, which was quite nice as well. They've managed to keep that battle going. They were caught basically in the right moment of the track around the carousel where the LMP8s can run around the outside, and the LMP2s, of course, can as well. Don't forget, guys, obviously today we do have a sponsor in Sim Stickers. Please go check them out, simstickers.co.uk, for all your Sim Sticker needs, for your battle boxes, your steering wheels, your pedals. They do them all. So go and check them out at simstickers.co.uk. Have a chat with Paul Goddard, who's a sponsor of the JPB Clio Cup as well, and they're doing an absolutely stellar job. So please go and check them out down in the description below. In fact, I think there's every link possible down there. There's a timing link, there's socials for Peck, there's me, there's you, Biggles, there's Zach, there's Dan, there's Ewan, there's all of us down in the description below. So go and follow us all, and then you can see when we're going live and what is going on within the JPB YouTube channel. We've got a massive amount of racing coming up this weekend as well. And
oh yeah,
it's going to be
don't you dread
busy.
weekends there, James? You absolutely dread weekends, don't you? Because it's so busy on this network.
You know, it's Sunday.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why does everybody want Sundays? Sundays are manic at the moment. We've got
It's
a
race day, my friend. When do you think Formula One's on?
Well, yeah, this is also true. But don't forget, we've got the round 3 of the P Cup coming up as well tomorrow from Monza. That is with Dan and Alex Goldschmidt, and then of course Biggles and Stuart are on the Radical Sim Racing Endurance round 2 from Sebring, and then myself and Ewan O'Leary, I think, is doing the IGP 3. So we're going to be very, very busy this weekend. So please go and like, subscribe, and turn on the bells. That would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, turn on that likes and subscribes as well too. 822, James. I think in no time, my friend, blinking you might miss it. You'll be at 1K. That'll be a special occasion. One of those occasions where James will literally drive down to McDonald's and buy every one of those 1,000 subscribers some food. Doesn't necessarily have to be from McDonald's, to be from somewhere. Why not, James? But as a thank you for all of the supporters.
I think you need to have a chat about that, because at the end of the day, like 1,000 Big Macs would cost me an absolute £1,000 bunch of money. So
we'll
discuss that. Yeah, we'll discuss that, I think. Let's just see. We're actually on 830 at the moment, so we've got up there as well. But we're looking at this Platinum Racing Team battle here with the Grow Racing Team Red guys here battling away in the 2 BMW. 0.48 between them at the moment. It looks like Adrian Scudizara from the 505 Endurance team has had an incident. He has, and this is what he's done, because he has put it in the pits and he's in there for a long time.
No. Especially if your team name's 505 Endurance as well too. So what's happened?
Oh, I don't know what's happened, but whatever has happened, he's not loving it at the moment. It's just come back, and nothing showed up. So unfortunately for Adrian, they're not entirely sure what went on. See if it picks it up this time. There we go. He's in the wall.
Yep.
Oh,
that's a nasty impact. And thankfully, hopefully it doesn't come back on the track. But that car
is done.
Oh, no, it is back on track. And that...
Neil's course.
had to-
Neil LMDH.
Oh! Yes, and nothing he could do about that at that point. He's tried to... Is the car's momentum. But I was just about to say, I hope there wasn't other cars involved, but I think there was James. I definitely had GT3 had to slow down, hit the brakes.
Yeah,
like, damn, there's pedestrian. Yeah.
I think Josh Fletcher went off as well, but God blimey. That was a big old incident there. He lost pretty much every single part of that car as well.
Now, the rear wing's there.
Oh, well, that's about all he's got. He's producing his own airflow at the beginning. You know what I mean? By whipping everything off and deciding that a bare run is better than nothing. So
nothing a bit of duct tape. The nose is chopped off like a plastic surgeon. Nothing a bit of duct tape can't fix, mate.
Yeah, a bit of duct tape. You imagine the builders around that, and they'll be taking all day to try and duct tape that thing back together. But at the end of the day, we'll have to see how he gets on. You're a little sneaky there. I'll see you get it in there.
Yeah, mate. Hey, I've been waiting to throw those puns out, you know. I was sneaking them in earlier, of course. And then Zachary came out with some of those fantastic puns. So, like, well, it's back, mate. And, well, that's the thing. Give us a thumbs up if you do enjoy the puns. I believe a lot of people do. But we did try to bring you the serious racing as well. Oh, just like that. So a very slow GT3 as everybody's going to go around the inside, the outside, wherever you're going to try to go, and just not into the back of that car from the peak SimSport Austrian team, I think, was at the moment.
Yeah,
no,
that's
from behind.
Yeah, I think it was the Chris Racing Team Green with Emery Camelda. I think they're the ones who at the moment coming out the corner there as well. But Marcello from this team here, Greater Racing Team, they're still battling away with the Platinum Racing Team Orange. Still going at it with 2 hours, 9 minutes on the clock. We are coming into the pit stop phase very, very shortly of the GT3s, I think, unless everybody has run long, of course. We are hitting about 26 laps, 22, 26, 52, 104. Yeah, within the next 4 or 5 laps, we should start seeing the GT3s coming again.
And Zinta out there in the chat, of course. Zinta, I'm going to probably name correctly, but I believe he's from the the engineering esports team that's in. Yeah, if you have a minute or so to chat, come and chat to us because you said you'll be jumping in the seat for the next stint. If you do, you know exactly where to go and knock on the broadcasting caravan. Trailer.
It's going to get him. It's going to get him. Biggles, sorry to cut you off there, but the Platinum Racing boys are going to come alongside. There was that backhanded traffic from the LMP2s went past him. Is this going to be Martin Hobson down through now? He's going to come up the inside. Is he going to try and hang it out? He is. They're going to be side by side on the run up into the hill for turn 6. He's got to be looking. He's got to leave him room. You've got to tighten up the entrance, mate, because he's on your outside line here. And Martin Hobson still going. Oh, not this time around. An excellent fight back from Marcello Eusebio to keep that position. But boy, oh boy, that could have been worse than what it was.
Oh, it's brilliant racing side by side, isn't it? They were going for it and seizing an opportunity. And of course, somebody has to lift off at some point. Definitely exchanging telephone numbers and Christmas cards driving like that. And a bit of paint scraping. Not even paint scraping. There was no contact at all. That was just clean, good racing. That's what we like to see here. And that's what we do see here at Platinum Endurance Championship. Round 2, James. Can you imagine? We've got more to go.
Yeah, I know. With 4 more great rounds of racing coming up here for the Platinum Endurance season as well. Don't forget we head to Silverstone for the 8 hours on the 29th of April. Then we've got Sebring on the 27th of May. Barcelona on the 10th of June. And then we've got Daytona, the season finale. 12 hours of Daytona on the 8th of July. So stay tuned because we've got all the action here ready to go as well. And
you're going
to
get hungry in the 12 hour, aren't you there, James?
Oh, mate, I am going to be starving. There better be some man who's going to deliver me food around that area. And I did see your poll earlier on, about who would you not like to deal with, a hungry James. Well, you know, I'm not that bad. I'm not a hangry man. You know what I mean?
I should have, yeah, Dan actually mentioned it. I should have added in the poll there, or Dan failing in a pit lane entrance or something, or crashing in the pit lane entrance.
Yes.
That's what I should have added to the poll. I was thinking about that. Couldn't quite get it done in time. But Marty Racing said that Octopus uses Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct? Is that the word? Yeah.
Ultra Instinct.
Octopus Racing. That's the Octopus. Where's the Octopus Racing team at the moment? There it is right there. It's Davo Ramos there from Spania is currently driving the car. P7 they are in their class, James.
Yeah, they definitely are at the moment. Big Macs. Oh, Ryan O'Connor, stop it. I've just eaten. Everybody it seems to be the natural community thing for the JPB community to start throwing Big Macs at me.
Maybe we're not sponsored by McDonald's yet, James. I really am.
I got to work on that one this week. You know what I'm going to be doing? Pestering them like an absolute trooper to come in as well. But for now, we're sponsored by Sim Stickers. That leads us in nicely to that one. So you can
You
go
can
check
print
them
out a McDonald's logo and put it on the Sim stickers right on your rig if you want. There you go.
Oh, mate, don't. Stop it. Stop it. I've eaten. Cannot eat anymore. Well, I probably could, to be fair, but
Do
anyway.
Sim stickers, like, I had to, obviously it's a UK website, so keeping an eye on this battle at the moment. I was just wondering, do they ship around the world internationally? So we'll keep an eye on that one, because, I want to get some stuff ordered to my neck of the woods.
I don't think they I think they do. They've got an Etsy store and an eBay store. So I think either of them will be doing. The best thing about them is, as well, you can get UV blacklight stickers.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
I know, UV blacklight stickers. Absolutely incredible. The wheels and that as well. They've got everything. Button boxes, steering wheels, keyboards as well. Oh,
wow. So my Spanish keyboards, I can get it reprinted in English. I like it. And I can actually probably do it glow light as well, too. So I could just turn the backlight on and have it all glow. All right, here we go. Look at this. Oh, that's getting a little bit twirly-whirly going in the corner as you can see from the rear camera angle there of Floris Hudvold. I think Dan should know how to pronounce that surname. It's Dutch.
Yeah. This is the two LMP1s, of course, in 5th and 6th currently. This is a battle for them. Yannick Gerard's, he's lost a second and a little bit round that LMP2. He met that LMP2 on the final corner, didn't quite get it through in that battle. What was really close is now not so much. But Martin Hobson is still going here with Michele Eusebio. So these guys are still going. They've been literally near each other, if I'm not mistaken, since Ewan was in the booth with us here as well. So these guys.
Speaking
of
in the booth there, James, I've grabbed one of those other drivers down in Pit Road, and I've got Mr. Daniel in here. So I pulled Daniel in. That's 355 machine. Daniel, welcome into the booth.
Yeah, welcome back. Let's say it that way.
How are you, Daniel?
Not good. I just wanted to let you know that we are gonna retired because of damage and the risk of disqualification because of incident. So that's why we decided let's retire.
Oh man!
And yeah, like Scott really didn't had a good stint, so he gained 33 incidents in under one stint, and then we got an incident with LMP2 who tried to overtook us around carousel, which didn't work because we had a bit of understeer. Then he ripped our rear apart. And our rear suspension was completely done, so 20 minutes of repair. Then Scott forgot to repair, and because we had a drive-through of incidents, he went straight out on the track, forgot to repair, and then we got another drive-through because of reglementation and such stuff. So that's why we decided, okay, nothing to gain here. P27 in GT3 class, and I think in AM class it's P12 or 13, so not even much points. So that's why we decided it's better for everyone that we will retire with this car.
Oh, well, that's such a shame there, bud. I thought you were doing...
It's like after my two crashes, everything was going down, really. So, yeah, but that's racing. That's how a race can go when one bad thing happens. I think. Like in the first interview, I think Dan said, then everybody is getting shit. It's getting
language.
I got you again, don't worry. That's twice. Third time, you're on a warning, my friend. You're going to get a drive-through penalty if you say that one more time.
Yeah, okay. It's
Dan's up for his own drive-through penalty through the pits. Dan, you got to run down pit lane.
I gotta run the pit lane, yes. So I load GTA 5 and then run through the pit lane. Okay. It's like, it's when it's like a domino effect.
Yeah.
When one bad thing starts, the other came, and Scott wasn't feeling also very well. So but it is what it is. We try to get better next race or get cleaner. So, but our other sister car is doing quite well in LMDH P5 at the moment, I think. So
P4.
yeah, that's P4. Okay, good. Yeah, so they are doing quite good at the moment. So let's hope they can finish the race without any issues, and also Yeah, but it's a bit of a shame. But let's take, I would say, likely to be more happy about a DNF than a disqualification.
Yeah, definitely. I think you got. I know it's going to be a hard thing to swallow, but you got to look at trying to take the positives from the negatives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and see how you go. The good thing is it's a learning curve. You go back, you look at it, you decide what the situation is, what you need to change. If it's a driver change the driver. If it's, you know, a situational change the situation. There's all sorts of things involved when it is to looking at debriefing a race anyway. So from your point of view, is that you've got to take the positives out of it, sit down as a team, look at it and go, right, what have we done? What needs to change, and go from there, really, and then make the change for the next race at Silverstone.
Yeah, of course. It's we do that every race, like a race meeting after, to see what was good, what was bad, and this time we have to a lot of discuss. But it is what it is. But it's clear what was wrong, like my 2 incidents, then Scott's. So it's not that tricky to see what was wrong, but now I will do some stewarding and enjoy the rest of the race. Maybe look in the stream and a bit relaxed now. Don't have to drive anymore today, so I'm a bit relaxed now. So
yeah, come and have a look at the broadcast. Come and sit down and have a chat with us there, Dan. All right, you take care, buddy, and we'll catch up with you soon.
See ya. Bye.
Yeah, bye. Right, guys, we have had Peter Herschel off track from P3 in the LMP2, just locking up into 5. Around he goes from HW Racing. Manages to hold on, I think.
Yeah, there was a HW Racing team out there supporting, of course, and we had to do that little bit of a name change there early because that team had changed their name, but got back on track. Thankfully, no damage to that car. That's the good thing about endurance races, isn't it? You got to afford a little spin every once in a while. Just as long as that fence doesn't come out and bite you.
Yeah, definitely. And then back with this battle for the Platinum Racing team and the Marcello Eusebio from the Grohl Racing team. These guys, I think, are going to be at this for the whole entire race here, Biggles, if I'm not mistaken.
I hope so. That's what's written on the piece of paper in front of me here, James.
Yes.
It says that they're going to be battling during the whole race. And I was like, you know, I highlighted that with the highlighter. So
good.
Hopefully that'll pan out the way it is.
Good.
That's the note you gave me.
Well, there you go. Oh, Altitude Esports has also climbed up 3 seconds over the boys at Writer Engineering, so they may come to fruition towards the end of the race.
True.
1 minute 58 left.
Is this the push time they have to do? Because push comes to shove. You're under 2 hours, right? So if you can shave a little bit off your 10% racing insurance, then perhaps the 10% per lap. You could, that 10% is too much, isn't it? Let's say about 1% you're shaving per lap. That'll mount the charge towards the end there for that battle for P1 and P2. They've been close all race, isn't it? Just separated by nanoseconds at some point. We'll see.
Yeah, they just lost a second on the last lap. They were a second back on the lap times here. Yannick Gerard and Floris Hartevord still mixing it up in the LM and DHs, of course, as they're battling away with Miguel and Maida. From Raycar, there is the Miguel on the left-hand side there, looming, coming at us around the Canada corner we go. The right-hander, of course, with these 2 gladiators in these 2 very, very super quick cars.
Centaurians.
Well, yes.
Yeah.
Are you not
the rank of Centaurians.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? And also, it's still, remember, the battle for P1 and P2 in the LMP2 class is separated by 13 seconds as well. So that's another one brewing. To keep an eye out for. So yeah, across the board, I think you're going to get very close GD3 finish there. You're going to get a very, well, necessarily close or not. In goes the Altitude Esports. So Mark Hutchinson's gone in for the LMP, so the hypercast class.
Yeah,
so that's
João
one to look at.
Delgado looks like he's had a big one here.
Yeah, and they were. Oh, where were they? Were they? In their class 8, weren't they?
Ouch!
Oh, ouch! Yeah, that's ouch. That's a triple out. Now, is he? Cars coming around.
Move! Oh!
Oh yeah. Thankfully, he hit the eject button and got that car back in the pit lane. Thank you very much for that one too, for the drive up, because that definitely did save some of the other drivers. That's sportsmanship to make sure you get that car back in the pit road as quickly as possible, because that could have murdered essentially some of the other drivers coming around. So good sportsmanship there. Sorry, unfortunately, about the car damage. We'll see if we get that patched up there.
You can't help that one, unfortunately. It is what it is on that. It's kind of, that's going to be a, well, dead, I would have thought.
A quick paint job. Yeah, I think at that point now, too, that car was just, oof. That's like me driving you to the supermarket, James, and you're even surprised that I can get you to the supermarket. Well, I couldn't quite get you to the supermarket, James, but I could probably get you through a McDonald's drive-thru.
Why are you going to drive me to the supermarket on?
Because you're always hungry. We need to get some shopping.
Yeah, but you're in the middle of the jungle. What are you going to drive me on? A Siberian tiger or something?
Oh, Siberian tiger. Interesting.
Maybe not.
There are some Jaguars here, mate, but I haven't yet to encounter one. Probably that's the reason why I'm still alive, to tell you that I haven't encountered one yet.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still
Race
alive.
leader's
I haven't
in.
seen one. I'm still
Race
alive.
leader's in, so we'll see whether or not that pit stop that the Altitude Esports took one lap earlier are going to shave anything off. Now, I don't see there's no driver changes at the moment. There could be a driver change. They were mentioning that in the chat. We'll see whether or not. There was a 31-second pit stop there for
Dominic's
Mark
taken over. Dominic's taken over the Reuter car.
All right, so what's going to pan out here? How much time? There was what? Was about a 20-second gap there, James, I think, before the pit stops?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Dominic Englick has jumped in to the Reuter car from LMDH in P1. So seeing what happens with him. They're coming round, just coming up to Canada corner now. They're still in the pits, is the Reuter car. They're on their way out. I don't know how much more he would have closed up.
They got stuck up behind the GT3, but that could cost them a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Because you can't really overtake there, but yeah, they have cleared them. So, but how much? That'll be interesting.
Yeah, we'll give it a minute to settle down, and we'll see what the gap comes out at. Currently, at this moment in time, they have gone in, so we'll let Mark cross the line, and then we'll have a true gap of what is going on. Miguel Almeida is still behind the DLR SimLab. Look at this.
That's close.
Is close. Yep. No,
there has been close before, James, and look at this traffic.
Yeah, running around the outside, on the inside now. Good move. That Audi was always going to drift wide. The gap's still out at 35 seconds, Biggles, currently at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much for that there, Ted. James.
That's all right, no worries. That's what I'm here for, to bring you all the information with the up-to-date standings. Oh,
it's actually good to see Ted back in F1. He's been there for a couple of races. I have no idea where he's been, mate.
Do you reckon he went on holiday?
He's in Melbourne now, so I guarantee that.
He went on holiday and took some time off.
Look at this traffic that's holding him up here, so they're going to bunch up. They both had to clear it. But where do you go? He's stuck. He's chose the wrong path, James. He has to stick on. He has to go either in the middle, and that's not panned out. Now, isn't it? Yannick didn't know where to go, left or right. Oh, sorry, Mingwell. Yannick went around the outside. Mingwell said, "Okay, I'll try to go to the left," and it didn't pan out because both the cars were there. So it didn't cost him too much time, but. Interesting, isn't it? It's like roll the dice and see how it's going to pan out. You got to get 7 or 11 if you're playing craps.
Yeah, he's lost a little bit of time, but I don't think it's going to be long before he's going to be back on the back end of that again as well. But 3 wide, and he had nowhere to go. As soon as Yannick made that move, he was just kind of stuck, wasn't he? He didn't have an option. So impressive there as well that he managed to make it through, but he didn't have an option there. The DLR had gone.
Oh, be careful, the Leo Racing team. The Italians, they're aggressive. They're fast, and they're also aggressive. Yeah, James, as I said, it's like a turkey shoot at that point, isn't it? I mean, it could have paid off if those cars hadn't moved. He could have just snuck one on the inside there and given him an opportunity. That's kind of the risk and reward you take when you are in the multi-class series.
Yeah, definitely was. But that's the thing, when you're in a battle like this, you've got to take risks to stay with the person in front. The problem is when you take them risks, you end up putting yourself into a horrible position due to the fact that obviously you've got to try and hurry up through the traffic, when really you've just got to give it a minute. Like, he doesn't want to be diving the LMP2 here from HW. He wants to try and go round him somewhere. Unless he's going to nip up the inside of 13, he is.
Yeah,
he did, yeah. So
that's what's been a very great thing you've seen from a lot of these drivers in the hypercar class as well as the LMP2s. I've seen a lot of patience. That was actually mentioned earlier in the broadcast too, I believe, with Dan and Zach, that they were talking specifically about how you can see the drivers just lifting off through the high-speed corners there, not risking an overtake opportunity. It's costing himself a tenth per second or 0.2 of a second, but more importantly, keeping the car fresh, clean, and no gaffer tape or paint job required. That's the reason why a lot of these teams are successful in the endurance races.
Yeah, because they don't want to end up losing bits of their car like Charles Delgado lost every bit of his car. You know, it's a different scenario, isn't it? You've got to be sensible with it. There's a few teams out currently at the moment as well, and that's just purely because of incidents and accidents that they've been a part of. And that's the crazy thing. You know, it's like we tried to say at the beginning with myself and you, and when we were sitting there saying, you've got 6 hours. You know, 6 hours. It's not like it's a 45-minute sprint. You don't need to be at the front just to carry on with it. You've got time, and that's the thing. It's being able to use and utilize the time that you've got given here to be able to go for it. You can't just try and send it up everybody else.
Carry on my wayward son. But most of those incidents, I have to say, James, after watching this, and you've also been watching this for the whole, we're looking at 4 hours, is that most of these incidents have been self-incidents, hasn't it? Just a driver losing in a corner. Sometimes involving another car because of the fact that, you know, you're coming back on the racetrack or something like that. But if you actually notice our fantastic race control, remember this is live race control. You don't even get that in the iRacing official series, the top splits. But you do get it here in Platinum Endurance Championship. And as far as I know, I haven't seen a race control message in a long time, which means that it's good, clean racing across the board.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen any for a while, to be fair. So yeah, which is good. We'll keep it like that if we can, gentlemen. That would be absolutely incredible. Obviously, gentlemen and ladies. Yes, all right, I'm getting to that one.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey, jumping all over me for that one. I'm on it. I'm getting there.
And zeros and ones, of course, because it could be a few bots driving. We don't know these days. AI intelligence apparently is replacing jobs. It might be replacing drivers at some point in the future. Hopefully not. We'll see.
Well, you don't know they haven't replaced me.
They can't replace that beautiful voice, James. No way. And how's an AI going to choose the right camera angles at the right time? That's never going to happen.
Well, you never know.
You can put it on AI mode, mate, but it doesn't do as good job as humans, does it?
I did watch an AI video the other day of commentators. It was quite interesting, and you know.
Really?
Yeah, literally, two commentators were AIing on a race.
What?
Yeah, I'll try and find the video and I'll send it to you. But yeah, literally, AI commentary was scary.
Are they better? They can't do the puns, but James, there's no way they could throw the puns.
No, they're not good with the puns, like. But at the same time, you know, at the end of the day, they were still there, and I think if you looked at it if I come into this and looked at it from a business perspective, obviously, from my point of view, if I thought the AI is really good, it would obviously make sense, wouldn't it? Because, you know, I don't have to pay AI, it just... But at the end of the day, you just don't get that thrill. I think there's so many voices you can pick with, commentators and all this sort of stuff, and you have to input what you need, and, you know, it's just, I think there's too much to it. But I don't know if they would feel the same as what we do. Do you know what I mean? Or that expression.
I couldn't imagine the energy and the effort there of the thrills of things that are happening. It's just going to cast it like in a logic pattern. It'll obviously highlight the entertainment at the moment. Of course, highlighting perhaps it'll highlight the the aspect of the a few of those hypercars hitting the pit road at the moment from P5, P6, as well as P8. That's what it will do. It'll go, you know, cars are going in there. It may raise tone and lower tone on algorithms according to the excitement of a race, but it's not going to talk about blue flags, James. It's not going to talk about Glock. It's not going to talk about food. It's not going to talk about Dan crashing into a pit lane earlier. Yeah. That's the element of what the AI can't do. So yes, granted, it's cheaper, but how much fun can it possibly be?
Well, that I don't know. I can't answer that one. I wouldn't really want to have AIs, I don't think, to a degree until there's that necessary feeling that you think they're going to be any good. You know, racing is all about expression and telling a story, and whether or not you can get that from AI. It's almost like the way you want to look at it is basically where you turn around and say, like, if somebody was blind at home listening to what was going on, would they understand what's going on? Like now, you know, if we sat there saying that we're going to come around turn 3 and running off down the Moraine Sweep down into turn 5 on lap 136 on board with Josh Fletcher from the Elite Racing Team here, who's trying to chase down Matthew Luke Senior from Fury Sim Sport Academy, you know, all of them sort of things, whether or not they were able to do that.
And yeah, it does have like those puns, like, you know what I mean, this car's running like a Tesla that takes gas. Boy, I love the smell of Platinum Endurance racing in the morning and a vacuum cleaner sucking up like a Lego. Got 2 chances to win this, Slim and None, and Slim's just left town. What happens when you cross a radioactive spider with a blender? It's a bit of slice and dice, but it's always nice. Where could they come up with that? Or driving like our dads like to dance at the disco.
Yeah, we just watched Sonia go past, make that move there over it wasn't Richard Giep. I believe Sonia is in the middle. He's trying to get past for Luke's Thenia. Luke's just lost that position to Josh Fletcher down in the GT3s currently as well. Josh in the GT3 Pro, Luke in the GT3 AMS, currently sitting in third place. As well.
You mentioned that, James, isn't it? Because now the switcheroo, we haven't had the GT3 excitement, but right on cue, you have the GT3 excitement, as you said.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing with anything like that. I think AI in general could be an interesting fun. Miguel Almeida was in the pits for 2 minutes. Oh, he went off track.
Yeah, that's got to be damage for the
RA
car.
Oh, yes. Stop. Oh, Miguel Almeida.
Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Oh, no.
Oh, man. Such a shame for that Raycar car. They were doing so well. They're now 8th in class and been in the pits for 3 minutes already. The gap up front is with Dominic Englick, with Mark Hutchinson. They're still down. It's down at 30 seconds now. So 4 seconds have come out since the driver swap. Englick currently doing a 150.82. Mark Hutchinson on a 149.37 last time out. Obviously, we can't take that as golden, Biggles, because of traffic and everything else. But he seems to be doing a stellar job in front, and Mark Hutchinson is closing.
Yeah, and Mark's just a little bit off there. But what can they do? 30 seconds is a long time to gain when you basically got 2 cars that have been matching each other's lap times for 90% of this race right now. Certainly for 4 hours and 15 minutes, they've been matching most of it. As I said, it gone down to about 15 seconds, I think was the closest margin. Back up to 31s on average. So, but they're averaging lap time. So you got to think, what's Altitude Esports? What could they possibly do? Fuel save now to try to do some switcheroo. You still got just under 2 hours left of a race. So you're getting into a situation of 2-3 pit stops maybe at most. What strategy can they do to do anything about the German domination team leading this race?
They can't. There's not a lot they can do, is there? Really? They're gonna be struggling here, so they need to sort of try and find something out in the bank that they need to do. But there isn't a lot they are able to do. They've just got to keep running their race, keep doing what they're doing, and hope for the best, I think, because otherwise it's not going to work out.
Yeah, maybe hoping for a breakdown or something, which unfortunately doesn't really happen, doesn't it, in iRacing? Like, you can break the car, don't you, if you just severely over-rev it or something like that, but it's not a situation that's going to happen unless your clutch gets stuck or something like that in your real-world environment.
Well, we've seen that earlier on, didn't we, with the brakes.
Or like, once again, your mum or your dad goes in there and can't connect to Facebook and just resets the router, not realizing you're halfway through an endurance race. That's a reference, of course, to Austin. That was I casted before in the past there where he said that. It's actually happened to drivers before in the past. It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's like, but yeah. Thankfully, we don't want that. Yeah, that's happened before. I mean, and also like turning on the microwave to fire up that popcorn you're talking about, my friend. You got to remember, if you're running on Wi-Fi, that's 2.4 gigahertz that the microwave operates on, and it has been proven to conflict with your Wi-Fi.
Well, running the microwave.
Yes, it's 2.4 gigahertz, the same frequency as a Wi-Fi. Most people can be running on 5 gig in the Wi-Fi and stuff. I don't suggest anybody running on Wi-Fi right now if you're motor racing.
Hello, yes. Dutch League Racing. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us. No, Norbert Windows from Pink Sims. I've got a cable. It's quite interesting. I've got a 15-meter cable running from my house from my router to my PC.
You got to, yeah. Don't run Wi-Fi, mate. As I said, anything like that can interfere. It's radio signals. It can get interference. It only takes just a bit of a drop-off. Look at Magic Arrow at the moment. That's the battle for P4, P5 as well, too, in the Hyperclass series. Are they closer, or am I just reading this statistics wrong?
Well, it was until the traffic.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was until that car behind him with Chris Racing Blue there as well. So the gap's gone back out to about 1.8 seconds
Still
at the
close.
moment.
Yeah.
No, it's not too bad, but you know, as I say, it's like anything you could do with being closer, can't you? At the end of the day, but you know.
Well, considering you're 4 hours and 18 minutes and you're separated by a couple of seconds, it's not too bad.
No, definitely not. But you'd want to still be a little bit closer.
Or ahead.
Close.
So, James, we haven't had any drivers come in, so don't be shy. Please, I know you've got multiple drivers in these teams. Now, James, I believe we've got about 49 cars running, give or take. I'll probably confirm that one out of our 54 original field. So I'm sure there's got to be at least 100 plus people, isn't there, in this that are racing currently at the moment here in Road America. So it's 46. So somebody's got to have to come and have a chat to us.
Yeah, I think Christoph Meyer is the last remaining running car. Zachary Livengood, I'm not quite sure what happened to it, but unfortunately that car is out as well. Christoph Meyer from the Austrian Sim Racers Blue is the last remaining car. They are a lot of laps down. They're 20 laps down on the leader of the GT3, and they're about, where are we at? 37 laps down on the leader of the LMDH. But yeah, so they are remaining. But they're in it. That's what I mean. They're still running. So
yep.
DLR have gone in. That should allow Magic Arrow to go up a position, and TR Geeks Energy, SimLab Orange there with Albert Priam, has gone into the pits as well and made his pit stop. So there we go. All the cars are very spread out currently at the moment here. Biggles, I think that's the this is that period, the one stop before the Manic.
Yeah,
so
and how's that track
storm.
temperature? Well, we're probably expecting, we're expecting a couple of pit stops, of course, for the hypercars and the LMP2s. Yeah, the weather at the moment, I want to see, because it's getting into afternoonish time. What's the local time? I'm trying to see. So the track temperature is 28, air temperature is 25, so it's pretty similar on that one. Airspeed's not that much. Partly cloudy, no rain, of course, in iRacing. But yeah, what local time is it, James?
Should run the same as session time, I believe. As normal time. They were running normal time this morning.
Well, I don't know what time zone in the world that this is normal time in.
GMT.
Oh,
no,
well,
we're at BST now because we changed over to British summertime.
Oh, so confusing, yeah, I know. And just the Americas changed from their Eastern Standard Time. This is it's the March Madness, as they say, for time zones more than anything as we go into April Fools. Yeah, you didn't get my joke, did you? And the April Fools, because I haven't done one yet, actually. But you can still see the battle brewing, P4 and P5 on your pitches at the moment. And Ballas is the Hungarian driver.
Talking about April Fools, I want to bring your attention to something, and maybe chat here can let me know whether or not what they think. Do you know they released the picture of iRacing? Didn't they? The rain. Rain with the slider.
Oh, I didn't see it, did they?
Yeah, they released a picture saying how you can slide the weather up and down.
Oh! He's just tucking in behind the car like that. Sorry, go ahead, James.
Yeah, no, he's going to get him as well. He should get him down here with Magic Arrow.
I don't know, wait, tuck in, just get the slipstream. Might have worked or not. We shall see.
Oh, there he is.
They are side. This is battle for position, remember, 4 and 5. You can see on the side of the cars. Who wants to be number 4? Who wants to be number 5? Johnny 5 is alive.
Oh, I love that program.
Or is number 4 on your door? I'm trying, I'm stretching. But anyway, let these drivers do the magic on the screen, my friend, if you're an arrow or not. Show us a magic trick there, Ballas.
You should know Ballas,
keeping ahead? Yes, I do.
It was in the touring car that we were commentating on with the UTC.
James, I think you know every iRacing driver on the planet these days.
Mate, we do know quite a lot. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah,
we know a lot of people. Oh, there's contact to the LMP2s.
Oh, no.
No, look how close they are. Where are they going to go? Arrow's going to try and go not Magic Arrow. Geeks Energy wants to go up the inside. There was contact with the LMP2s as well. HW Racing.
This is tricky.
Oh, man.
You've got to go somewhere here. I feel for that poor little GT3 car at the moment. I'm going to say little, of course, but he's got to be somewhere. Here's the Magic Arrow getting the pedal to the metal. He's got Flores, of course, from the Geeks Energy Sim Racing team right behind, trying to seize the opportunity at the moment as it's getting heated up there. An hour and 30, remember, remaining in this race. So I don't think they're going to be risking it for the biscuit that much there, James, but they are racing drivers, and they go if-gap car. They're still going for it.
Yeah, that was Cabano Esports. They're behind these guys from HW by a few laps there, and it looked like there was a brief amount of contact with the HW car and the Cabano Esports with Mike R behind the wheel currently at the moment. But there was contact which caused these guys to check up and have a little bit of a moment there. So there we go. We got Ryan O'Connor in the waiting room. Ryan,
Yeah, I missed him. I can't believe I didn't grab Ryan, but I grabbed Ryan now. Hello.
Ryan is still here. Ryan, hello.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
Not too bad, buddy. How are you?
I can't complain. I figured you were calling for some drivers to come on up. I figured I'd come in and say hello.
Yeah, you're in the Crisp Racing Blue team, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
With Caleb Koski behind the wheel currently at the moment.
Yeah, Caleb's doing a heck of a job in his second stint here.
How did your stint go?
You know, it went well. I double stinted. Before the car got handed off, Caleb was in the car and he got just demolished by an LMDH. It was ridiculous. So we ended up dropping like 3 laps because of, mandatory repair times. And first stint, I had some cold tires and I pulled an O'Connor and tried to cheat and use a little too much track and hit some grass and put my front left in the wall. So that was my whole first stint. Was managing a bent wheel. So, but second stint went really well. So I'm not complaining about that.
Oh, sorry to cut you off there, Ryan, because Khalib has gone a little bit off. He may have just done an O'Connor. Sorry about that one if it's too soon, mate. You mentioned it yourself.
Definitely not too soon.
He's back on track. Sorry to cut you off, Ryan. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Caleb's definitely trying to emulate me right now, I suppose.
Yeah, how's it going overall for you guys? Because you're 4th in class currently. What's it, 2 laps, 3 laps behind the lead group, the car in front of you at the moment? What's the hope? Just 4th place overall?
Yeah, chip away a little bit. We have quite a bit of pace. This set is pretty unique to the other sets we tried out, and we have quite a bit of pace. So I'm thinking, if we could finish off 2 laps down off of the GT3, I think that wouldn't be a horrible day for us, and obviously keep P4. So
yeah, it's going to be interesting today. That's just cleared. Caleb looks like he's gotten past Roberto Freezer, but then Freezer looks like he's a lap ahead of you currently at the moment as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if he gives us a little light flash as he knows he's on camera currently at the moment.
Yeah, just Ryan, you want to let everybody out there in the audience know, including myself, what car number you're in, just so that...
We are in... Oh, man, I don't even know. Hang on. I'll tell you.
381.
Yep,
yeah,
381.
Yeah. So Caleb is the car, yeah, and the Norwegian driver managing your Crisps Racing Blue team at the moment.
Yeah. So our and then we have our Crips Racing Green, our pro team up there too. So, they're a little bit ahead of us. They're doing a heck of a job. They're pretty much on the lap, so that's good.
Yeah, it definitely is, Ryan. Well, thank you so much for joining us, buddy. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go?
Yeah. So, well, obviously you guys. I deal with you guys a lot, and you guys are incredible. Do a great show. It's great that you guys are doing these long endurance events, and then and of course Sim Stickers, our new sponsor here for our post-race interviews. So you get a little bit more time, so you can chat with other drivers after the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just real quick of the Sim Stickers as well too. So if is there a discount code or something like that, or if I the platinum or
that I don't know. I was just happy to see. I know that James was able to bring on Sim Stickers as a sponsor so that we could get our post race interviews. This league's obviously really expensive to run for the admin, so even the additional 20-25 minutes in post race interviews, that you guys charge are doesn't cover the cost of entry fee. So it's good that we got a sponsor to step in and finish out the rest of the season for us.
Yeah, so there we go. Absolutely stellar job. I have changed Caleb to the United States Louis. Thank you very much for that one. So he is now an American, where he probably should be. But Ryan, thank you so much, everybody. And we'll look at catching up with you soon, no doubt.
Yep, we'll absolutely let you get back to it. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Good luck on the racing now, James. Did you see that penalty information that came out real quick there for race control? We were talking about that before.
It's
we
a stop and
race
go.
control were having a nap, but it's a stop-go, isn't it? And that's important, isn't it? That's for the 38 machine. That is the Altitude Esports. They are currently running in second in the hyperclass, and that very much might be a nail in the coffin for the possible race win opportunity. 15 seconds and change down the road, James. What's happened?
Who have they had it with?
I have no idea.
No,
but obviously race control spotted that one because that's,
Who have they had it with?
Big issue.
Oh, we'll find out as well if we can who they have had it with there. If race control can let us know that who the incident was with, so we can have a look back at it, and that would be absolutely amazing. So.
Well, we definitely need to see, of course, because they were really, the closest rival, of course, to take out the German domination team leading this race.
I wonder if it was here.
And that drive-through might cost them a P3 too, James. We'll have a look at that one.
Austrian sim racers again. Oh, it's not with them. What about Norbert Windows? Because he's been off as well. It's not with Norbert. I don't think it was with Norbert this time around.
Well, race control will get back to us about that one.
Yeah,
so apparently it was lap
136.
Yeah, James, you got that one?
Yeah, but they're all over the place because obviously everybody's on different laps. So who's the driver? The driver it was with. Because the lap 136 for altitude may not be the same for the driver that the incident with, because obviously they're so far back in the order, aren't they? So if we can find out the lap of who it was.
Yeah, we got a couple of race controls drivers in there. Jonas is the one that's chatting to us about this. Thank you very much, there, because once again, you don't get this in the top tier splits of any iRacing broadcast, but you will get it here where you have live stewarding, which is what you want. And we'll kind of go to get you pictures about what happened specifically to give them this drive-through penalty they have to serve.
Yeah, it was as well. Go get it, boys and girls. Not long left, says Chris Evans, as we go into the last hour and 29 minutes. And Louis there as well, saying thank you for changing the flag. No problem at all. We're just trying to find out who the lap car was that was involved with altitude, and we can have a look back. But for implications for them, well, they might still be all right if they can get out for Strander Chanel from the Simtech Motors LMDH, of course. But it's going to be tough to see what they're going to do now.
Well, they showed the call-up. They gave 4 positions in this race. Currently, the 7 car, as you can see, we're running. The Simtech Sports, They are running in P3. Now, they're about a minute and change down the road. So, yes, I would get the call-up right now. I'll be at the radio going, guys, they got a drive-through penalty coming their way, so let's get on with it, and let's see if we can get ourselves a P2 here.
Well, it's a stop and go as well. It's not even a drive-through, it's a stop and go. So
it'll still hurt, won't it?
Yeah, if they haven't already served it, of course. We are a little bit behind on all the thing here. Cristiano Rocha looks like he's also been involved in an incident as well. So we'll just try and have a look back at Cristiano. Oh, was this all on his own?
Would you like me to run down a race control there, James, and find out what happened specifically?
Yeah, we just need the lap or the name of the car that it was involved with. Because unfortunately for them, it was if they weren't actually directly involved, and unfortunately the timing software doesn't tell me that they were involved.
I can't jump down there anyway, James. I tried the combination, the door didn't work, so we'll just go with it. They'll give us that information when we get it. They realised lock the Biggles out. It's not a bad idea.
I'm wondering who it is. Because that could be absolutely dramatic for the standings in the LMDH.
Yeah, any of Altitude Esports out there in the chat, please? Because we know Mark's usually the one chatting, but we know Tom's out there driving and there are other teammates. So if you can give us any of the information from your end, that would be fine. Maybe they're talking to race control environment and determining why that was disputing it, perhaps.
See. Does it say in race control? Sweden.
But keep going, this battle's still brewing there, James. Remember, once again, P4, P5. We're at it again. The TR Geeks Energy Sim Racing. Manager Arrow's just ahead of them right now as you're on bumper cam. This is for position.
Yeah, definitely is. They're back at it again. Florence Hardwood. Mark Hutchinson is in.
They're serving it.
They're serving it now. It's going to be where the Simtech comes out. They're a long way back currently at the moment, mind you. Long way back.
But they managed to probably get on. They're on the lead. They're on the same lap, but now they're just going to shave that tooth and nail. So it was about a minute and change gap, and that's going to be dropping down to maybe about 30 or so seconds. We'll see, won't we, James, in a minute.
Yeah, we'll see how that one gets
the
on.
box.
There's Mark there.
That's going to be
They're
painful,
coming
isn't it?
round the kink currently. But I don't think they're going to get there, you know. I think they might be lucky. This is the guys in third place who are chasing down altitude, of course. As it comes round turn 12, up through 13 and 13.8. Hutchinson still in the pits.
And remember, too, you still had that crazy battle for P4
They're
and
out.
P5. They're a little bit further down the road, but not that far.
Yeah,
They are out.
Oh,
Look at this traffic. Look at this battle brewing up. And you thought that 4 hours and 34 minutes wasn't exciting enough. Well, you've still got an hour and change to get on this one. And it is definitely brewing up here.
that was involved with Davide DeMarco from CMX MSI. So
51 car, right?
Yeah, 51. I can see if I can find out where that is.
Yeah, James has to sort through if you are new to iRacing and racing leagues, he's got a ton of information on his screen at the moment, so he's got a basic, like, fishing for a needle in a haystack to find it, but if anybody can do it, James can do it.
I wonder if it's this one. Bear with.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks. Come on. That's what he's man. He gets paid in food, actually.
Oh, yeah, I love a good
Let's
piece
have
of
a look.
food. No, that was Mark going off on his own. So it's not that one. Bear with. I will try and see if I can find it.
I'll give you a big back if you can find next couple of minutes there. Chris out there says, this is epic to watch. Thank you very much. It is. And don't you look away, because it's going to get even more epic. I can't even remember the word, actually. It's going to get stratospherically exciting. There it is, James. Yeah,
Oh, I know that word there that he had.
yes. That was courtesy of Ewan. They came up with that term earlier that caught
Ewan,
people off
yeah.
guard, didn't it, James?
Yeah, Ewan come up with it earlier on. I was a bit like, huh? So there we go.
I had to Google
Right.
it, my friend.
Did you?
Yeah.
I would have
was
to
like,
as well, to be fair.
I didn't even know how to spell it. It took me a bit to find it, but hey, good vocabulary, of course, of our fantastic crew that you have managed to recruit here for the JP Broadcasting Network.
I'm just trying to find the team list, because I'm wondering if in that 51 car, whether or not it was Davide DeMarco behind the wheel. So I'm just going to try and find the team list for CMX. See if it was either of the other drivers. You carry on there, Biggles. I'm on a bit of a hunt here. I feel like a
carry on my way. Yeah, you
I feel
hunt,
like
my
a
friend, as I
sleuth
said, like-
detective.
And I'll give you a little fork, a fork through the needle in the haystack. Try to find it. It's there somewhere, my friend. It's a
Gotta
treasure
be,
hunt
innit?
right now for the highlight reel to find out exactly, to let everybody know the reason why the Altitude Esports team had to serve a drive-through penalty, which is they've still managed to serve that drive-through penalty. Mark is in there piloting that machine. It's come back out still in P2, but that's just allowed the gap to the car behind them, which is the Simtech Motorsports, to get down to about 20 seconds of change, and maybe have denied Altitude Esports an opportunity of a race win at the moment in hypercar class. But then again, you never say never. Then again, with the Realtor Engineering Esports team have been flawless so far, but then again, back markers, all that jazz coming to play.
Yeah, we definitely do. I'm still hunting here. Still can't find it currently.
James, it's getting into Easter too, James. Something like an Easter egg hunt
Oh,
right now.
mate, don't. I'm trying to find where it is, and it's so far. I think that was lap 96.
It's a lot to go through.
Yeah, I've got too much. I
Absolutely.
don't think I'm going to be able to find this one.
It could be a mystery for another day. Maybe one of those highlight clips or something like that. But definitely something to look at. And the teams might let us know about that later on. Certainly, if they do finish in that P2 position, we might get a chance to actually chat to them about that one there, James, later on.
Yeah,
First,
find out where
they
it
first
is.
have to finish first.
Yeah, I definitely cannot pick this one out. I'm not entirely sure where...
And if James can't find it, nobody can find it.
No, I don't know where roughly it would be on that, unfortunately, that long list of things that we've got given to us of incidents. So...
This is why I'm actually chatting to you, James, about we'll see about some sort of technical stuff, see if we get searches and things like that added to it. As we'll make improvements, of course, as you do all the time here at the JP Broadcasting Network. Make sure you hit the subscribe, please. We're up to about 830 plus or so, and hopefully James in no time once again be able to get to 1K for a little bit of a celebration party for all the effort that all the leagues and certainly yourself, my friend, have put into creating this fantastic broadcasting platform.
Yeah, we're on 831 currently. So there we go. Be great if you can. That would be absolutely amazing. We're still down in GT3s with Alessio Bonanino and Jamie Pounder. Pounder, of course, in the Chicane Online Racing Red team. Alessio from the Leo Racing 221, of course. Behind that, Martin Hobson. And the Octopus Racing of Davo Ramos is in front of us currently as well. So from the sunny Spain, where I'm off to in May. Cannot wait.
Oh, you're off to May? Oh, that's right. You're going on holidays, aren't you, James?
Yes. First
you get a break.
In 18 months, if
nice.
not one. I know.
Yeah, I was going to say you get a break, otherwise your wife is going to murder you, and why not? I mean, you know, she deserves a bit of the James time.
Yeah, she's laid down the rules on the mobile
I think
phone.
I've spent more times with you lately than your wife has. But here we go. Drive through for the 38 Altitude Esports after the next pit stop earlier incident. Whoa, that's a double?
Double?
Is this a double penalty?
What have they done there?
Oh,
no. Come on.
Did they not serve it in enough time, James? Is this like gone to the Formula One where the rear jack guy was questioned whether or not he was in the Formula One race?
Whether or not he actually touched the car?
Yeah, exactly.
That was just unbelievable, bro. Like, I could not get over that. Someone say Spain. Yes, Terry Spainhour. My boy from the BSC, Terry. Absolutely incredible.
Tezza?
Yeah, Terry Spainhour. Got some love for Terry in the BSC there as well from NASCAR. Love Terry with his beautiful car. Now, Terry, I love Terry's family. His mum, his dad, his grandma, his brother and his sister and his girlfriend all come and chat to watch Terry around the BSC when he's doing the ovals and stuff like that. It's incredible.
Oh, Tezza's got sold out a grandstand.
I know.
I like it.
He could have his own private box at Daytona and he'd probably fill it out. It's incredible. I do love it. I'm still trying to get my mug though, Terry. Where's my mug? Come on, I want my mug with your car livery on. Mum said she was going to send it.
You could get it printed with the sim stickers, mate.
Yeah, well, Terry's mum said she was going to send me over a tanker with his car livery on. How cool is that?
Absolutely.
Good on you, Tezza. Yeah, good old community feel here going on with JPB as we get across many, many leagues and many, many platforms and cover many, many worlds, shall we say, as Terry is in the US, of course, there. So absolutely unbelievable. Welcome in. Much love, James. Yo, Terry. See? A little bit of bromance going on between me and Terry Spainhour currently at the moment.
And why not, mate? You get the whole parcel with Terry. You get not just the kitchen sink, but you get the family, the whole family. So if he comes to visit you, James, I hope you've got some extra rooms, 3, 4, 5 rooms, maybe compared to one of the drivers that we have. Remember the other league that we cast with that 300-foot square basement area? That's kind of what you're going to need with Terry's family coming.
Mate, I'll have to rent out another house. I have to rent out his house. He'll bring his grandparents, his mum, his dad, his sister, his brother, his other half. We'll all be there. It'll be like a Terry Spainhour party, and we'll have to have another 3-bedroom house next to us or something, just to put them all in. Actually, I need longer than that. I need a 5-bed.
Terry's he flies on a private jet too, mate. So you know, the whole family.
Look at him.
He borrows Max when Max Verstappen's not using his private jet. Terry uses it. So.
Oh well, that's all right. Terry can come and fly over. But yes, Terry, I am off to Spain in May for 5 days to enjoy a little bit of a break. The missus has read me the right rules on my mobile phone. I'm allowed an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening, and the rest of the time it stays in the hotel safe, apparently.
What do you think, James? Do you think it's going to rain in Spain, mainly in the plane?
No, I hope not. Do you know what? I've been watching the weather out there at the moment, right? And apparently when we're going in May, it's normally around about 27, 28 degrees. So That's fine for an Englishman because obviously we're not used to weather.
Just remember, mate, because when I see the Englishmen come down to Australia, of course, a lot of Europeans come down to Australia. They go straight out on the beach, and they're all like white because you don't see sunshine very often in Europe. And then they go, hey, this is beautiful, get the sun. And then about an hour later, they turn into a red lobster because they forget you have to put some sunscreen on in Australia because it bites you. This is also going to the Formula One, I believe it was, either qualifying session or free practice session I talked about the other day when I was listening. And the British casters, of course, as you know, in Formula One, we're talking about, debating about what the sun looks like. And I was kind of thinking, well, exactly, how do you know what the sun looks like in the UK? Because you don't see it very often.
Well, we do.
We get
we get it for a day. Like, that's about it.
Yeah. That's why they're debating about it, mate, because they're down here in Melbourne going, I could see a sun. Wow, is that what it looks like after all these years? All right. I thought it was a myth.
Do you know what made me laugh the other day? I saw a video they were discussing about the sun, and then somebody said about the surface temperature of the sun is like 34 million degrees or whatever like that. So they turned around, I creased me up. He turned around and went, how do you know that? He went, well, I was told. He was going, yeah, but you were told. But how does that person who told you know that? And he was going, where are you going with this discussion? He was like, well, have you ever been to the surface of the moon?
I can tell you, I'll tell you where I've heard what the surface of the sun is. It's called all the retired people in the United States of America that move down to Florida and they need to get some sunshine and they're right to get as hot as possible. And then they elect to take the Elon Musk Starship out there and just sit on the moon there with fold-out chair. Sorry, on the sun for a fold-out chair for a little bit because they want to get it hot as possible. Yeah, that's where you get it. That's who you ask, mate. Retirees in the United States of America.
But that's what creased me up. It was like, has anybody actually been to the surface of the sun? Do they actually know how hot it is? And it was like, oh, God blimey. That started a big old debate. But we are looking at chicane online racing red. Jamie Powder being chased down by Alessio Bernardino here from the Leo Racing Team 221. This gap has dropped down to below half a second. Martin Hobson still, and I'm going to say still because they've still going on with Marcello Eusebio from the Grey Racing Team Red as well. Enjoy yourself, man. That sounds super relaxing. Well, it should be me. As I say, the missus has barred me from my mobile phone. Just like you can have it for an hour in the morning to answer your messages, and then you put it away, and then you can have it an hour in the evening. That's it. Bless her.
That means you might get a little bit more of me out there.
Yeah, mate.
So Mark's had to serve that penalty at the moment, my friend. They've dropped to P4 currently at the moment, still in pit road. So that double punishment has hurt twice. It's like you sent the principal's office for being naughty once, and then you've been on the speaker again going, you have to go back to the principal's office. You're like, what did I do? Well, stewards have detected that you've done something wrong, and that's definitely not good for them. And speaking of the surface of the sun real quick there, James, I believe that some of the disc brakes, of course, when they get really, really hot and burning, they are actually almost equivalent to the outside surface of the sun at some points. And we're talking about the outside surface of the sun, but we'll get off that at the moment, okay? So we've had enough photons for one day.
Yeah, I'm just checking down with the stewards now about the situation. And seeing what that is as well. I've got a funny feeling that relates to an incident on lap 107 with car number 205.
Keep an eye on Vallis at the moment. The Magic Arrow there, about 20 seconds and change now from our race leader. So just like that, the 55 car has clawed into this one, James, if I'm not mistaken, or I could be looking at a P2, P3 battle.
P2, P3 battle here.
There it is.
And then we've got
somewhere.
Yeah, Albert Prem from DLR Simrab has got Mark Hutchinson literally there. There he is, as they're coming around the carousel.
This is close. As well as there's actually a battle for the GT3. So blink and you'll miss the action at the moment. We still have an hour and change to go, James. Wow.
Ooh. Yeah, it's going to be incredible here. We've got an hour and 12 minutes. And it is DLR and Altitude here battling away for
fourth and
fifth place.
Our race leader in the LMP2 box. Box. Of course, if you hear it one time, you can hear it 3 times. That'll bring the other teams into play. Yep, you can see Mark Hutchinson coming out of the pit lane.
Oh, they're going to be side by side. Magic Arrow and TR Geek Sim Racing.
And the traffic to navigate too, James.
Yeah, on the nose we go. You can see him now whizzing past all this traffic down into turn 5. Is he going to go on the outside? He is. Is he going to be able to get him into the run into 5? He's got to be hard on the brakes. You're looking for the line just about now.
But the GT3 car's going to be to play.
Oh, he's going to try to cut back on him.
Where do you go, James? Left or right? Who's?
You don't.
Left
you don't.
it now.
You don't. You sit there and wait now, mate, until you get round here. He's got to go up the inside with him. If he doesn't, he's going to get held up. He's got held up. Oh, that's the problem.
Only a
You just
tad.
can't
Only
do
a tad.
anything.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Of course, going further up here as well.
Yeah, Mark
Hutchison.
Hutchison. He's just passed TR Geeks Energy. Not DLR SimLab Orange, sorry. So that second penalty was apparently in relating to an incident on lap 207 with car number 205. So car number 205
is
there as well.
yeah, the YS SimSport. That's the BMW in the GT3 Pro class.
Yeah, Tandiani or
Come on, get it right.
I can't. What is it? Pablo Ernesto Tadiolini. I don't know.
3 times. It works in the time. It's fine. But I think everybody gets the idea of what we did. You do it better than me. So there's the Magic Arrow team passing one of the back markers. Of course, he has to because he's got the TR Geeks Energy Racing in the tailpipe a little bit further down, about just over 7/10. And you also got the battle between, Mark did get past the Altitude Esports, Albert. And they've got back into pit road again, James. So Altitude Esports back into the pit road. They've almost visited the pit road in 3 times now in a matter of 3 or 4 laps. I think the pit crew at the moment are just going to wave them off and say, look, we're sick of seeing you. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah.
This is scheduled pit stop now, right? Because you couldn't take gas and tyres on when you're serving a stop-go. Or are they serving still a drive-through?
So that drive-through.
But they already served the second drive-through. They served 1 and 2. Oh, that's a drive-through now. Oh, they took a pit stop before that.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going on at the moment in the Altitude Esports team?
Mate,
They're probably not happy campers.
No, they can't be. As well, I'm still in chat here with the stewards. I'm just trying to find out some more information.
Dan's out in the chat. We'll have to send Dan down there to race control and find out what is going on. Dan, of course, that was he came in here for a couple of hours of our fantastic Dutch car star with the best curls of the hair you're ever going to see. He uses some slow glow, isn't it? Hairstyle, I think, in that Coming to America movie. I'm not quite sure what your secret to success is there, Dan. He just can't drive into a pit lane entrance, but
shh. Stop telling people. However, you can go back and look out on the YouTube shorts, and you will see that there as well. Can't park there, sir. Can't park there.
He tried.
Yeah.
He gets a speeding ticket, or he get a parking ticket for that one. Look at the action on screen. Now, if you thought that it was not exciting to watch an Endurance Championship round 2, well, you'd be surprised. James said, get that popcorn, mate. I've eaten all my popcorn. I might need to go fire up another bag of popcorn, because this is a thriller.
Yeah, definitely on that one. As well, with 1:08 left on the clock. The cars are a little bit more spread out now. There's gaps all over the track currently. There's no real battles happening at this moment in time. We are going to be coming into that pit lane window for GT3, so I'd be surprised that they don't start coming back up together there as well. I joined to see racing and I get silent info about science info about the sun. Hey, it's all about the information, Dan.
We're a jack of all trades out here, mate. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what he's talking about. You can tune in for racing. It's on the screen. Look, Balastarowski still being chased down by Floris Harzevon from TR Geeks Energy here. And these guys have been backwards and forwards for the last few laps, okay? We are talking about the racing, despite, just ignore Dan. You
exactly, as well too, James. I mean, have you not heard Martin Brundle talking about, rattling fillings like a 50p coin when they flat spot a tyre? So, they're talking about dentistry in Formula One casting. So we're allowed to talk about the old sun.
Yeah, I know.
We're just messing around.
Some people just, I don't know. They just take this.
I talk about it because you guys in Europe never see it. In Australia, we're sick of seeing it. Okay,
if I
we're
take
done
a
with
picture
it.
Now, I've got sun.
I don't believe it, James. Really? No, I honestly.
Do you want a photo?
Your sun's going to be different than my sun in Australia. I guarantee you that.
Oh, he's in.
He's in.
So that's released. Magic Arrow, Balastarowski sitting in second place there. The boys from Altitude have got to be gutted. Mark Hutchison is coming around the carousel. He's not going to be close enough to catch Floris Harzevon this time around, I don't think, unfortunately for them. They're a little bit out on the pit stops as well, so it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do towards the end of the race. But it's going to be an interesting one here as well with these guys out in front now.
It can't be the last pit stop, can it? No, wait, can be the last pit stop. They're going to do one more.
There's going to be one more.
Okay.
At least one more. GT3s will have to make one more as well, and the LMP2s will as well. So there you go.
Piss build 9 impressions. Wow. Somebody has been following their science class there. Then again, Zachary. Well, I mean, Zach's great. We've mentioned this before, haven't we, there, James? That Zach's going to be pushing us around in our wheelchairs in a retirement home, going, "Come on, James, you can get into the pit road. Just go a little quicker."
Yeah,
I'm sure you can beat Dan into the pit road.
Oh, he'll be, I tell you what,
Shots
he'll be pushing me up to the microphone when I'm old, I'll tell you that much. He'll be like, "Here you go, James. You're
going to be passing the torch one day, remember, to Zachary, perhaps, for the future of JPB.
That's the scary thing, isn't it? Knowing that Zach's got about 50 more years in this. And myself and you have not got that much longer. As we look at the Chris Racing Green team, Emery Camelda here with, Pablo Ernesto from YS Sim. They're too wide. Unfortunately, there's no room for the LMP or the LMDH here. Neither of them are going to get through.
Yeah, good. You see, somebody moved across the side. Yeah, it's great. And that is textbook 101 multi-class overtaking, hopefully.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Chris Racing to move to the side as well. So
it's good, but he's losing time to do it. But no, he realizes it's not my fight.
Yeah, he did. That got A stars apparently in all 3 sciences. Well, there we go. Well done, you.
I'm not surprised. He's a very clever lad.
Isn't he? You know what I mean? He knows everything. Yeah. Bless him.
I mean, the teacher's probably like wanting to sit down after class and learn from Zachary, probably more than anything. Yeah, Zachary, what is the surface temperature of the sun, real quick there? And is a brake disc in a motor racing car, any motor racing car, does it get hotter than the surface of the sun? Yes or no?
And also, tell me how you know that, because if you haven't been there, then I don't believe you. All right.
I pointed one of those, those thermal laser things that you point during the COVID thing to test your temperature. I pointed it straight at the sun. I got a reading.
Yeah. What did you get out? It's not even long enough. You're nowhere near got.
Yes, it is. It's laser. It's a speed of light, my friend. The problem is that my sensor didn't quite have the overall. Oh!
Was that?
That was the battle before, wasn't it? So
that wasn't Ballas. That was Floris Harzeveld. Is the gone into the pits. He went off track, and this is where he's done it here. Coming down into the final corner. That's with a GT3. That's with a wall. That's a wall.
That's a bounce back like a bumper car.
That's gonna hurt. It. Look at the wheel. Look at the left front.
It's crabbing. Yeah, that's oof. You got to remember they were at what, P3, P4, and that is oof.
May, I don't get it. Why did he wait? He had a straight.
I don't know. Luckily, he didn't have to tow. Did not have to tow to go back to pit road, but that's still going to be a lot of repairs, and especially with 1 hour and 3 minutes left of this race. That's 15 to 20 minutes done and dusted.
Ridiculous. He had a straight to wait. Oh, Floris. What have you been up to, sir? There was a straight there. You could have just held back a minute. Oh.
You got to feel for the team, unfortunately, for that.
And, you do deeply on that one. Just that one thing where you could have just waited.
Ballas has gone in for P2, James. So that's the Magic Arrow team. So they've taken their, well, not last pit stop, but their 4th pit stop. We know that the team leading this race at the moment there for the Relta Engineering Esports, they've taken their 4th pit stop. 4th pit stop now there from the Magic Arrow. We have 4th pit stop taken from Syntec Motorsports. The altitude.
They were late.
Oh, sorry.
It's about the 8th run. So I think that's what we worked out, about every 40 minutes. Car off the side of the road. That was Austin Diltz.
It's parked. It's returned as well. Return to sender.
But what's he done? That's going to be the question.
What is going on? What is going on the last 10 minutes of this race?
Oh, he hit the grass. Ouch.
Oh, Austin.
No, don't bring it back on.
No, this is where he pulls and then zooms the car back.
Look at that BMW.
It's crabbing.
So bad. What is going on towards the end here? Chase Brown is another man that's apparently gone off as well.
Just like that, James. So is this just like fatigue kicking in right now? Yeah, we're talking about an hour left in the race, and then all of a sudden it's gone pearl shaped for a lot of these great teams, great racing.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Oh, Chase!
He's got to wait. I saw how excited Zach was
He
before.
can't,
He's like,
look,
do
his
not
front left.
go under the racing line, please.
Look at his
Yeah, he
front
backed
left.
Well, if you were not excited with your popcorn already after your 5 hours of racing for the Platinum Endurance, and this has also happened in round 1. It was so thrilling. And now it's kicked up another gear, another notch. Is that the track temperature's dropped a little bit, of course, no doubt, because you can see the sun studying set. We're not going to talk about the sun anymore, okay? The sun's had too much airtime. But maybe the sun's cooling this race down. It's actually, more than anything, it's heating it up, isn't it, James?
Yeah, I love about it now. I'm discussing the sun in YouTube chat. Patrick says, but the surface of the sun is 15 million degrees centigrade. F1 carbon brakes sometimes hit 1,000 degrees C. Oops. No, the core is 15 million. The surface is about 5,500.
I'm talking about the surface of the sun. Yeah, not the core. We know the surface of the sun is pretty hot.
Then Zach come back and said, Patrick, the core is 15 million confusion and shiz. The surface is underwhelmingly cold. Oh, yeah, I'd like to point out, right, unless any of you have been to the sun to stick a thermometer in any of this, right? You know what I mean? Like, give over. Where are you getting your proof?
All right, James. How about let's do a GoFundMe campaign. Let's send James to the sun, right? He can sit on the surface, and then he can let us know in the YouTube channel what the temperature is before he melts. How's that sound?
I won't have very long. I don't.
We couldn't do that to you, James, because your wife will kill me if we send you to the sun. All right, so it's not going to happen.
Yeah, she would literally annihilate you. I mean, she'd be like, "You are not going to the sun, James Parfitt." I'd be like, "Okay, sorry, dear."
And James would be like, "I have to do it, okay, because this is a part of my broadcasting, okay. The audience has asked for it, okay. I have to deliver the results. This is why I'm an entertainer."
Yeah. But then she'll come back and say, "Well, where's your one? That's just a one-way ticket, mate. You ain't coming back." So I'll be like, "Oh, okay, dear. Sorry, I won't go."
You'll be in Spain, mate, so probably the closest to the sun you'll be in a while. But here we go. Let's go back to the racing action.
And then I'll ask her what trousers I need to put on, and she'll tell me what colour's best. You know what I mean? You know how it is.
Women have fashion.
Mate, no, they just tell you, man, don't you? So, GD Sports now 14 seconds behind the SimSpec Motorsport LMDH here with 14 seconds and an hour, just under an hour. We have broken into the last hour of this 6-hour endurance here from Road America. So they have just broken in to 14 seconds. So it's who's in car? Mark Hutchison's still in the car. So he's got to try and get down 14 seconds here as well. So there we go. So let's see how we'll get on here as well. Patrick has merely pointed out he's going to engineer that your knickers will burn off before you get there, apparently.
Knickers are such a British thing.
I know.
It's jockeys or boxes or whatever you want to use. Also keep an eye out for the LMP2 battle, because you've got a bit of you can see that. So the gap is about 9.8 seconds, so they're very, very close. So that's going to be something to look out for the GT3 Pro, of course. Leo Racing Team have a bit of a nice gap there, almost a minute and change. But the GT3 AMs, they're still very close. So under about 58 minutes to go. This is the time where you start crunching the numbers, working out your pit stops, working out your fuel, and also working out when you can hit the loud pedal and try to gain a little bit of time.
Yeah, we've got Michael David in chat as well. Hello, Michael. I hope you're well there, buddy.
Hey, Mikey.
Thank you so much for joining us. And then Mrs. Parfitt just doesn't understand the scientific significance of James sacrificing himself, apparently. So, yeah.
But James can't, there's only a win-win situation. It's like whatever the wife says, you say yes.
Yeah, exactly. the best thing.
Otherwise, James is sleeping on the sofa.
Forever and ever and ever.
And ever and ever.
Yeah, I don't want to sleep on the sofa forever, boys. So, unfortunately, the sun temperature, I'm going to take your word for it.
And by the way, James, but your wife also does handle a lot of the JP broadcasting as well, too, of the social media. So she gets involved as well. So
yeah, she
family first, right?
She is the Instagram individual who does all the Instagram posts. She's better at it than me. So I leave her to it.
Is that why she kept posting Dan crashing in the pit lane the other day? DLR Rotary Orange team, that's the Dutch team of Albert, is into pit road. That's the 69 machine from P3. So whether or not this will give Ultra GD Sports an opportunity, yes, they have. So there it is. Mark Hutchison will go back up to P3, where they were in P2 until Michael Massey decided they have to serve a couple of pit stops.
Michael Massey.
No, it's not Michael Massey, of course, but yeah. You see, he's the V8 supercars now guy. He was actually down there, of course. Yeah, there's a couple of pictures of him, no doubt, in the Melbourne GP because they had the V8 supercars as well as that. For the first time, actually, great. They had the F2 and the F3 series for Albert Park for the first time. But yeah, Michael Massey is still a very popular character in the paddock.
Well, he may be. Yeah, he was put under pressure. He made a mistake. End of.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I can't blame Mikey for that one. No. Yeah, he was thrown under the bus big time on that one.
Basically,
especially when F1 Media Liberty Group go, let's go talking to the race engineer and allow teams to talk to it or broadcast it. And poor Mikey's going, why? You know, so they don't do that anymore.
Well, they're not allowed even now, are they?
No,
the teams aren't allowed
silly.
to approach the race engineer.
Yeah,
I mean that was just a ridiculous rule.
It's kind of like, you know, broadcasting an argument with a referee in a football game.
Yeah, it's never going to happen here as well. Right, the gap is now down to 12.7 seconds for the Altitude boys. They're currently in third place. They do have to make one more stop. So the Magic Arrow and DLR here are going to have to get a shimmy on currently at the moment. So otherwise they're not going to make it. So we'll have to see how they get on here. But Eran Avena from the Magic Arrow and Albert Priam from the DLR are going to have to get a shift on here to see, because Mark Hutchison is going to have to make one more stop currently at the moment. Austin Dirks is in the pits. Double A Marco from CMS is still in the pits as well. Roberto Frieza is now in the pits, but I think this is actually a scheduled stop, unless the car is looking a bit rough. It's not. So that is actually a scheduled stop that should take him just about to the end if he fills it up all the way. That's got to be as far as he can get that car, otherwise he's not going to get there. But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not the Simtech Motorsports LMDH can hold back Altitude Esports currently at the moment. Their last lap time was a 1:49. Mark Hutchinson's was a 1:47. So 2 seconds quicker.
Yeah. I tell you what, the man from Georgia is going to murder me when I say that. But the Northern Irish man is fired up at the moment. He wants to try to shave that time. He wants to get himself back into that P2 position because whatever it is that they may have agreed or disagreed with, but the penalty was served. So time is on their side. Well, kind of 54 minutes and change to go. And Zach, don't you worry about that. As soon as you make a mistake out of that, you'll be on the JPB highlight short reel in no time. I think Zach's going to just start retire from motor racing in the future because he never wants to be clipped.
Yeah.
But here it is. It's exciting times as we're getting down to the very business end of our only round 2, James. Only round 2.
I know. Tell me about it then. Miles Owens, has PRT red won yet? No. It's PRT black, actually, isn't it? The team you were on there, Miles Owens? Or am I being mistaken? And you've only got blue and black in the LMDH, so there we go. Right, Patrick, I appreciate you want to watch the GTM battle. There is really no battle. Levi Pruitt is currently in first place here with Matthew Luke from Fury Simsport, down 14 seconds behind him.
I'll tell you what, if you sub James, if you sub James, we'll focus on the car for you.
Well, I can do, but it's just not going to be. Yeah, it's just not. Unfortunately, they're a little bit far apart at the moment. It's a bit of a tough one here as well. But Norbert Windholms from Peak Simsport Austria is in third, and he has got 12th place Raymond Yip from Blue Chip Racing right behind him currently as well. So
James, can I cut you off on that one? Every time you say Blue Chip Racing, I'm thinking of the bull racing in the
yes, I knew.
Light Speed Racing League. Anyway, I just had to say that.
I knew that was coming because I had a funny feeling that would happen as the boys from Altitude go past these guys here as well. So is that Mark Hutchinson? I think it is Mark Hutchinson.
Yes, it is. Yeah, he's on a rampage, my friend. I would get out of the way when Mark's there. Mark's zoomed in like a racehorse with the blinkers on, isn't it?
No.
He is on a mission, and he's still putting bank of laps in, although 49 with traffic, 48 there for Simtech that's running a P2. So whatever it is, get on with it. Sure, I don't need to tell him to do that. He's like, shut up, Biggles, I know what I'm doing.
Jonathan Worth has been off. 13th in the GT Pros.
Out of the fence, but that's okay.
Team. Yeah. He's down in 11th, sorry, currently at this moment in time. So there we go.
That'll be a Code Brown moment for the team, of course, when you see your driver go off after 5 hours of a racing, but the main thing is that they'd be telling the driver, okay, calm down, it's okay, you're still good, the car's good, dropped a little bit of time, but remember, let's get this done. We want to see Barney waving that flag. And they still will see Barney waving that flag. 51 minutes change to go there. James, you said it was only about 3, 4, 5 cars, I think, that actually retired from the session, which is not bad from a 54-car grid.
No, there's a bit more, Biggles. There's a bit more. We have lost 12, I believe. No, they're still running. They're still running. 5:05 has gone. So it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. We've got 2 more in the pits with 11 or 12-minute repairs. I have seen Ralph Omo. He is on a 2:04, last time out as well. So I have seen Ralph. Currently his best time's a 2:04. Last time out is a 2:05.32, Patrick. Don't panic, I have got you there as well. We know Ralph was incredibly quick, was mixing up in the pros. So it's going to be interesting whether or not he can catch Norbert Windholm's up the road of about 38 seconds, I believe. If I go onto the intervals, it may look a bit squirrely, but
That's there, James.
It's not coming at the moment. But
look, Leo Racing Team there battling it out for a second there. But yeah, Leo Racing Team, they are really putting it on there. So the Italians, the 221 machine, try to bring it exactly to rail there from the España. Now, of course, can't pick on Raul, mate, because if you were heading to Spain, he might deny you entry visa into España. Look at this. Look how close this is gone.
Come and meet me for paella.
Oh, this is not NASCAR.
LMP2. That is HW Racing there.
Yeah.
We're really slow then. Well, nearly almost passed by the GTs. I'm wondering if they've just had an off. I think they have.
Oh, there's blinking as well, too. That's going to be throwing off a little bit. That blinking is...
Yeah, but HW have been off. Yeah. This is why they were slow. The car's behind. He ran in too hot.
Peter, but Peter's, of course, they get back on track. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, but then look, this is where you've got the others coming through. You see the GT3s coming through there.
Yeah, there it is.
Almost nearly catch him. And then he gets on and then the LMP2 kicks in, and he's just too fast. But it's, it was an unlucky one there as well.
It depends whether you like your tapas in Spain or pineapple on your pizza, because that's what the battle is between Italia and España. As you can see, both of the racing teams there, 215 and 221 car, and they got only a little bit of an LMP that goes into the pit road anyway. So James, game on, race on.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Raul Antonone, but blinking there.
Yeah.
How is he going to be feeling from Alessio Bonanino's car there to watch that, because he doesn't know where to put his car? You never know where he's going to appear.
I wouldn't get too close, James. I would not get too close if they're
but
doing
he's got to make
blinking.
a move. Has he not? Drive through.
We got a penalty for the Magic Arrow.
With the Chris Racing boys.
And just like that, things can change drastically in a motor race.
Yeah. Which one was it, though? That's going to be the question.
318 collision. The 318 car. 318 car at the moment is the Norwegian driver, Chris Racing Blue Team.
Oh, is it here? No, he just goes up on his own. Have I missed something then? Hold on, let's wait.
Well, the race control, of course, are looking at multi-million different angles, of course, of specific events, and we can't necessarily pull that up. So, trusting, of course, in the race control, they're doing a fantastic job, and they will look at things over and over again, won't they, 100 times, James, to make sure they're 100% correct.
Yeah, we can't go back. Obviously, I could go back, but I have to press the rewind button, and it will all look a little bit scrappy. So there we go. We don't want to be pressing rewind on that one. Alessio Bonanino here still trying to, he's got past Raul Antonin this time around, so I want us to just have a look back and see how that one happened here. He gets him on 5. Now you know where he is on the outside. I suppose that would have been a good move to make, to be fair, from Alessio's point of view, so well done for Alessio. I think, Matthew Luke went off track here, and he's in the racing team. Oh, that was all on his own, unfortunately. So that's not him either. Just trying to see which Jonathan Worth. Nope. Just trying to see which one it was from the Chris Racing team there that got involved in that incident. So there's a lot of penalties been handed out here. Who decides Pro-Am classification in PEC? Well, they're normally the organisers, and the trial runs that are due of lap times is decided on that one. So, yeah, I think that's how it's all split. So, yeah, that's how they end up where they end up currently in the standings. So there we go. Biggles, you still here, or am I just chatting to myself? Chatting to myself, clearly. Don't think Biggles is here anymore. Where have you gone? Taking a break. Gone on holiday. Or is it he's either that or he's not realised he's muted? Or
I am muted, my friend. Sorry, I was just. I was running down there trying to find Ted, but Ted's dead, baby. Ted's dead.
I knew you were going to be muted.
Yeah, well, just testing to see if you're paying attention there, James.
Well, I was paying attention. I was also sitting there talking to myself for 5 minutes. So
right.
there we go. I'm trying to find the incident. I can't find the incident with the Magic Arrow. They've obviously got the penalty. That's kind of it, really. They've got a drive through. So, yeah, unfortunately, Magic Arrow are in. I presume this is going to be for them so they can take their drive through.
And I tell you what, Ewan, and I can't pronounce his name correctly, but if that is a Israeli driver, that's fantastic. You don't see very Israeli drivers in iRacing, so probably one of the first ones I've ever seen. So good on you, my friend. Represent your country.
Yeah, their drive-through is done. They are now down in 5th. Altitude is now in 3rd, and 14 seconds back currently at the moment. So there we go, 14 seconds back at this moment in time.
You know, I'm disappointed with James. I haven't seen a single Australian driver in the 54 teams we had at the start of the race. So
that's because it's car racing, mate, not kangaroo racing.
Oh, all right.
Ouch.
I'm calling the authorities right now. Next time you try to make an entry into Australia, they're going to reject you, my friend, for the insulting our kangaroos.
Hey. Anyway, Spain out. Terry's in chat there. Biggles, here's heard Spain was good this time of year. So that's something for me to look forward to.
James may be able to find out.
What do you mean,
if
maybe?
He's not sleeping on the sofa.
Hey, no way.
Yeah, James, you're going to have to give us I think you might have to get on your YouTube channel there and give us a bit of a food guide, a travel guide from JPB when he's going to all the food. A food guide, I have to say. Everybody give us I'll maybe throw a poll up there on that one. Does anybody want to see a James cuisine podcast or something like that? Anyway, video.
No.
Yes.
It's not going to happen,
anyway.
Right? If I go to the wife...
Let the viewers vote, James.
No, if I go to the wife and say, by the way, wife, just to let you know that while we're in Spain, having a breakaway with just the two of us for the first holiday we've had since I've started JPB 18 months ago, and I've worked pretty much solidly every single day, while I'm out there, the guys would like me to take videos and review food.
Yes.
Now, does anybody else see the problem with that?
Not live. Well, when you can, yes.
No, it's just never going to happen.
It will maybe if you tell the wife that because you pick up such a big YouTuber that they'll you'll get meals for free and travel around the world for free. At some point, your wife might turn around and go, you know what, James? Well, that might be paying off a little bit. Well,
all right, if anybody in Spain wants to give me a meal for free from a restaurant, as we can see, Alex Richardson just making that move past Matthew Luke for 11th place there. Hit me up and we'll discuss the video review. But at the moment, why it's not happening, no. My wife will kill me if I turn around and say, baby, I'm going to bring the phone and record food guides while I'm out in Spain for our first holiday we've had in 18 months. Why, after I've started JPB? She'll, no, definitely not. Never going to happen. And plus, she's going to lock my phone in the safe for an hour, all day anyway.
Well, you know the password. It's your birthday.
No, it won't be. So
PIN
you can
code.
set. No, knowing my wife, she'll probably set the code while I'm out of the room or something.
It'll either be her birthday or your children's birthday. It'll be one of them. That's what the wives always do, setting for passcodes.
No, it's not gonna happen. So never gonna happen, I'm afraid. Sorry, guys, can't happen. Can't happen. Anybody that appreciates for their wife will know if you get your first holiday in 18 months since you started company up and you manage to get a break, taking the phone and recording food guides is not going to happen as we get into the last 41 minutes here as well. This is where it's going to get down to the nitty-gritty, guys. Who is going to do that splash and dash? Who's got to do the splash and dash? We'll find out within the next 41 minutes there as well. The poll is up. What poll have we got now? Would you watch James's food video reviews? Please say no. Guys, please say no. Because otherwise the wife's going to kill me.
Well, your wife can't deny that the nearly 1,000 subscribers that you have, so let them do the talking for you. Anyway, once again, she might like that one. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if we break 1,000 subscribers before we go on holiday on May 22nd, I will post one food guide while I'm out there. Because otherwise,
all right,
she'll kill
you heard
me.
it live. Somebody clip that later for sure. You know what, James? That's not going to be a problem whatsoever.
Right,
Definitely going to crack 1K. By what, mate? What's the date? May what?
May 22nd.
May 22nd.
And if we
Easy
do that,
peasy.
that will be ahead of target, because initially I said by the end of June, July, that's when I wanted to hit 1K at the growth that we were making. But if we hit 1K by the time I leave on the 22nd of May, then we'll I'll do one video food guide while I'm out there. That's it. That's all you're getting.
It's set in stone. It's concrete. Sign the contract. It's done. So
Well, okay,
everybody
I don't
out
need to
there, if you want to
sign-
see James do it, the best way to do it is hit the subscribe button and then tell your friends about it, tell your family about it. Terry, you can tell your whole family about it. They
I think
probably
Terry's whole
already
family
have hit the
subscribed
subs.
anyway, because me and Terry's family
Yes.
have a love relationship. I could fly to America, tell Terry I'm on the way, and his mum will put me up and feed me, so it's fine.
That's true.
Yes.
She can cook too, Terry.
Yeah.
Find out.
I'm sure Terry's mum's a stellar cook.
Well, you said the business end, 40 minutes to go.
Yep. That is peaky drivers there.
You're going to say the bike. You're going to say the...
I was going to.
Tommy.
Yeah, I was going to say Peaky Blinders, but it isn't. It's the Peaky Drivers with Ralph
They did
Omo.
that. They mentioned that in the chat before there too, James. So they deliberately did that team name just to catch you off, and it caught actually a couple of our fantastic custom team off today, including the
but that's 'cause
mastermind
you look
himself
down
and yourself.
and say it so quickly. You know what I mean? Because you say it so quickly, it ends up like that. So,
Say it 3
there we
times
go.
fast.
Peaky Drivers, Peaky Drivers, Peaky Drivers.
You got it now. All right, that's not going to work. Chase Brown at the moment, Blue Chips Racing. You see, for the LMP. I'm just going to call them supercars, mate. It's too close to LMP2s.
Yeah,
we all
GTPs,
know.
whatever you want. Chase is coming back through the field after we had that. Obviously, we saw Chase's incident. He's been in the pits for over 14 minutes getting repairs done to that GTP as he lost a lot of the car. So he's having the repairs. Mark Hutchinson from Altitude is in. Final pit stop for them. This should be their
This will be
final
crucial,
pit stop.
won't it, James? Yes.
Because Albert Priam pitted on lap 161, so he only pitted, but he's going to have to go again as well at the end, I think. So this is going to be an interesting one in the GTPs there, because I got a funny feeling Albert Priam is going to have to go again as well. He's been going for round about 11 laps, which is give or take about 20 minutes. He's going to get a 40 minute to go, so within about 20 minutes time he's going to have to stop again.
Yeah, last stop 161, lap 161 for Albert.
Yeah, so if Albert does clear him, he's going to have to go again. I would think he's going to have to pit here. I don't think Aaron is going to get them as well, but I think Albert might do, as we're going to be coming on board with the JPB chopper. There is Altitude right at the front behind the postcard.
JPB chopper?
Yeah, he's flying around Road America. He's loving it in a moment. There we go. So Tom Dadswell's in the car to finish off. Aaron's going to get them as well. Oh, no, they're on their way out. It's going to be close.
Oh, they haven't got him, James. No, they cleared him.
No, yeah, Aaron got him. Aaron got him there as well. Got Altitude. So Altitude now down in 4th. But they have got a pit stop in hand on the cars
Magic
in
have
front.
to box. They have to box, of course. So I think Tom will be well aware of that one. And then now that Mark's out of the car, all sweaty, have a shower, Mark, or whatever. They at least put some BO on before you come and have a chat with us, hopefully, in the casting box.
Oh my God, you
Deodorant. Yeah, we
put
call it
BO
BO.
on.
You know what I'm talking about.
Deodorant.
Just make sure you're not stinky and smelly when you come in for into the booth for a quick chat.
Yeah,
Hopefully
we're in a little
can
tight
get
room.
a quick chat.
Yeah, we're in a tight room up here, Mark.
I mean,
we can't have
James
you in
smells
like that.
enough as it is. I mean,
Hey,
but you did shower, didn't you, James?
I did shower while I was on my break, yes. I went and jumped in the shower, so there we go. Avenel's now got Dadswell behind him, 1.7 seconds, so this is the battle for 4th place in the GTPs. Terry said you'd leave US 30 pounds heavier, 15 kilos for you over the pod,
you
fellas.
would, James.
Mate,
Yeah, mate.
Yeah, I know. The thing is as well, we still don't know our weight program because we work in stones over here. apparently.
Oh, I mean, yeah, come on, mate. It's 2023, all right? You don't have to be going stones anymore.
Yeah, we work in stones, apparently.
I remember, my parents telling me, like, how many stones I was. I was like, Mum, Dad, it's called a metric system. All right, get used to it.
I'd like to point out, though, that the fact that, you know, we work on stones. So somebody's chucked a stone in a bag and just kept adding stones until somebody decided that you were the same weight as a stone, which makes no sense to me.
What happens when you're one of those Formula 1 cars, as you saw during the qualifying session, that kick up those stones and they're in the cockpit? Does that mean they've added a stone weight to it? Anyway, but
I don't really know.
Track.
Yeah, that's just cleared the LMP2. Our Platinum Racing Team Black. He's set after the magic arrow of Erin Avanar in front of him. He's 2.17 seconds back currently at the moment. So this is getting a little bit more dicey. So 1 stone heavier, says Ryan O'Connor. Thank you, Ryan.
It's getting a more stratospherically
amazing.
Stratospherically, there it is.
Nobody's really
That's
sure.
all because of Ewan, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
he's the one that's coined that
words. He's a uni-educated caster, isn't he? You know what I mean?
If you want to tune into Ewan, of course, he started the race with you, didn't he, at the very start there for multiple hours? So make sure you tune in. Great caster, of course. Another great caster is the JP Network team. Not me. I'm just the pun caster. These are the real casters that capture the action. I just talk about the heat of the sun. These guys actually talk about the heat of the motor racing.
It's no longer the Stone Age. I know that, Patrick, but over in the UK we work in stones. It's not my fault. Actually, I had to go for my yearly MOT the other day, and she turned around and told me I'd shrunk an inch. So that wasn't good either. So, you know what I mean? Clearly, my height is coming down here.
If you're shrinking inches, James, that means you're getting your back starting to keel over a little bit and getting a little bit of the grandpa territory.
Mate, the thing is, I'm stood up I'm sat down most days, to be honest, doing work. But, you know, at the end of the day, like, I try and stay upright as possible. But, you know, hey.
You need to stand cast, James.
I need to do. Do you remember Bruce Forsyth? Biggles.
Well, we'll also have another a broadcaster course for JPB
not.
that stands cast, but I don't know who you're talking about.
No, Bruce Forsyth was a British TV presenter. He used to present game shows. And he used to walk around his house every morning with a book on his head to keep his back straight. He was 82. Wow. He was 6 foot something tall. And literally, his back was as straight as an arrow, where he used to walk around with a book on his head. He said, because I never wanted to be one of the old men who were always constantly looking at the ground when he's older.
I like that.
Oh, there's a crash in the back.
Yes, what's happened, James? Let's go back and have a look at that one.
I can't, but I got a funny feeling. That was David Marshall from the Octopus. Nothing's showing up. Yeah, he hit the wall, but I don't think anything's showing up currently of who that was there. Here. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Was it? No, it wasn't Winston Eckel either. He's got Leandro Mendes from the Ray car coming back through as well. And that's going to be an overtake. He's going to try and... don't dive the next one.
Yeah, this could be interesting. As Grandpa James is casting at the moment, because he remembers back in his day where they didn't wear seatbelts or helmets. All right.
Oh, give over, Terry. Oh, Grandpa James, listen to him coming in here. Hey, you wait till the BSC, mate. You're going to...
yeah,
I'll get you in for an
commentator
interview,
should be your best friend, otherwise you might be in big trouble.
Mate.
Just talk to Dan about that one. He ain't going to live that pit lane entrance.
No, but then
that he did.
He did make the mistake and come in and do it on our broadcast. You know, you kind of get what you're given on that one. If you're going to come on, jump on a JPB broadcast in a series and then go and spin up in the pit lane, what are you expecting? From my point of view.
What do we expect at the moment from Tom? Because they've had that pit stop, of course, so they've gassed it up to the end, we believe. And the only problem is there's an arrow that has a little bit of magic on it. This is not Lord of the Rings, so there is no ring, but there is an arrow. It's pointing in the right direction, hopefully. And how much of a fight they're going to put up, do you think, there from Erwin? I think I pronounced his name properly there, of course, as I said, from the Israeli driver, which once again, I was absolutely fantastic to see an Israeli driver in here. He's the one that's piloting the Magic Arrow machine. Just up the road there from Tom.
And then they've got 9 seconds to Albert Priam and then a further 5 up the road to Simtek. So if the guys have got a pit, then it's possible that these Altitude boys could get second place if they haven't got to get in there. So
wouldn't that be something after serving a couple of penalties? Isn't it? It kind of reminds me of that Daniel Ricciardo time. He had to get a race win,
didn't they?
And he had to set. Yeah, they have done 3 exactly.
They did a
So
stop
they did.
and
I think there was a
two
regular pit
drive-throughs?
stop and 2 drive-throughs. Yes, race control confirmed that one, but yeah, they must feel like Max Verstappen or some of those drivers in Formula 1 before in the past, even Lewis Hamilton, where they got the wrong end of the pointy stick.
Tom.
Yeah, this is close.
He's going for it. He knows he's got to stay with him. He knows
Now,
he's got to stay with him.
He doesn't need to overtake him, but is he thinking about the time up the road there, obviously, to Albert and the P2 cars, if anything, because he's putting the pace on. Certainly very, very quick, and certainly I would not want to be in that cockpit at the moment there, because you can tell at the moment that Tom is just boiling after those penalties.
Tom is flying currently at the moment as well, so it's going to be, I think it's going to be, for Aaron's point of view, a difficult one to try and keep him behind. Obviously, you know, that's is on a mission.
I was going to say, what's that song? Major Tom, something like that. Reference to that, but
here we go. He's going to get him. He's going to get him. Oh, he's not, because he had that GT3 in the way as well. Chris Racing Team Blue. Now he's got SimSport Austria up the road as well. They've had a bit of a rough one.
It's going to go for it here, James. He has to. Trusted the brakes. On the inside, job done. You got to remember too, because he came out with fresh fuel and maybe changed tyres. That is textbook. But we do believe that Magic Arrow team have to box anyway, so maybe didn't put up too much of a fight on that one for now. But what a charge back for the Altitude Esports, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he had a choice.
On top of their racing game right now and climbing a mountain that they need to climb.
Yeah, Tom's got to hug the inside line here, and he's that defensive line into 5. He has. I don't think Aaron's going to come back at him now. Not from that far back into turn 5 as they run up the hill under the bridge into 6, a blind left-hander. Tom's now got to get on his bike now. He needs to get past him and move on a little bit more to the 7-second gap he's got down the road to Albert Priam. So it's going to be about 7 seconds. Yeah, 7.4 currently. So Dadwell on a little bit of a flyer. So
a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, he's flying.
That's an understatement.
Right, can we end that? No, we need to get that to 50-50. Somebody vote no on the poll. Do me a favour.
I have to close that poll.
No, you don't need to close it now. It can stay open for another minute or so. Because it's almost there. Come on, you don't want to watch a food video of me. Can you imagine me commentating on the wife eating? And she picks up the night before.
You eating it, James. It's you. It's about the meal you're getting served and how are you doing it, and then cast it. Like, is it good? Is it getting close? It's getting spicy into your mouth right now. You can taste the juices. It's getting to the tongue. It's so close. You can do it like that, James.
No, I'm not. Please end the poll, guys. Press no, and please, you do not want to watch a video of James there as well. Dominic Englick is in the pits. That is going to be everybody. I think it's going to go past him, but it's going to put them back on the lead lap again. So that gap now will change. 2 minutes 5, obviously, because they're back on the same lap as the leader. So we'll see how this one gets on here from Dadswell. Dadswell is literally flying. He's eating into the gap for Albert Priam. It's down to 7 seconds. He's got 15 seconds ahead of him from there onwards as well. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Terry Spainhour, stop it. He's just put, you got to order in Spanish as well. I think you've started something now, Biggles.
Well, the only way to finish it right now is to see Barney in about 28 minutes and change. Mark, at the moment, is still not wanting to come in here. If I have to go down there and grab you by the scruff of the neck...
You're not going to get him in. He didn't come in last time in Le Mans. They didn't come in last time in Le Mans until the
race
after
control.
Race.
Race control, and I'm looking through the terms and conditions at the moment there, and it says if a driver declines an interview, they have to serve a stop-go penalty. All right. So, Mark, do you want your team to possibly get a podium here? I would suggest that you get your Georgian buttocks in here right now. I'm going to pick on you for the that's it, Mark. That's it.
He's going to come in. He's not going to be happy with you. Bring him in for that. So
we do love the Altitude Esports too. You know why, James? Because they get in here and chat. I'm surprised a lot of the other teams start coming and have a bit of a yarn to us, because it just makes racing so much more fun.
It definitely does, but it is.
Well, they don't want to get picked on, do they?
5.9 seconds now to Albert Priam. He's taken a chunk out of them as well. Is Dadswell, 1 second there. Avanar got 1.4 out of Priam, so unfortunately for Priam's time, it's coming down rapidly here. If he's not careful, he's going to be in the clutches in a few laps' time of the boys from the Altitude Esports, and I still believe they've got a pit again. If I'm not mistaken, Dominic Englick has done his pit. That will be his last one. He's not got to stop. He is a shoo-in for the win unless something drastic happens and he doesn't make it. But at the moment, he is going to be making it here. It's whether or not Dadswell's got to get Priam, and he's got to get Syntec Motorsport LMDH up front as well, which is a further 9 seconds up the road. So there you go. We've already had 2 penalties. You can't give us more. Was it
I would
2 or
ask
3?
whether or not we believe they don't need to box again. We believe the Altitude Esports don't need to box again. I'm asking right now whether or not Mark's going to give away those little secrets, of course, but we are believing that the other 3 drivers up the road from them may very well need to go visit Ted.
The 2. I think Writer's Writer Engineering's already pitted. Yeah, they are good to the end of the race. I thought you was.
Oh, thanks for that, Mark. You still owe me, my friend, for not coming up and visiting us in the chat. Mark, you've got 25 minutes to get in here and chat to us. Otherwise, it's a drive-through penalty.
It's not happening. Biggles. Oh, man. Biggles giving out penalties there as Marnik Heister has been off track as well. The organizer of Peck.
Oh, no. What's happened, James? I didn't want to see the replay. I'm closing my eyes.
Oh, he's on the grass. Okay, well done, you. Okay, so there's a little flurry onto the grass. As we're coming into the nightfall, 25 minutes remaining.
The track temperature must have dropped a bit now.
Yeah, it has. I think it's down to 27 degrees.
7. It's still warmer than an average summer day in the UK, so it's not too bad.
Mark, press no on the poll for me. You don't want to watch a James Food video. Give over.
It's getting close, but...
Yeah, I know. I need one more vote. One more vote. Or 2 more votes.
Remember, the votes are there,
no.
and on top of it, we have to get to 1K before May, the late May,
22nd.
right? When James,
22nd.
When James gets to snack up some tapas in España. Tapas are beautiful there too, mate. I haven't been to Spain, but trust me, living in Latin America, I've got a lot of Spanish restaurants to go to.
He's down to 4.9. It's down to 4.9. This is currently the closest run on track, guys. That is why we're mainly focusing on it. There is a 3-second gap from Raul Antononi from the Ingersoll round at Ineos Esports, but they're trying to close down on Alessio Bernardini. That's not happening currently at the moment. He lost half a second last time out, where Tom Dadswell didn't. He gained half a second over Priam. Avanar lost 2.8 there as well, unfortunately for him. So yeah, it's going to be close, this one. What
about the LMP2s there, James? Because you got the Platinum are very, very close, of course, as you said before, with the XBD racing team. Now, are their pit stops done and dusted, or they got more to go on that one?
They should be done and dusted, I think. Depends on how out of sync they are. They've done their 8. So we think they should be 8 for the day. I think Ewan did some quick maths earlier on. We did put it down at 8 to 9, but we got a funny feeling it is going to be more 8. And if that is the case, then XBD have just got to run straight to the end here with Winston Eckel from Platinum Racing Team Blue, about 8 seconds down the road from them. And the GT3 Pros,
yeah, GT3's now, look at that.
Yeah, Bernardini has got 3 seconds gap to Raul Antonon, and then Levi Pruitt he's got an age actually, he's got about 50 seconds back to Matthew Luke in the other Fury Simsport car as well. So he's got a long old time there as well, but it is all about what Tom Dadswell is going to do. Gap at the front is 4 seconds currently at the moment. Dadswell pulled out another 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, this is Tom's time to shine. Now, Tom started the race. Of course, he did a couple stints, went in with the rest of the team members, and now back out. I think, was Tom the one that's closer to the French coast than you are or something like that? I can't remember which one of those drivers it was we're talking about in the previous race for Altitude Esports. But
yeah, I think he's down in the South Coast somewhere.
Got his head down.
2.7.
And even though they got served those penalties, they want to taste the bubbly stuff on a podium, and the only thing that's stopping them right now is that gap that you mentioned.
Yeah, 2.7 seconds. Can he get it down further? Traffic in front as well, out to 3.5 because of that little bit of traffic. 22 minutes to go, and it's all on Tom Dadswell from the Altitude Esports team to see if he can get that podium place here as well. And keeping the eye on the LMP2s, it's not coming down. If anything, it's gone back out to 7.8 seconds at this moment in time. GT3's still out at 3.1 it's just gone down to, and in the AMS it's still 40 seconds. So
it's flying, James. And Mark, you get a pass, okay? Oh, all right, that's fine. I won't give you a drive to pedal. You don't have to come and chat to us right now because obviously you're spotting your team mates
it's pulled out
at the
a second
Altitude
again.
Esports. Yes.
Pulled out another
so
second.
there you go. This is it. This is Tom's time to shine. Now, 21 minutes, James. That sort of pace at the moment is definitely going to be on the back of the DRL Rotary Industry Orange team. So Dan out there as a Dutch driver, of course, as representing the Netherlands. Not going to be really happy at the moment if a British team gets past the Dutch team.
No,
69 cars up the road.
There he is.
Yeah.
You can see him, you can smell him, his fumes are on his way, but there is Albert Priam. He's there, he's going under the bridge into turn 6, he's still stuck behind that GT3. It's an LMP.
Yeah.
That's second. No, that's not right. It can't be second place.
No, it's... Oh.
Is it?
Well... I have to have a look at the little screen to the very right-hand side that shows you the battle. That'll give you an indication of the cars.
Have a look at that. No, it's XBD
the number
Emerald.
of the green machine.
No, it's XBD Emerald from the LMP2s.
185. There it is.
Yeah, it's the leader of the
that's actually
LMP2s.
P7 in the LMP2s, yeah.
Yeah,
all right, but how much time did it cost him? It did cost him a lot. It's 1.9 now, James. Just like that. It's not half a second.
In the GTMs, Levi Pruitt is out in front, and he's got about a 40-second, if not further, gap over Matthew Luke, with Norbert behind him in third place from the Peak Sim Sport Austria team, who's got 31 seconds. So there is Albert Priam, there is Tom Dadswell. The heat is on.
Yeah, and it's in Road America, of course, for round 2. So it's on the streets. Mm-hmm. And whether or not LG Sports, after coming back after serving a couple of drive-through penalties, is going to do anything about the Rotary Industry Orange team.
DLR SimLab Orange. Seeing how they get on here. There they are up the road. You can see them now. 1.5. So it's going to be a fight to see what happens here, whether or not Dadswell's going to be able to get him. But it is a straight sprint to the end from Priam in the DLR Orange. Has he got to splash and dash? That's going to be the question. He's got it down. He's on 7 at the moment. Dadswell's obviously made 9. So we think there's got to be at least one more in that DLR Orange car. We did say it was going to be 8. He's got it down to second. He's going to see
if it is that, they've lost this podium.
There he is.
Look how close he is, James.
He's going to go on the inside of 8. Oh, there's going to be cut.
It is. It's going to force him off there. Oh, that's going to be one for the stewards, of course. We haven't seen Stewart message in a while.
No.
But there it is. Also, look at Bazinga Motorsports at the moment. They're battling it out for P4 and P5 in the LMP2 class there, James. That is spicing it as well, too. So look away. One battle. That's your hypercar class battle. But go back to the battle, of course, for the other crucial places here in the LMP2s.
Yeah, I'm going to wonder if the stewards are going to look at that from Priam going off track. Or was it just he didn't give the necessarily room? What would be the situation? We'll wait patiently for a steward's message. Are they going to punish Altitude Esports for the 3rd time today? Or are they going to say that was just a racing incident? Who knows? Let's see what happens here from race control. It's going to be coming
80
down.
minutes to sort that out, James. But have a look at Bazinga Motorsports at the HW Racing team. Both these teams been in the war, plural. And pacey. Now, what about pit stop strategy between these two teams? I believe they're on similar. They are on similar strategies, James. So
they should have both done their end. They've both done. It looks like they've both done their end stops. They've both done. HW have done 8. Bazinga have done 9. So from that perspective, they should be done. It's now on Leonard Ziegler to climb onto the back of Peter Herschel for 4th place from HW at the moment. But we're going to see how it all works out currently at the moment. Raul Ontonen's gap down to the Alessio Bernardino in the GT3 Pros is down to 1.6 seconds. So Alessio Bernardino there is closing in on that BMW. There's the BMW. There is Rao Antonin behind him. Oh, don't blink, sir. You've caused my game to go a bit peaked on. Oh, I called it a game. Shh. Don't tell anyone.
Hey, it's a sim.
Here we go. HW are in. Oh, no, that's Marnik Heister. Woo. I thought that was HW there. Marnik Heister's in.
Bazinga down the main straightaway, James. Opportunity here. They are approaching a GT3 car, but probably won't get him a time before. This is LMP2 up the road. But yes, got to tuck in at the moment. Realize it's 16 seconds to change there. Use the traffic to your advantage. Well, you're not quite sure about the fuel strategies. They have to allow, obviously, here is a hypercar just behind them. So try to allow them through. As James say, don't have blue flags. There is no such thing here in the multi-class series.
Keep going. It would just say the fastest car is approaching. And it is. There goes the TR Geeks Sigma Racing Energy one. Don't back off. You got to stay with the boy. You got GT3s, you got LMDs, you got GTPs, you got all of them, all in the same category here on track. And at the moment, this is the battle for 4th place in the LMP2. Bazinga Motorsport. Geeks
They got a
Energy.
good exit here.
Yeah.
They cleared the traffic better, James. So now the GT3 car that they'll clear. I'll tuck in behind the gearbox. Swing it over to the left. Yes, job done.
No.
James is getting a little bit upset. Somebody feed James real quick.
No, that's
Big
not
Mac.
it. Remember we were talking.
Yeah, I know.
If you're not in a battle, lift off before the break is on. You had to run from 7 to 8 to do that. Now the hypercar said, right, now you guys are battling. I'm going to come through now. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, look how close this is between everything here. There's close battles for the GT3 Pros. There's close battles, not really for the AM class, but definitely for the LMP2, definitely for the GT3 Pro class. And maybe something happen because, yes, the DRL Rotary Industry team is in to the pit stops. We didn't think they could make it to the end there, James. So that will probably promote Magic Arrow, yes, up in P4. See how that pans out later on as well, too. But keep your eyes glued to the screen right now on this battle in the LMP2 class.
There it is. This is the battle for 4th place in the LMP2s. HW Racing, Bazinga Motorsports, Ziegler versus Herschel. Herschel's been involved in his own little incidents and accidents as the race has gone on as well. He's got up the inside. Bazinga's got up the inside. Oh!
Gotta make it stick.
Oh, no.
They both. Has he got it?
Yeah, he got it. I think
he's got it. For now.
Oh my
Crucial points in this championship, just like that. But look at that, HW flashing that light saying, maybe that was a great pass, or maybe we're not happy about it. But either way, you still have 14 minutes to do something about it.
That was not a great pass. I can guarantee Peter is not flashing that light to say thank you very much for that amazing race there. I can guarantee that as well. That is just absolutely unbelievable. Ziegler has got through, but whether or not that's going to be under investigation is going to be a different matter. Are they going to punish altitude currently at the moment? That's what we're waiting for. Is that going to go to the stewards? Is HW going to protest that overtake from Bazinga as well? Oh, it's
181. Now that's
from Cabano.
LMP2 class in P8 position. They should be okay to get back on there, but thankfully off the racing line to not causing confusion with this battle you're seeing between P4 and P5. And the votes are in there, James. Yes, you do have to do a food review, 52%.
No, it says that you would watch a food review. It doesn't say James would have to.
Okay, you want me to put another poll up, James? No, forget about that one.
Because we said 1,000 subscribers before I go away on the 22nd of May. So there we go. Let's see what's going to happen here. I'm stood up now in my room there. That was absolutely incredible. My chair went flying backwards at that moment in time. So
we got a chair down. We have a chair down.
My chair's out of action. I don't think the massage part of the chair is going to work anymore. But
keep that magic arrow down. Also, within a minute and change there of Altitude Esports, they took that pit stop. So that's something else.
It's not going to get him. Aaron's not as quick. 1:48.68 last time out. Dadswell was on a 1:49.7. He's not going to pull a minute in within 12 minutes. It's just not going to happen. I think Dadswell...
And the Leo Racing team is in from P3 for the GT3 Pros, mate. So how is that going to pan into play for this battle that we've seen before?
The LMPs are in.
GT3s, I mean, in that battle.
Leo
sorry,
Racing.
LMPs, yeah, sorry. There's three Leo Racing teams here.
Yeah, Leo Racing is in third. Leo Racing 1. And then Jamie Powder for Chicane Online Racing Red is that's Martin Hobson in front. There's another battle in the LMPs. Winston Eckel. No, that's Leandro Mendes right behind him from the GTPs there as well. The Pounder in the 8 Pros has got Martin Hobson in the battle for 5th place currently in this order as well. Right, I'm going to sit back down now. This is all settled. It's all got too exciting up here in the booth, I'll tell you that much.
You've got 11 minutes to go because there's a battle brewing course between P5 and P6. Now, there are other battles. There's about a second change between Bazinga and HW Racing after Bazinga pulled that move off that. Well, it's questionable, but
I'm wondering if it's going to go stewards on that one. I wonder if they're going to look.
Altitude and Magic Arrow, that's possible. And that's it, really, to summarize those 3 classes, really, and the closest battles you're going to get here for the final time. 11 minutes and change to go here. James, hasn't barely been a time for you to have a bit of a lay-down snooze in this 6-hour event.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here as well. I'm just waiting. There's been no reports out the steward's office currently at this moment in time. Are they going to issue altitude with a penalty for that move on Priam from DLR or not? That car's been handed over to Yannick Gerards for the last stint, of course. 10 minutes remaining now.
But if they do, I guarantee you right now, whoever the chief engineer would be throwing headphones around the garage like Toto Wolff.
Oh, if they go again on that, if they go again on altitude, I'll be throwing my headset around all over the place.
It'd be like carbon fiber parts, headphones, wheel jacks, everything will be thrown in that garage if they get a 3rd penalty. But for now, they just have to do their best and just see how they're going to pan out, because that's good at recovery drive to get themselves back up on a P3.
Right, Michelle, anyway, could you tell me who was driving? Was it Gianpaolo?
Wait, Peter's had a mistake there from HW Racing too, James. Yeah. So what's happened there? This is also crucial, remember, for their battle, because they're P4 currently in the LMP2s.
Yeah, it's coming down into turn 5. Oh, it's gone round. It's gone round. Out of the fence.
Yeah. Off the racing line.
He didn't lose a position because Leo Racing, I've got a funny feeling this is what the incident was with Leo Racing. And I've got a feeling it was here. Yeah, it was here. This is where they were saying this is where they got sent off. Yes, they did. They did.
James, under 10 minutes to go. Could you believe, once again, the great thing about Platinum Endurance Racing League, my friend, is that it doesn't matter how long. I mean, we're going to have 8-hour races. We're going to have 12-hour races. You're still going to see action to the very end of the wire. 188 laps done. Under 9 minutes to go on a race. You've got three to maybe 4 battles still brewing on track. And anything can happen. You see a couple of late spins from drivers. You can also see a little bit of panic settling in from some of the teams that are probably trying to seize opportunities to get a little more positions there. Maybe taste foaming at the mouth for a bit of champagne. I'm not quite sure, but I'll tell you what, you're going to see some action still in the next 8 minutes and change.
And it looks like it could be here with the Chicane Online Racing Red Boys chasing down Martin Hobson for the Platinum Racing Team Orange. Gap down to about 8/10 at the moment. Christini is still in the pits for 4 minutes there. I've got a funny feeling that damage is going to be extensive. So we'll have to see how it all pans out as we go into the final 8 minutes of the race here as well. The track map has been binned out compared to what it was at the beginning. I know it doesn't look it, but trust me, it has. We've lost a good few cars at the moment. I think it's like 10 to 12, if not more, cars out.
James,
currently.
It looks like if I had children, it looks like they're Lego all over the playroom before they put it together.
And there's nothing worse than stepping on Lego. It hurts.
Or sucking up in a vacuum cleaner, of course. Leo Racing Team gone into pit road from P6, so whatever they've done, and chances of battling it out with the Platinum Team Racing Black is not done. But the battle you can see on the action is still between the Chicane Online Racing Team and the other Platinum Racing Team Orange, which is the Dutch Army.
Yeah, that's a back marker in front of him. That's Maniti Racing Yellow. That's your leader of the GT3 AMS. Martin Hobson's trying to get through. Of course, they're running pretty much at the same speed. That Chicane Online Racing Red needs to get through as well. He's got to go. He's got to go.
Yeah, he's got to go. Can't afford to shave any time right now.
No. Lights are on the cars. We are coming into the evening. So,
apply the pressure, don't you? Try to force a driver up the road there into a mistake. Psychological warfare, of course, and then hoping at some point that traffic will come into play. But traffic's a little bit further up the road. Not a lot of traffic, do you have to say, James? It might come into play there. So Chicane Online Racing Team are going to have to do it on pure pace. It's pure skill. With 7 minutes now remaining in our 6-hour endurance race here at presented by JPB Broadcasting. Platinum Endurance Championship Round 2. And stickers, my friend. Don't forget those stickers.
Don't forget some stickers, guys, as well. You can go and check them out in the description below. So what's going to happen here? 4 classes. The Altitude Esports of Tom Dadwell. Then we've got the LMP2 of HW. Mixing it in here. There hasn't been any steward's message for a while.
No, I was just about to say that, wasn't it, James? Greg Casting think alike. Nothing there from race control. So if it is deemed, it may be after the race, but they've had, what, at least 15 minutes to look at that, give or take, and now they're going to look at multiple angles and probably have multiple things to look at, not just one particular event. So give them credit. They have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to materialise now. It's now 1.3 seconds back, his pounder. So I've got a funny feeling this one could be done and dusted. That is the gaps to the leaders of class, of course. 32 seconds from Simtech to the leader, and then 7 seconds back from Altitude to Reiter there. So going to be interesting to see how this one all pans out. Minute and a half, 1.3 seconds gap between these two. The Martin Hobson and Chicane Online Racing Red in the GT3 Pro class. So see how this one pans out as well. So currently XPD is leading the way in the LMP2s with Winston Eckel right behind him. In the GTPs, it is Dominic Englick with Simtech Motorsports LMDH behind him, 32 seconds, and then Tom Dadswell, the only ones on the lead laps currently at the moment in that class. In the GT3 Pros, Bernardini is taking, he's got a 41-second gap over Rail and Tonanen. And in the AMS is Levi Pruitt from Maniti Racing. He has currently got a gap of 1 minute 35 seconds over second place man Matthew Luke Senior from Fury Sim Sport, who's got Norbert behind him there as well. So the battles are kind of fizzing out a little bit now as we go into the last 4.5 minutes. So let's see what happens here as well. So Levi there from Maniti Racing Yellow. Levi is carrying the car. Damn awesome, he said. So well done. 2 minutes last time out, 2 minutes 10 seconds. He's got plenty of time. He could just cruise round at the end there, Biggles, really. So see how it all pans out. I think Biggles has muted himself again. Pretty much, yes. Oh, is that popped off for a bathroom break? So Biggles will be back in the booth very, very shortly, but it is Levi Pruitt currently leading the GT3 AMS, Alicia Bernardini leading the Pros, Albert Garcia Blasco from XBD Emerald leading the LMPs by 4 seconds over Winston Eccles. That gap has come down. That was 8 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that on this time around. 153.88, 152.49 for Winston Eccles. First lap of the race there for the LMP2s. Winston Eccles in the Platinum Racing Team Blue. There he is. And then, of course, Dominic Englick from the LMDHs, GTPs, prototypes, whatever you want to call them, they're in front currently from the Reiter Engineering Esports team. So massive well done to them as well. Congrats at the moment. Yannick Gerard chasing down Aaron Aramar for 4th place in the Magic Arrow team. Come down to 1.4 seconds this time around. So we'll see how this one is back. Biggles is back in the booth. That's a good day, Biggles.
Was in the chat too. This will be our first ever win in a league for our lineup there. From Maido one, I think it is. So anyway. Yeah,
that's a reference to Levi Pruitt from the Maniti Racing Team Yellow.
Yeah, that's got to feel good. It has to feel good, and why not? I mean, anytime you get a victory for the first time, that champagne tastes even sweeter.
Oh, yes. It's going to be nice, but this is whether or not Gerard's here from DLR SimLab Orange is going to catch up to Aaron Avinar. There is Aaron at the top of your screen. This is your battle for 5th place and 4th, of course, in the LMDH GTP prototypes. What would you call them? Any of the above?
Which ones?
GTPs.
Just call them
LMPHs.
hypercars. It's super easy. It just completely separates from the rest of it. Nobody gets confused on the stream as to what they are. They're the hypercars. We only have one, of course, and a few. Well, not even a future hypercar planned, isn't it? Because now they're putting an LMP. We're talking about that before. LMP1 in there just to get confused us even more. Anyway, drivers know.
Putting in an LMP3.
Oh, yeah, sorry, LMP3. Yeah, it is. Yeah. We can see. I'm confused now.
Mate, I don't even get it either,
That's
to be
just too
honest, because
confused.
it's just. We were talking earlier on with Ewan about this. They should have put in another LMP1. They should have put in another hypercar.
Something.
Glickenhaus
another
or a
hypercar, something,
Ferrari
yeah.
or the Peugeot XO,
They call them
whatever it is.
hypercars.
Whatever, but they still should have put another one in to combat the BMW.
You're right.
So much better when we had the Audi and the Porsche, and now we've just got one. It's like, really? No.
But
no.
what we did have, James, was 54 drivers, and then we have early retirements, as you expect in a 6-hour endurance race, but we still have a fantastic grid, and obviously we have some fantastic people out there in the chat that are excited about their teams getting the job done, and I have to say, LTG Esports, mate, they got their job done coming back after that. We're hopefully going to find out. Nothing that the domination has in it from the German team has just really from P1 to P1 in the Hyperclass series. We've had it heard from those drivers during the 6 hours, and they came in there fairly chill and relaxed, isn't it? As the German drivers are like, yes, yeah, we're how you doing? They're like, yeah, P1.
Yeah, they're going to come across the line for the final lap of the race.
Yeah, they're almost like Kimi Räikkönen in an interview, isn't it? Like, yeah, whatever.
Final lap of the race for Dominic Englick. There he is. Barney's waving. This is it. Yannick
Barney's been
Gerards
waving
is
for
up
6
behind
hours,
Magic
mate.
Arrow.
Yeah.
Oh,
This is close, but this could be any opportunity here.
Yeah,
It would have to be now.
Yeah, it's going to. If he's going to get him, he's going to get him down into 5. You got the run to
Now,
5.
what do you do, James? Do you really send it here
Absolutely.
and then risk
Final
the
lap of the
possibility of
race.
both people going out, or do you just settle?
Final lap of the race.
All right. Well, then I guess go for it, as James would say.
Go for it. It's going to.
He is.
Try to come
got
back,
the
come
memo,
back, come back, come back,
James.
come back, come back. Oh, it's a 6.
Oh, the door's shut. He's not getting burgled today there, James. The door's closed. Has it been locked, but double locked, padlocked?
Put him on the grass.
Yeah, well, there it is. So, you thought those stewards could have a bit of a lay down after this race. May not just yet.
Door bagged him onto the grass. Yeah, Yannick Gerards had to pull off the gas, but he's going to come again with that GT3 in front of him. Here we go. It's going to be the rundown from the King down into Canada corner. The leader is coming round the King just up the road.
Switcheroo. There it is. That'll be
They're gonna
side by side through the S's.
Oh, is he going to go? Yannick's going to come out. It's going to be contact.
There's going to be contact on you and James. Now, they've both got a turn here. And I don't know, is there a gentleman's agreement? No, it's not going to be a gentleman's agreement. Let's just slow down, let the cars to battle back up. It's not going to happen, James.
Riders come through, taking the victory there as well. How did this one pan out? It was Gerards. Gerards managed to get his car back on track from Aaron Avenat. Second place man is coming round on the final corner.
Yes, Simtech Motorsport team have done a fantastic job here to steal that P2 there.
Yep, Yannick Gerards has come across. Simtech Motorsport LMDH are going to come across the line in second place. There we go, and then Dadswell's going to come across the line in 3rd.
Got to give it to Dadswell that I'm sure Mark will be proud out there, because considering they were running in P2, about 30 seconds away from the race leader, and they just served 2 drive-through penalties and still managed to get a podium, James.
Yeah, everybody else thundering over the line as well, just waiting for Albert Garcia Basco. He's coming around the carousel for the LMP1. Winston Eckel is not far away from him. There is Garcia Blasco. Eckel's 4 seconds up the road. Here we go.
It feels so good, doesn't it, to see Barney after all that time.
Oh,
And
mate,
both, of course,
yeah.
your team have been putting the effort in there. Usually the 6-hour endurance races too, you don't have somebody go for a snooze for a couple of hours and come back. Everybody commits to the whole time, and of course, and everybody committing in the chat, it gives us all that entertainment. definitely we'll hear from some of these drivers in a little bit, but there it is. It's been absolutely fantastic once again. You're going to expect, and yeah, how good is it to see Barney waving that flag?
Hey,
I mean,
6
it's
hours
Barney,
in.
but
yeah, you definitely
waving
want
a
it.
flag. There it is, right there. So Alberto Garcia, we'll see that one for the Xfinity Emerald Racing team, and be happy about that one. You can see he's definitely happy about that one. Good on you.
Yeah, and then the GT3 Pros, Alessio Bernardini comes across the line, takes the victory. Maniti Yellow there with Levi Pruitt has taken the victory in the AMS. Levi Pruitt, victory in the AMS. Alessio Bernardini, victory in the Pros for the Leo Racing Team 208. It is a double podium for the Leo Racing Boys, 221 and 208. First and third, sandwiching the Ingersoll Rand Ineos Esports team in the middle of Rail Ontonen. In the LMP2s, Albert Garcia Blasco takes the victory with Winston Eckel in second place from the PRT Blue team. And then in third was Leonard Ziegler there as well, who did get HW Racing, but it's whether or not that is going to be protested. I'll be very surprised if they are. But Dominic Englick coming into the pit lane there, absolutely stellar job, and that is going to round out the end of this championship here as well. And we can bring you up the results in class order. So we've got the GTPs will be on the screen first. Writer Engineering Esports is your winner. Syntec Motorsports LMDH in second, Altitude Esports third. Then behind that, DLR SimLab Orange, 1 lap down. Magic Arrow, 1 lap down. Octopus Racing Team, 1 lap down. Raycar Esports Team had a very adventurous race. They are 7 laps down. TR Geeks Energy, another one, 19 laps down. Blue Chip Racing, who we saw have that massive collision, 21 laps down there as well. And then behind that, Delta Racing, LMDH, and Team Upstate GTP and Epoch Motorsports, 133 lap down. In the LMP2s, we go. XPD Emerald are your winners. 3.4 seconds ahead of Platinum Racing Team Blue. Bazinga Motorsports in third. HW Racing in fourth. Whether or not that's going to be protested between third and fourth, I'm sure we will find out later on. Platinum Racing Team Black in fifth. Leo Racing Team LMP2 in sixth. Peaky Drivers in seventh. Carbonell Esports Black in eighth. 505, 9 and ninth. And Lithium Motorsports down in 10th place. And beyond that, MLP by Fields Academy was fighting at the front, is now 117 laps down, did not finish the race. Scorpion Racing Esports Team, 176 laps down. So it didn't really complete much of the race at all for them. So in the GT3 AMS, it is Maniti Racing Yellow by 1.42 over Fury Simsport, 1 minute 42 by over Fury Simsport Academy. Peak Simsport Austria in third place. Peaky Drivers GT3 in fourth. Chris Racing Blue fifth. SR Technic Peck in sixth. Team Upstate GT3 in seventh. Protosim 3 in eighth. Trackside Esports ninth. Chicane Online Racing Orange is in 10th place. Then behind that is, I'm not sure why the Austrian Sim Racers Blue are showing up as pink. I'm really not on that one. CMX by MSI GT3 in 12th. TR Geeks Energy in 13th. And that rounds out the AMS. In the Pros, we've got Leo Racing Team in first, Ingersoll Rand Ineos Esports in second, Leo Racing Team 221 in third place. It was a Leo Racing Team first and third. Grow Racing Team Red in fourth, Platinum Team Racing Team Orange in fifth. Those guys were together for pretty much most of the 6 hours, but it was the Grow Racing Team who come out in front. Chicane Online Racing Red in sixth, SR Technic at seventh, YS Sim Sport Peck in eighth, Chris Racing Green in ninth, and Elite Racing Team in 10th. Then beyond that, we've got Blue Chip Racing Team, Sim Vision in 12th, Carbonell Esports 13th, Octopus Racing Team 14th, Protosim 2 in 15th, Kairos Esports 229 in 16th, Platinum Racing Team Red, last place in 17th position there. And that is all the results here this evening. And what an incredible evening of racing there as well. That's close, Chris Evans. Mark Hutchison, woof. Good show. Thank you, Terry and Chris Evans. Much appreciated. Excellent coverage. And thank you so much. And let's bring in your winner, Dominic Englick, into the booth. Dominic, welcome in for the Writer Engineering Esports LMDH team victory this evening. How are you, sir?
Feeling effing great.
Okay, glad you didn't swear. Thank you so much. Great. Well done, you.
Yeah. Oh, it was amazing. The track, the car, it was incredible.
You've done a stellar job there, mate. Are you like happy?
Yeah,
Are you
of
happy?
course. Yeah, of course. I was worried a bit because I was not that good in a practice sessions, but it was a different car, different track. From the feeling, amazing, simply amazing.
Good job there, bud, as well. Well done to you guys. You led the race. We go onwards and upwards into the Silverstone 8-hour, different kettle of fish. We're adding 2 hours just for the, because we can. How's that going to be for you guys out there as well?
Silverstone, I'm looking forward.
Looking forward
to it.
Good.
And yeah.
Should be a good
Well,
one,
mate,
though,
you
right?
gotta look
Full of
forward.
emotions right now.
You had to look for. Oh yeah, that's good. You had to look forward, of course, because you want to beat the British at the birthplace of Formula One, don't you? in their backyard.
Oh,
That's,
of
Sebastian
course.
Vettel's done it a few times, of course. So that's where you got to go. You got to get to prove that, hey, Germans are better drivers than the United Kingdom. I'm gonna feel a lot of pain from that one from everybody, but yes.
I don't say anything.
Your
to
emotions.
it.
How are you feeling? Come on.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. Like I said, I was worried, but
Good job, Dominic. Well, thank you so much for joining us there, buddy. Anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening?
yeah, of course, to my team, to Jan and Dennis and the rest of the writer boys, and to my Twitch stream, and of course to you with your epic commentary.
Well, thank you very much, Dominic, for joining us, buddy. And we look forward to seeing you at Silverstone.
Yeah, me as well.
Take care, mate.
Yeah, take care.
Right, I'm going to bring in Nick Kirstens and Marnik Heistad together here, both from Team 1110, the Platinum Racing Team Black LMP2, finished 5th overall. Gentlemen, good evening. You are on the broadcast. How are you?
Good evening, guys. Yeah, all good.
Nick,
good evening.
Come on and tell us about it. What do you think of that? That was just epic from our point of view. How was it in the car with you guys?
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Well,
in stereo. Well, nice. Go ahead.
yeah. The start was quite chaotic. I mean, my teammates wheel disconnected about 10 laps into the race. So we had to tow back to the pit lane. Then I took over. Started P10, went to P11, then to P10 again, P9, P8, and then to P7, I think. And then Marnix drove it to P6 and P5. So overall, pretty good race. Pretty chaotic. I mean, LMDH drivers just sometimes sent it. We sometimes sent it. Close calls, everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Marnix, from your point of view, how was it coming back through, though? Obviously being down in 8th and 9th after that disconnect, we did see it. He did just lock up and his wheel cut out, so that's fair enough. But how was it from your point of view?
I mean, eventually it's a narrow track, like you said in the beginning, you guys. As soon as you go off the grass and you spin around or you lose a lot of time. So we just kept our head down, make sure we did our laps, get the right times, manage the traffic, and we've made our way back up to P5, whereas some teams just didn't manage to do so and spun around and lost time compared to us. So I think the team did a great job, and on to Silverstone with the same strategy.
Yeah, you were very close to spinning, though, Mr. Marnix, wasn't you, coming out of turn 5?
I was coming to 6. Yeah. So you caught me shit. I hope it wasn't broadcasters.
It was. We did see the fact that you went off the grass up the run from 5 to 6. You managed to keep it on track, so you were quite lucky yourself there, young sir.
I was trying to follow our other team, Platinum Racing Team Blue, and the leaders, maybe to see if I could gain some time or save some fuel, but I just wasn't fast enough. Yeah. Just over pushing myself, but that's what can go wrong here. And fortunately, I kept it on track.
Yeah, you definitely did that. Nick, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening?
You're dead.
Well, first off, to the stewards for stewarding. I've been there it was chaotic. So, well, good job to the stewards. And overall, just a good job to everyone who finished the actual race.
Okay, Marnix,
Yeah,
what about you?
congratulations to the top 3, and yes, you all, Silverstone, great broadcast. Thanks, guys.
Awesome stuff. Right, let's drop these guys back in the waiting room there. Thank you so much for joining us. That was Marnik Heister and Nick Kirstens from the Platinum Racing Team Black there. Now we're going to pull in Leonard Ziegler from Bazinga Motorsport, car number 169 here, finished 3rd on the podium. Leonard, how are you, sir?
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
What?
It was a good battle with you and HW at the end there. What do we think on the overtake that put you into 3rd place? Do you think there's going to be a protest about it? Because there was contact.
Yeah, I don't know if there was really contact, but I didn't plan to overtake there. But yeah, it happened because he braked very early, and I was attempting to brake late. So yeah, then I was alongside, so I couldn't pull out of it.
Okay, so what do we think? Do you think there's going to be a protest, or do you not think?
No, I don't think so, because nothing happened, and after that he couldn't keep up with me, and I think it was maybe I think in the last 50 minutes I would have got him anyways, because we were gaining the half of the race onto him. So yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, Leonard, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening?
Thanks to my team for the great support, and we see us next time, maybe.
Yeah, see you next time, hopefully in Silverstone there, buddy.
Yeah, nice. Thank you for broadcasting.
No worries. You take care, and we'll catch up with you soon. Right, there we go. That was Leonard Ziegler there as well. Biggles, well, that was quite an epic 6 hours.
It was an epic 6 hours, James. You were there for the whole time. I was there for the majority of the time because I had to thank our fantastic broadcasting crew there of Ewan that started that one out there with you there, James. And of course, it switched on over there to Daan Pepels and of course, Zachary, the mastermind. And then, of course, myself. But of course, without you, James, there is no food to our puns, is there? There's no food to the race, and there's no fuel in this racing presented by JP Broadcasting Network. And of course, all those clips and everything will be back there. All the drivers will be able to enjoy everything, to rewatch their cars and rewatch the action that's on track, because when you're focusing, as a race driver, you don't get to see all the other action on track. That's the reason why we do that, broadcasting. And great job. And the votes came out there too. So 55% of people said this was an awesome race. 33 said great. And 5 on an average and 5 on a meh. So we'll take that one.
What does
55
meh mean?
Meh's like meh, like meh. Could be better, could be worse. Meh. It's kind of like an average, but a little below. James, you got to keep up with this, mate. You're not that old.
I don't know. I can't cope with all this down in the hood chat with the kids. It just drives me insane. We've got Cade Middleton from team number 389 is just in the booth. That was 2nd place from Fiore Simsport Academy. Cade, welcome in. How are you, sir?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
I'm all right. Not bad. 2nd place for your team then, bud. Not bad at all.
Yeah. We're pretty excited about it.
Matthew did an absolutely stellar job there in the last part of the race.
Yeah, really finished out strong. We were glad. Really happy with everybody's performance, to be honest, on the whole team.
That's awesome. What do we think of Silverstone? Do you think it's going to be a good one, or what's the plan for you?
Ooh, yeah. I mean, I know that I really like Silverstone. I'm not sure about some of my co-drivers, but definitely excited to get on a bit of a wider track, I'd say, for multi-class. Should be less chaotic.
Yeah, this one was definitely a tight track to be on, wasn't it? We basically could see that as well there as well. But an absolutely stellar job from you, 2nd in the GT3s there, buddy. Looking forward and onwards and upwards. Hopefully that puts you up in a nice standing position. Cade, anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go this evening?
Really just everyone over at Fiore Simsport, and especially one of our co-drivers, Brian Cross, for bringing up the strategy for this weekend that took us from near the back at qualifying to near the front at the end. So yeah, that's really it.
Awesome stuff. Thank you, Cade, for joining us there, buddy. And we'll look forward to hopefully maybe having a chat with you at Silverstone.
Yeah. See you there.
Take care. Well, there you go, Biggles. I think another driver seems happy with his second place there as well. Thank you to everybody that has joined us in the booth. Biggles, give me one sentence to sum off the 6 hours.
I'd be sticking some more of this sim racing here at Platinum Endurance. Can't wait for round 3.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely incredible. But thank you so much all for joining us in the YouTube chat as well. Much appreciated. Don't forget, guys, if you are watching it back, hit the video, thumbs up, give it a subscribe, turn on the bells for notifications. And if you are watching live and you haven't done it yet, subscribe, turn on the bells, give the video a big old thumbs up because that would be absolutely incredible. But from all of us up here in the booth of JPB, it's been myself, James Parfitt, Dean Biggles, Zach Sweeney, Daan Pepels, Ewan O'Leary, all here bringing you this 6 hours absolute epic event from Road America. So from myself, take care, have a great week, and as always, you never know, we might see you on the track sometime. Good night.